Okie dokie. Pardon me. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Hello, Steady. How are you doing? Welcome. I am just setting up a couple of things because I'll still be doing the worky run today again as before, but I'll also be putting up, there's the Tales from the Shore podcast with Kells is going to be part of today, which I said I would put up in my stream. We'll see how it goes, if people kind of like it. Plus it means there's something going on when I go away to do the worky run as well. But when that kind of podcast is going on, if people bid pages for the book reading, I might just stack those pages and we'll read them in a oneer as well, because I kind of managed that yesterday as well. So that's the plan. We'll see how it goes. It's probably going to be a mess because I've made this plan. But we'll see how I manage. But there's like 10 or so, 10-15 minutes before that podcast starts where we can get good and comfy and happy and drink our cups of tea and say our hellos and how you're all doing. And Shansu, hello. How are you? Phew, I can imagine you might be busy this time of year. It's the family time of year. I've got a quiet Christmas coming up, so I probably have it a lot easier than yourself. Been feeling really tired the whole day. We were quite late last night, Steady. I'm not gonna lie, I slept in quite a bit today, but I still got a few things done. I did some baking and cooking and walked the dog and all manners of things. It was delightful. Oh, the lobster thermidor. Do I dare? Roared jellied eels. We've upgraded their eels as well. I'm going to have to go to the fish shop for all of this, I think. I'm actually going to have to look up how to cook up all of this except the placid. I imagine the roared jelly eels is likely the same. Still just the jelly, just a different eel. Lobster thermidor. 4 ingredients. Wow. Okay. Lobster cream, butter, wine. Okay. Sea potato is straight in. Hello, sea potato. How are you doing? Excellent. Did slowly get some grind done. Third character, but just take a break before moving on to the next one. It's good to take a break. Shansu, very. Traveling to see the family tomorrow. The meat arrived for Christmas dinner today and still got everything to wrap. Yeah, I don't envy your preparations that you need to make. Hey, Turnip, good. Just finished Lost and Found quest and on to Chronopolis. Oh, nice! Nice. I think I've still got Lost and Found to do. Oh, you'll be able to make your epics now. Sea potato, the pages. Oh, I can maybe actually fit a page in before it starts. I'm going to put on the podcast, the Tales from the Shore podcast. I was in Kel's channel earlier. She's going to be in it. I said I'll pop it on, so there's a Twitch presence of it as well. I imagine Jimmy as a bot and stuff are going to be putting that kind of thing up as well. So we might have to bank some of the pages while that happens. Also have to do the work run as well. But I think I can fit in your page before the podcast starts. So yeah. Chancy, what is the book greedy thingy? I've not been online in a week or so. So what happens is... I've not put the message up in. Oh, my goodness. Sorry, me. Silly me. So it's... you can redeem 300 turnips. Seems to work so far. For 1 page. It's a follow for 1 page. And I think I was going to upgrade it for subscribing for 5 pages of reading. Right now we're on 1984. George Orwell. I thought I spelled that name right. I don't know. So what happens, Shansu? Well, I can give you an example. Sea Potato kindly purchased a page. So here we go. Let me... Oh, I need to fire it up, sorry. What we'll do is we'll just do an inventory full of vegetables, shall we? While we do this. And I am reading books, Shansu. It's been fun. People seem to be enjoying the books as well. And I enjoy it. It's very good when you're streaming a game like this. It's lots of fun. So, we're back with Winston. Here we go. So, I'll read the last line, or the bit of the last line. Okay. So, not only the lies that streamed out of the telescreens, but even to the ideals that the party was trying to achieve. Great areas of it, even for a party member, were neutral and non-political. A matter of slogging through dreary jobs, fighting for a place on the tube, darning a worn-out sock, caging a saccharin tablet, saving a cigarette end. The ideal set up by the party was something huge, terrible, and glittering. A world of steel and concrete, of monstrous machines and terrifying weapons. A nation of warriors and fanatics, marching forward in perfect unity, all thinking the same thoughts and shouting the same slogans, perpetually working, fighting, triumphing, persecuting. 300 million people, all with the same face. The reality was decaying. Dingy cities where undeferred people shuffled to and fro in leaky shoes, in patched-up 19th century houses that smelt away of cabbages and bad lavatories. He seemed to see a vision of London, vast and ruinous, city of 1,000,000 dustbins, and mixed up with a picture of Mrs. Parsons, a woman with lined face and wispy hair, fiddling helplessly with a blocked waste pipe. He reached down and scratched his ankle again. Day and night, the telescreens bruised your ears with the statistics proving that people today had more food, more clothes, better houses, better recreations. They lived longer, worked shorter hours, were bigger, healthier, stronger, happier, more intelligent, better educated than the people of 50 years ago. Not a word of it could ever be proved or disproved. The party claimed, for example, that today 40% of adult proles were literate. Before the revolution, it was said the number had only been 15%. The party claimed that the infant mortality rate was now only 160 per thousand, whereas before the revolution it had been 300. And so it went on. It was like a single equation with two unknowns. It might very well be that literally every word in the history books, even the things that one accepted without question, was pure fantasy. For all he knew, there might never have been any such law as jus primae noctis, or any such creature as a capitalist, or any such garment as a top hat. Thank you very much. Sea Potato. There we go. That's our starter page for the day. Like I said though, when the little podcast is on, I might just have to book the pages. Like I'll take a note of them. I mean, I might need to read them in one go. I did say I'll put their podcast. I'll see how people feel with it. But it means there's something going on when I have to do the work run and such as well. And in case 100 people join again like yesterday. It always happens when you're away, isn't it? It's the nature of those things. But yeah. His reading is audible quality, Shansu. So good. Sea Potato Shansu, it probably knows my reading because they were with me. Shansu and me were kind of playing through the Temtem story together. And I would read the Temtem story. Although, albeit, Shansu, I don't think you've heard me read storybooks like that. That might be a little different for yourself. But yeah, I appreciate the compliment though, Sea Potato. Look at me trying to. I'm always trying to dodge a compliment, and I did it again. I'm sorry, Sea Potato. That was actually very rude of me. I just can't help myself. It was a 250-person raid. Was it? I thought I said 120 when I came on. Man. See, it said 120 in the alerts. Maybe that's why I got it wrong. I do apologize if it was more. As I suppose many would have left in the time that there was nobody sat in this chair or doing anything for that matter. So we need to purchase fish for these bounties, shall we? And then I'll need to keep an eye for when this goes live. I'll put on a notification for now. There we go. There we go. Here we are. Shansu already knows my reading is amazing. Now that you say it back like that, it was rude in multiple ways. I'm so full of myself. I can't help it. I'm fabulous in so many ways. Lobster. There we go. Jeez. Suddenly this cooking malarkey gets very expensive. Okay, I'll make the jellied eels because they can be dropped, and I can maybe get Lorraine's page in before we start that podcast as well. And then when the podcast starts, what I'll do is I'll bank the pages. I'll keep a good number of them ready. So if I deposit these to make them last, I could probably. Did I have the jelly in here already? Only 8. Okay, we'll buy the jelly that we need. Lovely. Insane, congrats. It was fun, Shansu. It was a really fun stream yesterday. It stayed busy for quite a long time. I cannot complain. Fortune shone upon me yesterday, and I had the time to enjoy it, which is all the more better. Sometimes you get those moments and you're like, oh, I didn't put the lobster away. That's why I'm missing a space. Well, I could put the lobster away. There's one more jelly in the container, so that works as well. So yeah, but you know, we got a lovely raid yesterday. It was big, it was fun, and it's very fortunate, very fortunate.
Hi.
Oh, Tula Windex, thank you for the raid again. How are you doing? Hello. Umberglue, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Okay, that's 4 pages I'm due to read now. Oh my goodness. Okay, it stacks quite quickly when moments like this happen. Lovely. Lovely. I don't know if I'll get those 4 highway pages in before the podcast starts, but I'll pop it on and we'll see how we go. I don't yet know. The problem is it's on YouTube. Oh, it might be coming on a bit. How's the grind going? Good. Good. I've been a bit lazier today. I haven't actually done as much of the grind as I possibly should have. But yeah, I'm just prepping up. I was going to put Tales from the Shores on. I forgot to hide the thingy. Whoops, sorry about that. Let's see. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it and I'll pop it on. But yeah. What I'll do is we've got 4 pages to get through as well, so I might start reading some of them whilst we're waiting. Drop off to lurk myself once the podcast starts. Got to get something done, but don't want to miss book readings. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. It's it looks like it's running a little late anyway, so we'll get some of the pages done before it all starts. So, everything faded into mist. The past was erased. The erasure was forgotten. The lie became truth. Just once in his life he had possessed after the event. That was what counted. Concrete. Unmistakable evidence of an act of falsification. He had held it between his fingers for as long as 30 seconds. In 1973, it must have been, at any rate, it was at about the time when he and Catherine had parted. But the really relevant date was 7 or 8 years earlier. The story really began in the middle of the 60s, the period of the great purges in which the original leaders of the revolution were wiped out once and for all. By 1970, none of them was left, except Big Brother himself. All the rest had by that time been exposed as traitors and counter-revolutionaries. Goldstein had fled and was hiding no one knew where. And of the others, a few had simply disappeared, while the majority had been executed after spectacular public trials at which they made confession of their crimes. Among the last survivors were 3 men named Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford. It must have been in 1965 that these 3 had been arrested. As often happened, they had vanished for a year or more, so that one did not know whether they were alive or dead, and then had suddenly been brought forth to incriminate themselves in the usual way. They had confessed to intelligence with the enemy. At the date, too, the enemy was Eurasia. Embezzlement of public funds and the murder of various trusted party members, intrigues against the leadership of Big Brother which had started long before the revolution happened, and acts of sabotage causing the death of hundreds of thousands of people. After confessing to these things, they all were pardoned, reinstated into the party and given posts that which were in fact sinecures, but which sounded important. All 3 had written long, abject articles in the Times, analysing the reasons for their defection and promising to make amends. Okay, lovely. Yes, sir, 2 dreams. So, butter, cream, and wine. Jeez. I can understand why people don't stick to the lobster much. Bum, bum, bum. How am I doing the thermidor sauce then? Oh, saucepan. Okay. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Right, so we'll get the fish, we'll start grilling them, and we'll get onto some of the other pages. Here we go. Sometime after their release, Winston had actually seen all three of them in the Chestnut Tree Cafe. He remembered the sort of terrified fascination with which he had watched them out of the corner of his eye. They were men far older than himself, relics of the ancient world. Almost the last great figures left over from the heroic days of the party. The glamour of the underground struggle and the civil war still faintly clung to them. He had the feeling, though already at the time facts and dates were growing blurry, that he had known their names years earlier than he had known that of Big Brother. But also, they were outlaws. Enemies, untouchables, doomed with absolute certainty to extinction within a year. Or two. No one had once fallen into the hands of the Thought Police ever escaped in the end. And they were corpses, waiting to be sent back to the grave. There was no one at any of the tables nearest to them. It was not wise even to be seen in the neighbourhood of such people. They were sitting in silence before the glasses of the gin flavoured and the cloves which had the specialty of the cafe. Of the three, it was Rutherford whose appearance was most impressed Winston. Rutherford had once been a famous caricaturist, whose brutal cartoons had helped to inflame popular opinion before and during the Revolution. Even now, at long intervals, his cartoons were appearing in the Times. They were simply an imitation of his earlier manner, and curiously lifeless and unconvincing. Always they were a rehashing of the ancient themes: slum tenements, starving children, street battles, capitalists in top hats. Even on the barricades, the capitalists still seemed to cling to their top hats, an endless, hopeless effort to get back into the past. He was a monstrous man, with a mane of greasy grey hair, his face pouched and seamed with thick, negroid lips. At one time, he must have been immensely strong. Now his great body was sagging, sloping, bulging, falling away in every direction. He seemed to be breaking up before one's eyes, like a mountain crumbling. Lovely. Well, thank you, Tula Windix and Umber Glue, for some of those. All Lorraine as well. There's still one more in the bank to go through, but we'll make these deliveries. Can't have people's food going cold. So we got Melv, fishing supplies. Oh, and the podcast seems to be going as well. There we go. Do. Raw jellied eels. Here we go. Right, let's see if I can get this right. I did try to get it set up working with everything else. Oh, wrong thing. Yep. There we go, that's kind of out of the way. Lovely. We'll see how it goes. See what people think. So we've got one page still banked, and if any more pages come in whilst this is going on, I will read them all out. At some point I need to do the work run as well anyway, so it will probably work in its return. What I might do is that music's kind of loud. I'll put it down a little bit. Oh, it stopped. Okay, Enchantress, Thieves' Den. More jelly deals. Sneaky Brian in the Thieves' Den's getting the lobster thermidor. I mean, jeez. The thief's doing well. Turns out crime does pay. Next podcast featuring Turnip and Olarain Wen. I don't think I'll ever be in the like. To my knowledge, it's about the game proper, and I just don't know enough about the game. Like I really don't have or see much that I could offer. So.
I'm kind of.
Oh, there they go.
A bit of a different vibe to Kel's. I am more of a crazy streamer. But we have a good time.
There we go.
What does it punish?
Tell me if the levels you can't hear me
So
over them or what it is
Oh,
or something like that.
So I've got a wheel of misfortune. It's got 3 options. I've got spicy sauce. I've got waxing or burpees. So it really depends. It's
That's
random and it
awful.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
And because it's fully random. It's fully random, so I never know what it's gonna actually choose. Yesterday, it picked blacksmithing, and I didn't have any ores in the bank, so that was fun.
And I suppose I should put.
So you just have a stockpile of just wax.
Yeah, legit. I have like a 40-pack just sitting on my desk that I'm like, I don't ever want to use.
Tales.
Well, thanks for joining us today, guys.
Sure.
Really appreciate it. It is your time, and everyone watching, it is your time as well. What are you guys doing right now? So I am working on Scout. I'm trying to get all my combats up to like roughly 100. I think that'll be done.
Tula Windex, kind of curious how you end up on the podcast. I have no idea either. Like,
point to do. What do you guys?
I know Kells. Like Kells has been doing the cooking for quite some time.
Okay, so I'll go first. So I am working on.
So I don't know how
so, like,
much.
2 weeks ago, I was like ranked 1295, and as of today,
I don't know what's
38,
required, if I'm honest.
And I just like cooking a lot, and I went into it not really caring whether I got on the leaderboard or not. But then I saw the number go up, and I'm kind of a dopamine crackhead. Yeah, so I like to see the number continue to go up. And yeah, so I am now just cooking, and a lot of people have asked whether I'm gonna keep going to 500. I don't know. Basically,
turn my music
whatever
off.
happens.
Yeah, like 200 something.
226 right now.
Okay.
Let me know if you can still hear them or if it's too quiet.
So I'm also who isn't that plays this game, a dopamine addict. I've really fallen in love with raids.
But yeah, I am
2 levels for the price of 1.
I joined the Discord hoping to maybe get the content creator role.
At the same time, it's just the most AFK thing I can do.
I haven't even joined the Discord. This is a thing as well. My involvement with the community is a little.
I do a lot.
I'll say a little bit less than most others. I'm still there. I appear here and we talk about the games and people join me in this stream for it, but.
Weird, I guess, but I'm super into idle.
I don't know anything that's going on. I'd be sitting there in silence, like.
Efficient, making guys. So figure that one out, I guess. I just kind of tell people here's what you can run with it. I don't really care, but if you want to drop experience potions on the ground and do that kind of shit, that's not me though.
Yeah. Yeah, I do it if I have to, but I try to just enjoy the game for what it is.
Yeah, that's just the best way to do it. I think everyone's got different goals, and it's pretty highlighted because every time I have someone on here, they're like, "I'm chasing
steady."
leaderboard,
Okay,
I'm
then I'll be
this,
away for a bit now. Then
quests."
also, is it just me,
I did
or
all
is the
requirements
podcast
for
a
Lost
bit
and
low
Found,
in
and I
sound?
haven't
It
sat
might
down
be a
and done
bit
the
low
damn
in
quest
sound.
yet
I
because
can
I've
bump
been
it up
so
a bit.
busy.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
We have a couple of updates that happened this past
Ba-ba-ba.
2 weeks. We had our first major update as well. So we cut over to there. Started with some pretty basic stuff. I don't know if you knew this, but the foraging passives used to give a bunch of different items at the same time. And it was weird. I didn't hate it, but yeah, like, so, like, for example, if you go in Hopeport, there's a scrap yard
hopefully
thing.
that's better.
That node used to give 4 different items every hour or so. And
Let me know.
you could choose the item, but I guess it didn't matter. So they fixed that. And also they fixed that horrendous bug where you would click on the map and you would run through a den. It was actually, and the den that was closed, and you just stand at the door.
Yeah, yeah. That was actually so frustrating, especially for like merchant, when you have unlocked it, but you run straight into a wall every time.
Yeah. And the funny thing about that is, before it was fixed, it felt like every time I clicked on the map, it wanted to go through one. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll open this one up, and then it'll start doing that. And then it started going through the other one. And I was like, why?
See, this is another thing as well.
but
I wasn't
that's
around before all these kind
Yeah.
But we just don't ask questions when
hatch
it comes to
fixes and
the
stuff
routing.
like that as well.
We just take it.
Yeah. That's why we do manual routing when we do stuff like Forager and stuff. We obviously had a much more interesting update, which was our first major event, the Christmas update. How do you guys find this?
Awesome. And also, before Sparty could say anything, I'm collecting black hats, black Santa hats. So if any of you guys want to like trade anything, I'm open to trade anything except white pudding hats. White pudding hats are reserved for a friend, but I am collecting black Santa hats. So just gonna put that plug out there.
That is what the stream is for. Just be on the stream and then just plug your shit, which is I want black Santa hats.
A bit of context.
Why black Santas? Did you really play old school Kels or anything like that?
A little bit this year. The highest I got in old school RuneScape was a total level of 1200, and then I burned out, and so I have to go back to it.
You wouldn't be the first person to collect Santa hats specifically, so I wonder. Obviously, they're not going to be tradable. That's really, really clear. They've made that explicitly clear. We're not getting tradable hats, and we're not getting the party hats again. But I almost wonder if paying someone to swap for their Santa is going to be a market.
Ooh, the black market trade.
That would be kind of spicy.
But I thought we could only swap the hats for up to a certain day.
No, exactly. But what I'm saying is, I think that an elf hat will be worth less than a Santa hat. So people were like, I'll swap you my Santa for whatever crappy hat you want, because people want to collect the red and black Santa hats, and I'll pay you to do so.
Is there no love for the fuchsia hats?
Damn, that would be kind of wild. But that is definitely something that could happen.
Sorry, how did you go in the event? You probably smashed it out in like half a day, right? Like I did.
Oh yeah. I one day, basically the first day I was out, I jumped back on. By back on, I kind of betrayed British Shores for a little bit and played a bit of Path of Exile 2. My relationship with Path of Exile 2 is completely over now. But yeah, no, I came in and yeah, I absolutely loved the whole idea. I just love the fact that in Hopeport there was just a booming population that just kept trying to trade hats. That was my favorite part, because I was cooking at the time, so every time I'd jump out to Kevin 11, I would go get me some resources, and I would just basically, my chat would be filled with people trading hats. And
Yeah, it still
that was
is.
so nice.
It's so cool because I haven't seen that kind of MMO interaction since like a long time. Maybe even old school, like 2008. Well, I see it kind of in Realm of the Mad God, but I don't think anyone plays that other than me.
The only thing that drives me crazy is that there was this one guy who would stand outside of the kitchen for like 3 or 4 days straight.
Oh yeah.
And he was total level 50. And every day for 3 days, I would run past him and he would still be asking for a red Santa hat, and his levels did not go up at all.
Yeah. If that's who I think it is, that dude's got like 200 of them now, right? Maybe more. I don't know.
It's just crazy to me. It's just like just level and you'll get them.
Yeah, it's nice that we get to swap them down the line. So
yes.
if you didn't know this, we will be able to swap them in the future, like we can now, but only for the same event. So 2024 Christmas event, we can swap for 2024 hats. This is kind of nice because if you want to get hats on your ult, which I haven't even bothered to do yet, you technically only need to get one, and then if you can just wear it, and then if you ever want to swap it out, you can just have a friend swap out that one for one that you want. So, but yeah, I was very surprised by this event. I thought we'd get like an NPC, and then you talk to them, and they give you like a cosmetic, and that would be it. And instead we got 20 hats, a swapping system, which, as Sparty, as you said, just brought this whole new life to the game when it comes to trading and stuff, swapping, just all talking to people and be like, hey, like you can go anywhere you go in the game now, and like any of the crafting things, like leather worker, shed, like the kitchen, the carpentry bench, all of them, they're always like, oh, I need this hat. Do you have that hat? And it's cute. I love it. It's cute.
Yeah, it's great for building the community, and that's something I'm like really into is building the Brighter Shores community, because that's why I fell in love with the game, is the people. And I think that it was great for community building in general.
100%. Yeah, and it's great for rivalries as well, just because I am also collecting Black Santa hats.
Oh my god!
Just
why? You guys will find any number to go up, and you just want it to go up. All right, well, I'm gonna be collecting blue puddings, so everyone just trade me blue puddings. I don't know why. I don't really have a reason.
Just doing it now.
Just doing it now.
Tell, I have 13. I have 13 extra blue puddings, and I will give them all to you for Black Santa hats.
Oh mate, 13. I can do better. Let's see. We've got 16. Oh, that's 3 more.
I got 15 Black Santa hats, so I can take up one of your offers.
I mean, it could be a 1-to-1 with me.
It's so goofy, people. Like, I love it.
I've only
it's
got
such
12,
a silly
actually.
little event, and apparently Fen Research Samuel, which is the new community manager, he told us
Just
that
felt like
Andrew
Black
coded
Santa
his
hats were the
whole
only ones I would
swapping
ever get.
system in one afternoon. It wasn't like a full multi-day process. It was just literally like, okay, we need swapping, boom, done.
Damn, that's a flex.
So, yeah, but right now he's, if I recall correctly, skiing. So we're not going to see an update for a couple of days, probably until January, I think.
Kels, did you see chat? Jimmy's also collecting Black Santa hats.
Yeah, I just read that, and Jimmy, you're going down.
What? Okay. Jimmy plays a lot, Kels. You're in trouble.
Yeah. I think
of the video game.
I think Jimmy has more Black Santa hats than both of us just by playing the game.
But I have a cute avatar, so.
Okay. Overall, fantastic event. It's gonna tide us over through the Christmas period, where I think if we didn't have something like this, people are gonna get pretty upset about, oh, no update. Like, let the guys have a Christmas break. I think once January comes in, we're gonna come at like just absolutely hit 100 miles an hour when it comes to updates. So really excited for that.
Yeah, the team should be all refreshed from Christmas, hopefully, as long as nothing burns. I I would say though, one thing I was kind of hoping for was, like the classic RuneScape style Christmas quests. That is one thing I know it's not gonna happen this year, but I'm hoping it happens next year because I love those quests so much.
Yeah.
It's just the
Christmas
quirkiness of it
quests
all.
would be
It's so
fun.
much fun.
Yeah,
I like that idea.
I think that with time, we will definitely get that kind of stuff. Which that's why my expectation was like really low. Just like, oh, we get a little tiny event, and we got this massive thing. Super exciting. Another thing as well is they actually added a bunch of voice lines, text dialogue between NPCs. When you kick down the door in den raids, you're like, "Where's your mistletoe?" or something like that, or "Where's your Christmas decorations?" When you do interrogations, it's like this is not the holiday spirit and stuff like that. It's actually really great. He went through like all these little things, and we didn't even notice them the first day because we're all obsessed with collecting hats. But they've been popping up on Reddit and stuff like that, and the Discord.
They're also when you deliver bounties.
When you deliver bounties.
Bounties.
What do they say? I haven't
busted
actually
on
seen
raids as well.
Something about
quite a
like
few.
using this to put dinner on for Christmas dinner or something. Or can you sing a carol for
Oh my
me?
God.
Like stuff like that.
That's cute.
That is so cute.
We had one more little update before we've hit the December break, which gave us a very looked forward to button, the drop all button.
Drop all. Drop all.
Yeah.
It's so useful in the kitchen. It's so useful in the kitchen.
What do you use it in the kitchen for?
So if you're doing bounties and let's say you for one of the things you have to cook, say it's like a 3-ingredient thing, and you've already made like 12 of, or not 12, but 11 or 10 of another 1-ingredient item, you can drop all of the one item that you made and then use your inventory to create the other item. And then as long as you pick it up in 10 minutes, it doesn't despawn, and it's great.
Yeah,
it's very useful.
Doing a big bounty run. Smarty, have you used it too much? Or have you just been living in den raids?
No. So I have been using it quite a bit. Again, for cooking like cows. I collected about 800 lobsters through fishing, which was hell to cook. But yeah, for that one, I cooked all of them.
That's crazy.
Every single one.
I have like 300 in my bank, and I stopped when I realized, oh my god, I should be selling these because I'm never going to cook all these, and especially now that I got like 70 cooking, they don't even come up in bounties anymore. And that's a small error on my part, but that's crazy. That's a lot.
Yeah, no, it was so much work, and like because I hated cooking them so much, I leveled up my fishing manually to 73, so I can do oysters instead for my ventures. But no, I cooked every one of them. And with that one, like my method was literally just cooking a whole inventory of lobsters and then dropping them, then grabbing like whole inventory of the sauce, and then just basically just going back and forth. Like there was so much dropping involved in that, and without drop all button,
you can just make the sauce without. You can make more batches of sauce and then drop them, and then I see. I did notice that when I was doing them as well. Is because the lobster is 1 inventory slot, but the sauce is 3. So you just make a bunch of those, so you get half inventory, and then you can do a whole batch.
100%. Yeah, it just saves you so much time, in my opinion, and it's also just it makes it a bit more AFK for such a intensive cooking because you have 4 ingredients compared to usual like 1 or 2. So yeah, drop all button was a lifesaver.
What else do we see here? This. So when this happened, we only noticed this pretty much right around when the first month mark happened. A bunch of people noticed that they had a merchant or a detective bounty set up on a venture, and they couldn't
my
cancel
ventures.
It. They went free to play.
Fudge.
So,
okay, I need to go do them as well.
Basically, they were locked out of ventures for. Oh, by the way, venture reminder.
I forgot to do that at the beginning.
Mine's not done. I gotta go do mine. But yeah, people
Fudge.
were locked out of their venture, and that took like a week or so to get fixed, which was not a complaint. It was just an observation. Like, oops, just these little things you don't
quickly
notice
deliver
until...
these bounties and then get.
Hey, we didn't think about that.
can't believe
it's great to have players playing the game to notice these kinds of things in early access.
100%. Yeah, no, I remember doing that with, although it's not too bad because it's next to a waypoint, but with the grapes, I went all the way to Hillport, ran all the way to like lobsters to try to do my ventures for lobsters. And I remember having like one of them being grapes, and I have to go all the way back to bloody Chronopolis, take that off, and go back to Hillport, run all the way to lobsters just so I can get my venture started.
So,
it was annoying.
So funny thing about
Quartermaster,
ventures is
so
I didn't even know
just
what they
teleport out of
were
here.
until like I think it was last Sunday when I just so happened to be in a VC with Jimmy, and I'm like, "What are those?" And
Yeah,
he's
Jimmy's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna do my adventures to get a bunch of experience," and you're like, "Excuse me, sir."
What is that? So I kind of deviated from the cooking stream and did some fishing
Thieves
grinding to
Invincible.
39 just so I could start doing lobster ventures.
Close enough together. It's nice and easy.
Yeah, that is wild to me. I one thing that really fascinates me the most about Kel's gameplay is that she does not look up anything at all. I am a huge Googler, whereas Kel's just kind of free balls it until people tell her that things exist.
By the
it's always so funny to just see Kel's like, what? Because it's just mind blowing. It's like, oh,
yeah. The funniest thing is when people will watch me struggle for hours on end doing something, and they'll just be like, you could do it this way, right? And I'm like, how long were you in my chat? Watching
it's half the fun though.
I think playing games, I understand the irony coming from me.
I'll sit here quietly through those comments.
I do understand.
I definitely
repent to me for it. But I think playing games blind is a lost art, and I think that it's a real good joy to play them blind. So like, if you don't watch my videos because you prefer to play blind,
I'll say it's a joy. I won't say it's art to play a game blind because it's usually a mess. But
yeah, watch. Also, did you know that YouTube does count watch time when you watch 0.25 speed? So watch them muted and 0.25 speed.
That's true.
Okay.
If Tal's the revenue he deserves.
Get to
it's so silly. Okay.
And we will get our
major
ventures sorted before I
I
forget
think
again.
the other thing as well that I really liked in that one was the chick box.
Back from work. Welcome back, Steady.
This
Welcome back.
Yeah, the second one. That was like for when you're doing any of the weaponsmithing stuff. Just having the second one, the checkbox one. Because being able to sell all just saves you having to like scroll through and try to collect the rare items that you're trying to sell as well. So yeah, I think that was quite nice.
I need to set it up again.
Not
what
huge,
doing?
but it definitely helps with blacksmithing.
I'm terrible at these ventures.
Yeah. And I saw someone mention this. Yeah, coming into this new game is really refreshing as well. Completely blind, just on the touching on the blind thing, because obviously old school RuneScape and stuff have been solved so well that people are putting so many restrictions on themselves, and that's how they enjoy the game now. So it's kind of fun to get into something completely new. And the day one on launch was really fun, getting into voice chat and hanging out with people, because we were all discovering things at the same time. And I'm really looking forward to episode 5 and onwards when we can do that again. And we're like, oh my god, look at this new thing. And because Andrew keeps everything under wraps for the most part until Samuel leaks it. So it's really nice to be able to just discover again.
Absolutely.
So one of the things I just wanted to comment on is like going in blind. Like, I started playing old school RuneScape earlier this year, and I was heavily reliant on the RuneLite quest helper, and I actually feel like it actually ruined part of the experience of learning the game. And so going into Brighter Shores, I'm like, I'm not going to look up any guides. I'm just going to go with whatever.
Bing, bing.
I have a no backseating rule because I want to figure stuff out by myself. And I think I'm enjoying the game more for it. So
yeah, it's a lost art.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's also just like working in a community where you're all trying to, find out together about certain things, and then you kind of like give each other tips. It's kind of like sharing like recipes in real life, more or less. Where you've tried it.
What I do. It's like I really love it, and I love the joy of making these kind of sharing this kind of stuff out. It's just a joy for me.
I'll just put it back here.
100%, because it's like a way to just engage with people. It's a way to just be the trailblazer and just
if there's any storage,
find your way through the game. And I definitely agree. It's the best way to play.
Mm-hmm. Now I do want to get into the AMA today, which will give us a nice bigger, just chunk of content to talk about, which was very exciting, and I really want to highlight how exciting that AMA was for people who've been playing since day one. What do I do with this? And seeing all this feedback and stuff being heard is really, really exciting. Before we do that, though, I did want to bring this up. Macroing bans.
Oh yeah, let's go.
So this one was funny because everyone ripped into this guy for like, he's like, why did I get banned? For being banned. There were false bans given out, but they have been rectified as far as we know. We've been told that, and we have seen that,
do I just sell it?
Some automated bans went out.
Actually show anywhere I can sell it either.
Some are false. That's fine. This is, quirks in the system.
I have no idea what to do with this stuff.
By Samuel and the team. But yeah, this was really spicy, particularly in a couple of communities like the fishing community and the cooking community as well.
Mm-hmm.
Kels, did you hear much about this? There's much kitchen talk about it, kitchen gossip.
Do you want me to name the individual that I
don't have a problem with it. I don't work at Fen Research.
Okay. So there was talk that the previous rank 4 chef, Zeracon, was a bot. And the other day he just disappeared. And it just so happened to coincide with these macro bans.
Causation. But
I'm sure I'll get more.
So
I'll figure it out.
I know that he was kind of like the most high profile chef ban, but I'm sure there were others as well that were around or in the top 20.
Yeah, I heard Shulk has a pretty good, like Shulk in the cooking community has a pretty big eye on the leaderboard, and they were like pretty stoked to see the waves go out. Especially, I guess it would be really frustrating to see a bunch of anonymous players doing repetitive actions for literally 16 hours. And it's like, I don't like accusations. I don't like doing that. But when the guy is doing the same thing for like straight with no break at all and not chatting and stuff like that, it's like, come on, man. Really?
It is a bit dodgy. I do gotta say as well, this is probably one of the most unique banning system I've ever seen in any MMO before. And that is the fact that it literally turns an MMO into a single player mode. The fact that they cannot meet or interact with other players, the fact that they're just completely disqualified from the leaderboards and can't trade people. Yeah. It's basically like, it's the ultimate.
You can still play my game, but also you did this
but
yourself.
Also fuck you.
Yeah.
They look at
the real demon realm.
It's great.
Now I have a question, and this might be a naive question, but these people who were banned, are they like IP banned? So like if they made a new account and created a new character, would it catch up with them?
They are not IP banned. They will be able to make a new Steam account and start playing again from scratch. Though with how this game progresses, I think in like a year's time, if starting from scratch it's going to be a pretty big catch up if you're going to try to get some kind of meaningful leaderboard position, which I don't understand macroing in this game. So, I do understand, like, look, old school RuneScape, for example, if you're like, get in, like, oh man, I really want to play the raids. I really want to do the end game content in that game, but I don't want to do the work to get there. Okay, whatever. People buy accounts, people bought there. Fine. I kind of get it, right? I don't fully agree with it, but I do understand it. I don't understand the point of macroing in this game. I really don't. Not to mention, none of the top leaderboard people did macro because it was just not as efficient as just playing the game.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's literally like at this point it is.
Yeah, but did anybody
like,
know
they
that?
don't
when
have
you're
any reason
starting
to
off, though?
macro because they don't
Macro's not
really.
starting
There's no
off
trading.
faster.
There's no reason to collect
Such a long
resources
journey to
and
500.
or become the top because
Not that I'm condoning it,
it
but
doesn't really benefit you in any way.
can't help but
Obviously,
play
it hinders
devil's
other people,
advocate.
Macroing. But yeah, in the case where it is leaderboard related, I think it is probably the worst because yeah, you got people who honestly got their 500, and that kind of diminishes their achievement. That bots got there too.
Yeah.
There was a really funny post that I wanted to bring up that we were all laughing about. There was someone who posted in the Steam community that they were like, I was banned for using a gaming mouse, and in the same breath mentioned that they were using an auto clicker.
I was gonna bring that up, and I'm glad that you did because I completely forgot about it. I'm gonna bring it up now, but keep talking.
And it was just hilarious because it was just like, oh no, it's the consequences of my actions.
Absolutely. This was really funny. Let's see. Is it? Oh, here we go.
So literally written in the rules.
Demonly locked the thread, but here it is here. It was like
top
banned for gaming mouse. So I didn't realize using a gaming mouse was against the rules. That's how it started. And then further down, I don't have any programs. I was using an auto clicker on my gaming mouse. At most, that deserves a warning. It's like how it ended up was, oh, I was using an auto clicker. I wasn't using a gaming mouse. I was using an auto clicker.
Yeah, literally the worst. The thing that got you banned instantly in RuneScape. Like, what do you expect, mate?
Yeah. So just so you know, macroing, for anyone out there, macroing is hardware or software automation. It's not just, doing a bot do the whole program for you. If you get an auto,
oh, there goes my robot idea.
You put your mouse
like
on
an
the
actual robot operating computer. Although I did say it was if the robot earned the account,
but
like owned the account.
You can get in trouble for it. It is macroing. If you get a physical
like an Android,
you know that the little bird thing that goes deep, 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 like with the water.
Yeah.
That
Dippy
is
bird.
macroing. You can't do that. It is technically against the rules. It will get found out.
100%.
And yeah, also macro. I just want to. Sorry, some keyboards have G keys as well. Those can get you in trouble as well. So some people I'll hit a G key to automatically drop items or something like that. It might not have gotten got, but it is technically against the rule terms of service. You can get in trouble for it. So just be mindful of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Just don't do it. Don't be that guy. Don't be yeah, exactly.
There's nothing
be
to
the bot
cheat.
that you're supposed to be. Exactly. We're supposed to be the bots. Yes. Why get a bot to do your job for you?
Yeah.
When you can be the job.
Like Jimmy, he's a bot and he doesn't even try.
That's
exactly.
Right.
Well, I mean, yeah, and an amazing job at 500 God already, and #1 hope for it. Just be good.
Yeah.
Be like Jimmy.
Be like Jimmy. Be like Pastizio. Never sleep. Always play.
Be like Pastizio. Yeah. Just constantly stream for 24 hours and never ever go to sleep. Okay. No, okay. Just get some sleep.
Even playing this game casually, I feel like I sleep less. It's
thankfully every 500 player that we've had on the stream has said, I've actually didn't go too bad. Other than once I got to like 350 and I was like almost there, so I started playing 25 hours a day. Other than that, it was all good. So we had an AMA here from the fan research team, which Samuel hosted. This was really fun. Really, really exciting. We had a ton of stuff. I'm going to link it in chat real quick as well. I won't go through all of these because it would take all day, and there's plenty of other content out there discussing it, but I did want to cover the meatier points for sure, especially while we're all here. Some of this is pretty cool. Some of it wasn't. We'll see. So, first of all, we won't be getting noted items. This is particularly interesting because like Sparty, who had 800 lobsters in his bank, possibly the best thing to do would be to take all 800 and go vendor them. But you can't do that. So what's the alternative? We're going to be getting some form of bank-to-bank trading. Likely in Chronopolis. This is something I thought that we might get. But this is pretty cool. A really cool idea. Did you guys hear about this?
Yes.
TLDR.
TLDR. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We will get there. We will cover it.
No. What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Bank-to-bank trading.
Yes. That's going to be huge. Absolutely huge.
Yes, I actually really want there to be like some sort of system where you can buy in bulk from like a merchant NPC and have it go directly to your bank. Like that's something I would really love.
That would break the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
You will be able to do that with this system though, because there will be people who want to make money off of you, and they will sell you ingredients straight to your bank. So someone can run an item probably about 400 times to get 1,000 of it in the vendor, and then they can upcharge you, make a profit, and you get 1,000 items straight to your bank. There will be people who do this.
Yeah, so they're going to be our door dashers essentially.
Correct.
There's also people who just love collecting, like people who just like foraging or like not just collecting but hoarding. And I think that'd be great for them.
Like Black
because
Santa
they can
hats.
just yeah, exactly. Well, other than the fact that you can't openly trade your cosmetics, but like for me, I myself am a hoarder, and I am trying not to fall into the rabbit hole of just collecting all the logs. But if I do that, I would 100% sell my excess on that trading system.
Yeah, this is gonna be huge for so many professions.
Like for me right now, like my cooking level is like too high for my fishing level at this point. So like right now my fishing venture, I'm getting like the basic lobsters, and I'm probably going to be dealing with that for many levels. So like I'll have those on stock and can just sell them eventually to whoever is working on low level cooking skills.
Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that. I think those lobsters in particular will be oversaturated, but we'll see.
Where's
the meta shift as well? One thing is assorted items never change price. For example, bread.
11 levels.
But when you're doing 374 whatever it is, bread sandwiches for like 100 levels, this would be so nice to like have a low level player buy it for 200 copper. And you can buy it from them for like 2 silver each. They'll be like, oh my god, yes. Yeah, breads and stuff like that is gonna be it's gonna be interesting to see what the market settles as the price for.
Yeah. And I think because there's already I think having fixed pricing, because like in RuneScape there's obviously like just general stores, but like the inflation more or less for like buying more than the store usually has, or if they have more and then you buy them, that fluctuation kind of also made the Grand Exchange fluctuate a lot. I think having fixed pricing is going to actually make it so that there's some sort of ceiling, so then people won't just sell bread for like 1 gold just for the lols,
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that's nice.
5 gold.
The builder profession that was semi-leaked by the game itself is not player housing. We have no idea what this is going to be. And I don't think it'll be building a bridge in the mines either, unfortunately, as much as people keep asking for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I shut up. Don't at me on here. How dare you? Yes, I really want player housing. It's gonna be great, and I am kind of interested to see what they're gonna do with the builder profession if it's not player housing.
Yeah, Samuel said that the editor in the game, like the way they make the levels, is like a in-game map editor from other games, where it's really just like you place the tiles and stuff like that. So I think they could do something really cool for player and housing, but we're not there yet, and that's okay. I'm interested to see what the profession will be though. They also look at buffing weapons and armor in the future, like our own form of enchantment, but that's not coming anytime soon.
Sweet.
This is Couture asked this. He's very big on the development side. He doesn't play the game at all. He's like level 150 or something, but he loves the game, Fen Research, and all the dev stuff. So he asked about the engine. So FenForge itself is a game engine, a games-focused programming language, whatever that means, and an IDE, which we've seen a screenshot of. I'm really excited to get my hands on this. I'm not exactly a proficient coder. I have the concepts down, but I need to learn Java and stuff. But this is really cool. I think a lot of people are really looking forward to this.
100%. I think that would open up a whole world of, like, especially for content creators like yourself, that would open up a whole world of being able to get footage that you can't get in game naturally, or just simply being able to understand the amount of difficulty that they had to go through to actually make the game. It will give people a good taste tester, but also I think it also opens up a whole avenue of being able to practice with the FenForge if, for example, you do want to be employed by FenForge in the future, or Fen Research in the future. That is something that would be quite cool to see.
Yeah, and just making projects as well. I'm really looking forward to see what come out of it. Cal's
so
like, do
little
cooking.
Yeah.
I like cooking.
You guys caught me. Like, I was
That's fine. This
zoning
is a very specific thing. I didn't want to go into detail about that. We have professions. They do agree that they be a little bit more interconnected when it comes to the professions, and this also means repeatable content that isn't just, you know, the grinding the skills out, which is the most common complaint I see every time I post a new guide video that says this is a cool guide, but also the game sucks. So I'm like, thanks for that, appreciate it. So we do get a little bit of that where the game is like boring, and I don't disagree with people on it. Unless you're a specific type of person who likes to say and cook literally 70,000 sandwiches, it's not for you. And that's okay, and that's why I don't actually recommend the game to my personal friends, my friends outside.
Actually, like 18,000.
The range, the 340 range is like 700,000, 70,000. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Just 1 second here.
Jay Walker.
Money though.
Feskema.
But yeah, no, I agree. I agree that interconnectedness is going to help a lot. I think that's why a lot of people like things like the mine.
Potato, thank you for the page. There's 2 pages banked when the podcast is over.
Everything
is 2 pages banked for me to rate.
It is so
Jay
it's
Walker.
so cool.
Welcome.
It's like,
it's self-sustained.
And yeah, and just like the way that Chronopolis works is like, oh, I want to do leatherworker. That's why I'm in the mines doing weapon crafting, because I want to do weapon crafting to make my gear better, so I can do den raids, so I can do merchant better, so I can do leatherworker. And it's like,
it's so weird to see Gallic written up. In fact, I think that might be the first
design is really
Gallic.
Cool, and I think a lot of people didn't see that
my way,
because
Jay.
episode 1 and episode 2 is here's your stuff, and then you get to episode 2 and it's
I hope
like,
I pronounced it right. My Gallic is not the best.
And a lot of people bounce off of
do
that.
try
which
though.
Is,
I do try.
Understandable. Feedback on the leaderboards as well. We will be getting true rank on leaderboards. We will not be getting anonymous listings where it's like anonymous player, but we will get true rank, which I think is a great compromise for all of the feedback we've been getting on the opt-in system. And I think it'll be like this will shut down the conversation as well. It's like, this is what you're getting. I think people can be happy with it as well.
I think, it's going to be perfect. A lot of, you talk to a lot of people who are
Scottish
up there
Gaelic
in
isn't
the top
nearly
20
as
of
good
skill,
as my
and there's
Irish. I'm a
that
language
huge
major.
anxiety, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Am I actually that number?
I've been told that the best way to pronounce the Irish Gaelic is actually
rank is going to take
Gaeilge.
Anxiety.
So
and
not
restore a lot
Gaelic,
of sleep, I think.
Gaeilge.
Yeah.
And the Scottish is
A lot of
Gaelic.
sleep is required in my community.
And that's
When
the
you're in
main
the-
difference. Because I've been calling them Gaelic and Gaelic
will not
for the
see,
Irish.
like, if you're number 2,
But I've been
and
told
the
more
number one
recently I
player is
should be
opted out,
saying
the only downside
Gaeilge
is you won't
for
be
the
able to
Irish.
see their rank, which
Is that true?
In my opinion, only really affects world racers, but also you will know if you need to go hard or not. And I think that is better because I think that the way that the opt-in system works at the moment does promote unhealthy gameplay. Because when you're in number one spot, you should be able to like, okay, I can take a breather. But when you're in number one spot right now, it's more like I need to get there as fast as possible because there might be someone ahead of me at the moment. So I'm going to go for 22 hours tonight instead of 18 or 16.
Exactly. You can pace yourself a bit better. And I think Jimmy nailed it on the head on his stream about like just keeping people accountable and keeping people like honest. And I think at the moment, just because we don't get the opt-outers in the leaderboard, you just don't know. You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
And then I also want to touch on the fact that there are people who abuse the opt-out system. Like yes, the opt-out system is there because Andrew Gower wanted there to be privacy because of privacy laws. But people are also abusing the system to have an advantage over other people who are racing. And so basically the advantage is that if you are rank 1 and another person
our
higher
Orscht
than you
is
and
harsher
also
than the Irish
racing for rank
Orscht
1
as well.
That person who's opted out has an
Well,
advantage because they can see your
audit in Irish
progress.
and stuff.
Well,
Softer.
you can't see theirs, so you don't know
We're constantly
how much
shouting
time
into
you
the
have
wind,
to put
so.
in, whereas they have a constant gauge as to where you're at and how much they need to grind.
Yeah, it's unsportsmanlike, and that's hopefully this helps. I think this will change a little bit of the culture behind it as well. Because, yeah, you'll be able to know if I'm number 2 and I know this guy's on all the time and he's number 1, but he's opted out. It's like, come on, man, just opt in. And then he goes into say that we will see more minigame and repeated raid style content, which is good to see. I think this will help the game's health a lot.
Absolutely. I think that's what a lot of people are looking forward to, just because at the moment, yeah, like as soon as you finish the quests, it's kind of like there's no substantial content to go for.
Yeah.
So quests would be cool. I mean, raids would be cool.
And I'm sorry you don't catch me a much more chatty moment, Jay.
We did a confirmation.
I'm letting the podcast play here, but I'm going to be doing a work run soon as well.
Already kind of knew was in the game, because if you look into the third-party licenses, you'll see stuff like Google Play and Apple.
If you ever came round again to talk more about
the mobile game is basically confirmed.
Definitely, because I actually am a tour guide for Scotland.
Really could be dangerous
in Scotland.
It could be dangerous for my phone battery.
Yeah. I'd love to learn more.
So this will be really nice to get a native version, because Steam Link does have its own little issues. I believe Sam has said something like, oh, it runs really well on mobile. So they probably have a test built on it that they play around with. And mainly the reason that it doesn't get updated, if you didn't know, is that when you are on official stores such as Play Store and Apple, Steam doesn't do this. You can update your game as much as you want. But when you're on Apple and Play Store, you have to like push updates, then they have to test it and make sure it's not a virus and other stuff like that. And there's a whole process that takes over 24 hours to get your update out. So they need to have a rigid update schedule first before they can deploy it to mobile.
Yeah. I think that'd be really cool. And yeah, it's totally understandable. But the amount of updates they're doing at the moment, they're just going to have a hard time trying to balance that.
I am excited for the mobile version because I think it will do wonders for the player base in general.
Yeah. And yeah, it'll introduce a whole new way of players the game. And because the game is a little, to be fair, mobile-like when it comes to not the UI, but just the gameplay itself right now. I mean, RuneScape's a similar way, but RuneScape lets you have a lever where you can tune into like really intense content, or you can tune back to passive content. So once we get the intense content in, it'll be really nice to, like, I can play barrier shows on my desktop when I'm doing like a raid, and then when I want to chill and do some cooking or den raids, we can fire up the mobile app, which will be a little bit more convenient than doing Steam Link as well.
Especially when they bring in the queuing system as well.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to start getting ready to do the work run in a bit.
Registering on the Apple Store and Play Store.
I will leave the podcast up and running,
or register.
but I'll be out of chair
fee to get listed, and then you're done
for a little while. But I'll be right back. It'll be exactly like yesterday.
Yeah, and also
it
Steam
takes
gives
too
you
long.
their feedback if you make $1,000 or something as well.
It's
this one.
Fingers
This one's
crossed
the big
for surprises
one,
again.
which
Man,
everyone's heard
yesterday
about.
it was a bit crazy.
So
but,
they want to improve combat.
I'll be back in a short while.
I've
so
had multiple discussions
disappear.
or, at least messages to
I will
Sam
be back.
and getting responses about this on his
Friday
streams and stuff like that. But
meanwhile,
a lot of people are a little bit worried about this. They're like, "Oh, what's going to change?"
Still an empty chair.
I'm going to lose my rank, my effort, my experience, and stuff like that.
It's going to be a thing where people are just waiting till I'm out of my seat.
Number 1 leaderboard rank or number 2 for Jimmy and stuff like that. We don't want to lose.
Poor Traveler. They must have felt
combat skills, and that's a big priority.
Disappeared out the chair just as they recommended me because I think it was snap on the timing they said. Where Turnip's good, and then I went, okay, guys,
to identify different combats and how different regions will be different, a little bit different, but also work together. But also avoid the problems where we discussed earlier with expansion content, and it's like everything before the expansion is dead content now.
Okay, I just kind of want to stock up on these vegetables. We've got 2.
I remember having this chat with a lot of people, and
when
I think that the recurring thing is definitely about not undermining people who've already got like 500 in skill. It's a catch-22 situation. They can't just condense it down to one combat because that would cause an outrage, and they obviously don't want to keep it the same because the problem is new players coming in will look at that and leave again. So somewhere in between, but I don't know what.
Yeah. I've always said as long as that the combats have some kind of distinguishing feature between each episode, even if it's cosmetic, right? Even if like you get scout armor and it looks like this, you can have your normal faction armor, but there might be a scout fit, right? People will farm the shit out of anything for cosmetic changes. So
okay, that's me popping off for a bit. I will be back very soon.
Like a more
I hope you enjoy the podcast.
Or when you did guard,
it's a bit different from what I normally do, but
50.
The community's been very good to me, and I thought,
like that as an addition,
it's good to highlight it.
But yeah,
I'll be back in just a little bit.
I would
hope
love
to see you all soon.
Profession specific.
And save up those pages. I've got 2, and I've marked where sweet potatoes last one came in, so I'll know which ones are added at. Keep them coming if you want them.
And even if it was just you level up rewards, people would just love that, and or even RNG drops. I don't know, but I'm not a designer, but I know that people love.
And I'll put wash in this correct position.
Imagine like a lumberjack outfit for a woodcutter. Like that would be so cute.
That'd be so cute. Good.
Yeah,
and the fact like they could like color match it to the cape as well, which would be just Fashionscape 101.
Yeah. It's really
so
exciting.
good.
And with a transmog system as well, we can fashion shores whatever we want or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, really looking forward to what we do here.
I think one of the quality updates that actually happened has been the transmog system. Like not just for the hats, but just in general, because everyone knows armor. Armor between 0 to 200 is pretty mediocre. So the fact that I'm just running around.
Guardian.
Rip. Well, like, the fact that you can just now run around like in your clothes that you've set your character, which costs only a silver to change now, is just it's amazing. I'm literally killing people in the den barefoot, and it's a vibe. So
okay,
it's just one of those things where it's just like it would definitely help a lot to add more transmogs, especially as Kel said, proficient specific.
So really excited to see what we do with combat. We don't know. I don't want to speculate too much. All we can do is just give a little feedback on how we feel about it and see what they come up with. My case in point regarding this is everyone was like, oh, give us withdraw 612. Give us withdraw 612. It'll make the game so much better. And then Andrew said, no. You get auto. You get auto withdraw instead. It's like
Yeah.
None of us even thought of that, and he came up with that system just like that. So just give it time, and that's what I think. We just give it time.
And Gower,
the biggest, 100%. I think the biggest thing about this whole situation is the fact that even though, from Gower's post earlier about the combat system, he truly believed in the combat system as it is. But the fact that he was still willing to working and actually consider options, I think that goes a long way to see how much they're willing to put into it.
He was like, please try it. And then everyone tried it. And we're like, we still don't like it, Andrew.
I don't like it.
So, yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
Good to see. He goes into PvP here. It's a league system. So we originally kind of speculated this would be like leagues or PvP leagues and stuff like that, kind of like Leaguescape is or Path of Exile is. But the way he defines the league system in this is more like mobile games. I don't mean that in a bad way. Just this is an easy example, like Clash of Clans, right? You PvP against people your rank or your league, and then you move up and down based on that. This means everyone can enjoy PvP, and you won't need to like be level 500 or whatever. You don't need the best gear perfectly. You can always experience people around your range, and we'll see how the matchmaking works on that. Or it says it's open world as well, but we'll see how that goes. But yeah.
I think my only concern here with PvP, at least from what I've seen in terms of combat, is the RNG system, right? Like in terms of, how much you hit, how much you get hit. And I think like the PvP in, say, like, sorry to keep comparing to RuneScape, but that's like the easiest thing to compare. But like the PvP in RuneScape, where it was fully sweaty, where you basically gear change and get yourself quality RSI. Yeah, like I obviously don't want it to ever get to that point, because I honestly do not like the PvP in RuneScape. But I also don't know how they're gonna add a system where it gives you some kind of skill-based combat, because right now combat is just
PvP in the current state of the game is not going to be good. If we literally just take it at face value and it's like we hit each other with sticks, it's not going to be good. I think that they understand that as well, and I don't think PvP will be like that either. But we definitely need to see the combat rework first before we even speculate. And I do think that PvP might be slightly different to fighting mobs as well. So yeah, we'll see.
Historically speaking, I haven't been huge into like PvP in games, but I'm still curious to see how it will be in Brighter Shores, to see if maybe it would actually be something enjoyable for someone like me who's just a little casual.
Yeah, no, it's a casual, laid-back game by design. Obviously, you can play it as hardcore as you like, but we will see. And it seems like something that you can dabble in without going crazy. But he does mention staking as well, so which, if you didn't know, is it's quite sweaty.
Yeah, it just reminds me of what's it called?
Duel Arena.
Yes, thank you, Duel Arena. 100%. Like that's what it seems like it's gonna be, which I don't mind. I actually did enjoy peak Duel Arena times.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be a little bit more strategy focused rather than sweaty like OSRS is, which OSRS does have sweaty. I understand that, but there would be a lot of strategy in terms of which is the best spec to use, which is the best thing to do in the moment. Should I be using if potions remain the same, which I don't think they will change, should I be using a potion right now, or should I try and push for a kill, that kind of stuff. So I think it'll be 100%. Interesting. Kind of like a
especially if there's like special
versus turn-based real time.
Like you can put up defenses kind of thing, so you can defend against Inferno.
Not literally turn-based, but the game is the pace slow enough, as long as there's enough strategy in it that it feels like a turn-based game. Yeah,
100%. Like, don't get me wrong, there'll still be like sweaty aspects in terms of like calculating like the DPS and chances and stuff. But I think giving people a simple system that you don't need a PhD to figure out how to do, I think will definitely give people like Kels who haven't historically played PvP but could still dabble in it to see what it's like without feeling like they instantly keep losing kind of thing.
Yeah. Let's see. There was we plan to add many more transmogs as we discussed, which is very exciting.
Let's go.
We will see what they have cooking up for that. I'm sure Sam's always Sam feels like a player Samuel feels like a player for me. Every time we interact with him, he's like, oh yeah, the fact that I can't drop items while moving is a pain in the ass, and I want him to change it. So stuff like that, or like I can't add friends. He's like, I'm pushing Andrew to change it.
No.
So the stuff that annoy us, he's also experiencing and giving feedback on, which is really, really great. So he's very much on our side when it comes to this kind of stuff. So hopefully we'll see. He's big into pets too. So yeah.
Oh, please, yes.
We also have a mention of maybe some kind of type of profession chat or making you be able to chat with people across instances within the same room. So you have when you're in the kitchen, you can talk to anyone else in the kitchen, which at the moment isn't an issue, but at launch, if you played during launch, very often you would leave the room to go buy from Kevin 11 and you'd go back in and you'd be in with new people, friends or not, just because the room size of 30 players or whatever, 20 players, and just so many people coming in and out. So it'd be nice to see that change, or even just a profession channel, because if you didn't know, every profession has its own culture. So like chef have their own kind of culture, carpenters have their own culture, and then there's leatherworkers, which we don't like to talk about because those guys are crazy.
Unhinged. Too much AFK time.
Yeah. Too much chatting over there. I've heard some weird stories from the leatherworking guild. And then introduction to co-op leveling methods with partying and stuff, which would be really cool.
I think that chat would definitely be a lifesaver for this game. I think at the moment we don't really feel the MMO aspect, right? We just feel the online aspect. And having a chat that's just constantly popping would bring that back in, especially for things like, combat where you're only with another one or two people at any point. So it'd be cool. It'd be cool to see.
Yeah. Kels, anything regarding the chat stuff? Have you had any problems with like changing rooms and stuff, or has it mostly been good now?
The only thing I don't like is that when you leave the room, you can't see what's being said while you're gone.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. And then when you come back in to a group of your friends, like you're kind of like having to catch up on the conversation again.
I was gone for 30 seconds to buy bread, and y'all are talking shit about me. I know
it. Y'all trading black sat hats behind my back.
Yeah. Pretty much.
It feels like that. It feels like that. I like, hold on, I'm gonna go buy bread. And I'm like, that fucking frog, man. Like I feel it. I feel it in the back of my neck.
It's also just that FOMO, eh? You just want to stay in the conversation.
Yeah, I want to keep chatting. So yeah, but the guilds themselves really love it. I said it before the game even came out. I said that all these crafting guilds where everyone hangs out is going to create a really cool community culture, which ironically in RuneScape 3, the blacksmithing is like that. In Falador, that's where all the blacksmithing happens. But when you go play RuneScape 3, no one's talking. Everyone's just grinding, and it's just completely different. Maybe our game is more boring. I don't know. But people are much more engaged and people chatting all the time. It's great. I love it.
Yeah. I think it's also just the aspect of a new game, right? Like with RuneScape, you kind of know what you're doing at that point. Whereas with this game, like there's still heaps of knowledge that can be shared. You can tell people that ventures exist, that they've never realized existed. And you can trade hats.
Yes.
Which I'm still looking for Black Santa hats, by the way.
Stop plugging.
You did it twice. I only did it once. And you're doing it twice. Who's the thirsty one over here?
I'm sorry. It's too good.
They go in. We have another question here. This one, they go in more into rethinking the combat professions, but not having a separate combat profession per episode. More of this will be revealed once the designs in my head have turned into something concrete. So yeah, really interested to see what will happen with that. But yeah, again, prioritizing, making sure people on the leaderboard and people's efforts are not wasted. So he has experienced a lot of feedback about and received a lot of feedback about the way the professions work in terms of looping or larger maps, that kind of stuff. A lot of the game's design is at the moment loops and trying to make an efficient loop, which it can be fun, it cannot be. Some people like a larger map to explore. Chronopolis kind of felt like that when you first walked in. There was not a lot of loops in Chronopolis. You just kind of walk in and you're like completely overwhelmed compared to something like Hopeport, where you're just quite linear, or you're looping around fishing or foraging. So I like the diversity in the content. So I hope we get to see more of that.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see them do any map changes at this point as well. But it's one of those things where they can. This is the time to do it.
And he also does receive, he's heard the things about the clicking, where, for example, when you're doing combat, it takes 2 clicks instead of 1. Well, originally when we first launched the game, it was 3 clicks to do combat, which felt really bad. So that's been improved on, and then we'll see what other iterations we get. I'd like to see a default weapon. I've never in my life going to click my one-hander when my two-hander is better when I'm fighting the same mob. So having a form of default weapon selection would be nice. Every time I look to my left on stream, by the way, that's me clicking combat. And so yeah, just those kinds of things to be improved on, which is good, so we can not get arthritis.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. There's nothing else to say about it.
Yeah. More mentions of minigame.
I want fixed?
Sorry. Yep.
That stupid goblin on the north and south wall in Hopeport.
You brought this up with Samuel. You hate that thing.
Yeah.
I've got a meme about that later on as well. I saw that someone posted.
I hate that goblin so much.
The ladder goblin is awful.
There's no reason when you are all the way at the top of that wall for it to be able to hit you. Sorry. Continue.
No, you're good. Did it just happen? No, you're not doing bounties right at the moment.
It happened about 20 minutes ago.
Excellent.
It's fresh.
It's fresh in the mind. More mentions of minigame and raid style content, which uses professions from other episodes. So we'll hopefully see, more RPG elements of our characters becoming stronger and becoming more skilled, rather than walking into a new zone and being like, who am I?
100%.
So that's really good to see.
I reckon. Sorry, just really quickly. I reckon what would be kind of cool as well is to see like raid styles that require all 3 factions.
Oh yeah.
That would be kind of cool. Like, one of each faction has to be partaking of the raids, and you, instead of a rivalry, it becomes a friendship.
Yeah. Having different specs would help with that. Like, and it might not even be like, surely you can do, like, let's say you have 3 people, 3 guardians, right? And maybe you can put on a dot on them, but it's exclusive, right? So you can only have 1 of the guardian dot per time. But if you have all 3 factions in, and they can all put a dot on, so you can still do it as 3 guardians, but having a mix would be just more efficient. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but just as long as people can always do it, even if it's air quote less efficient, I think that'd be good as well. And just because we don't have a Trinity system, and I don't want to introduce one.
Yeah, I don't think they ever had the idea of introducing it.
Yeah.
I don't think it has any place in this game.
No. This is a really good one. This is very hopeful. If you've ever played RuneScape 3 and possibly old school, I think in modern day, a lot of the crafting and gathering professions are just worthless, because you can go mining and get 100 ore, or you can go kill Glacier or something like that and get like 1,000 ore instead. And just all the different bosses and stuff just drop tons of gathering and crafting materials. So he mentions that we'll be very careful to make sure the crafting professions don't become worthless. Even if we had a unique drop you could only get from a boss, we would still do something like making it so crafting can be used to further enhance the item.
Yeah, I think that's going to be great, because one of my biggest annoyance with RuneScape was the fact that you couldn't craft like a full rune set until you're like 90 plus. Um, Whereas, I mean, I know RuneScape 3's changed that now, but old school RuneScape is still there. They've also added more things to it, but yeah, not having a worthless profession is always a good thing because people would just leave it.
I don't play the game, but I hear something about like pirate zombies being cracked. They drop like tons of really good loot. Yeah, it's
yeah.
New mob gets introduced, it drops tons of good loot, and then people get upset because
it
makes all of the other skills redundant.
Else.
Yeah,
100%, and that's something I really hope they don't do. They just keep it pretty balanced because I love skilling, and the point is I love skilling because it's relevant.
Yeah, personally, I feel like all the skills are really, really balanced, except leatherworkers. Don't hate me. You're a little bit overtuned. Sorry.
Yep. The fact they can make like 6 gold.
That's a max level, but yeah, 6 gold an hour with max merchant, max leatherworker. Whereas like chef and fisher, they're like, help! I only make a gold and a half or something.
It's wild.
Broken says the chef. Please buff me.
Give me more gold.
This question here, they have mentions of adding a polling system in the game, which would be really good because at the moment when you ask X, formerly Twitter, as he says, you'll get a different response versus if you throw it on Discord versus if you throw it on Steam discussions or Reddit, who all have very different, conflicting and angry opinions at each other. So being able to be like, hey, do you want hat trading? And then get a definitive answer on it, which I still think is no, as much as the people who are saying yes are coping.
I think it's also it's that old school RuneScape culture of wanting to have a say in what gets added and or removed.
Yes.
And that's fair enough. That's that transparency that gamers really want.
Yeah, I think that the old school system and polls is a really good system, where it has its faults, where it's like, oh, a new skill didn't get added, even though they did all this work because they were so adamant they didn't want a new skill. I think they have sailing now, obviously, but they were so adamant, no new skills. So yeah, that's been kind of done away with. But as long as we don't get that kind of culture, I think it'll be nice to get polls.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only people that vote no are the elitists and or the people who already got their
max
leaderboard position. Yeah, exactly. And I think at one point the game will become like this. But I think it's completely different at the moment, and I think it can benefit from it.
Yeah. This is he also has taken notice here about how people love den raids and people love semi-AFK, because we obviously have the passive system, which some people aren't really happy with because it's like, oh, I get one level 8 every 8 hours, which I think they have no vision, which its passive system's awesome. But also the rest of the game is extremely active, except den raids and maybe leatherworker and a little bit of chef if you're doing stews. So he's taken note, like, we want to add ways to add semi-AFK ways to play, which is really nice as well.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, as I said at the start, having raids as a thing is really nice. Like, yeah, it's a balancing act, right? Where you could be doing something that will give you more rewards in terms of gold or XP, but just being able to switch off your brain and having that AFK option is really nice.
Yeah. Kels, did you have anything to add?
About the semi-AFK?
Yeah. I mean, I know you do stews for the rest of your life, but...
The more AFK something is, and I think this is just different because I'm a streamer and I have ADHD, I like being semi AFK while I'm doing my cooking because I can then interact with my chat. Now, if I wasn't streaming, I would be more than happy to do the more click intensive type of stuff. So I don't think the way I see it is fair to apply to any other players.
No, that's very valid. That's exactly the same. That's how a lot of people feel. They want to have that lever. It's like, I want to be locked into the game. I want to get rewarded for being locked in, versus I don't want to be locked in right now. I want to chat with my stream. I want to play some other game. I want to play Path of Exile 2. So I'm going to do den raids. Sparty.
What are you talking about?
Stuff like that.
God, is that you? Yeah. We don't talk about my transgressions against the community.
Yeah. And then we have a party system planned. We wanted to launch, it wasn't ready, and we want to add more co-op activities to go alongside the party system. So that's just really cool to see. I love co-op fishing. It's a shame it's not very efficient, but I think it's friggin' awesome. It's just a lot of fun. So it's as silly as it sounds. It's just a lot of fun.
I've said this heaps, and I'll keep saying it. The game is great. The only thing it's missing is the online aspect. It doesn't feel like you can really party up and talk to people as much as the game should. So the more they fix that, the better.
Yeah.
I would love to see some like dungeons where you have to team up with your friends and stuff like that would be really cool.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to jump forward here because I want to get into the guests. We will have one more of his AMA questions here. This guy asked a really long, dumb question about content creation, and he basically got met with TLDR. That was really funny.
That was the highlight of the AMA, I think.
Yes, it was. And a lot of great jokes spawned from this. There's a pin in one of the Discords at the moment about just ripping into me. And I asked Samuel this question. I didn't ask Andrew. And then Samuel, later on, in discussions with Samuel, has answered this question. So he had an answer, but he didn't answer it. No hard feelings here. This is really, really, really funny. The whole office was laughing, and I'm glad that the whole office could laugh at this. And I laugh at it too, because this question sucks. The way that I framed, I had this copy pasted, and then I saw how everyone else asked their question, and I was like, I messed up. So I don't have any hard feelings about it. I've learned my lesson, and I got done for it, which is fine. And the answer to the question is they do want to work really closely with streamers. He's been doing Fen Research Friday or Fen Fridays, where he streams and he talks to other Twitch streamers. He's been talking to them and bringing in co-streams. And Samuel's been a great addition to the team, and the most active community manager we've ever seen in any game like this as well. And it's just I don't say that lightly. I think that you guys would agree with that.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So it's great to see. Yeah, and this is funny. I cringe at this. I do.
Yeah.
It's so awful.
I mean, to be honest, you could have just if you scroll back up, you could have literally just asked 3 lines there.
I know this part.
This
part. I know. I know. Yeah. I just go on to this stuff. I know. It's just I was so passionate. I'm very passionate frog guy, whatever. So anyway, I don't want to sit on it because I cringe at it too. So I want to bring our first guest onto here, which is Karashta, who was the world second 500 chef. So we'll bring him on now. Hello, Karashta.
Hey, what's up? How's everybody doing?
Karashta,
hey,
let's go.
welcome in.
Chef fam.
Yeah, I'm a chef fan. I miss it. I'm like, I got Stockholm syndrome or some shit, whichever one it is.
Are you still in the kitchen?
No, I want to be in the kitchen though. I'm so bored here in the carpentry place.
So there are different cultures. There's totally different cultures, right?
People are just standing here doing the activity. Nobody's talking about how miserable cutting all this wood is to get to
There's no shared trauma.
Seriously, I don't know who these people are.
Misery loves company, and for some reason, there's just no misery, no company. What's going on?
I don't know. I guess they're just not miserable enough. These people haven't really buckled down to the grind, you know?
They're all running out and spending all their money instead of making it. So you went to carpentry next, did you?
Yeah, I just want to get I haven't done anything in this game, so
Oh my god, you're doing the 32 carpentry grind?
Yeah, I'm doing the 32 cartridge.
Man's got 500 chef.
That's what awesome. Toopy did. When he finished the monument, he went and did the 32 carpentry grind.
That's right. You guys, welcome to the game, guys. It's like you just started. It's so great.
Originally, I got to like level 25-ish and everything, and I went to Hope Forest and got some stuff, and I was like, okay, cool, we get to cut wood. I love cutting wood. Like I cut all the trees in RuneScape, and then I'm doing this stuff, and I'm like, okay, this is cool. But then I needed 61 chef or something for a quest, I think. And then I'm sitting there making stew or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I really like this. I can get 200. 200 should be fine, you know? This will be my first 200. So then I get to 200 and I'm like, okay, they told me it was going to be 4 times slower. Yeah, exactly. While I'm here. And then, yeah, that was way long ago. And it took way longer than I thought it would.
So
it's impressive.
At what point did you like... At what point did the fallacy kick in, where it's like, I'm here already, I need to finish it?
Probably around like 250, somewhere around there. I was like, oh, I'm quote unquote halfway done. This was before I had done like any mental math to realize just how many levels there are to 500. So it's like, yeah, I'm halfway. And then I started doing the math somewhere, I want to say like around 300, because I was like, wow, this is still kind of taking a while. It didn't like slow too much, which I was happy about. Like, yeah, it takes more and more XP, but it scales pretty well for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I just remember like totally getting absorbed, man. I can't, what can I say? We said the was it the dopamine fiends? Is that what we all are? Dopamine
That's
fiends?
it. Yeah. Number chasers.
I thought it was dopamine crackheads.
Yeah, crackheads is more appropriate.
Potato.
Yeah. That's what that's why all the experience potions are for.
Oh my god, those things. I don't even bother, man. When I realized I could take them, but I would have to lose a slot, I was like, this is way too much work.
Yeah.
Just me and Kevin 11, bro. Me and Kevin 11.
So yeah, so you did your 500 grind, so you didn't use level 500 potions. Sorry, you didn't use experience potions during your grind.
I didn't use any potions. I didn't even really do. So I got to 200 without buying any of the passives, and I was using some of my KP on just like, I think it was alchemy, because I don't really like alchemy. Yeah, I started chef like really early. It was like the 4th day of the game, I want to say. Then I got to 200.
That's interesting, because I would suspect, because the guard grind, for example, that world first was like, I was going to log into the game and start combat and get world first. That was how the guard grind went. But you went to Hope Forest, maybe even further. You vibed for a bit. You got stuck into chef only in like day 4. So how hard did you grind? How intense was it?
The grind didn't really get that bad until basically the leaderboard came out. Like I was doing a decent amount. It's my second monitor game, and chef is decently semi AFK, so I'd be like, you know, watching a stream or whatever, playing. And oh man, I completely forgot what I was saying because I almost knocked something off my table.
You're good.
I don't think people realize just how long the chef grind is, because you know you see 500 levels, right? And then you find out it's 4 times that, from 200 to 500, right? So when you do the actual math, you say that's 300 levels, right? Multiplied by 4, because that's the equivalency to the original 200. So you're left with 1,400 actual like pre-200 levels that you're grinding. Which doesn't it doesn't really click. So like level, I think it was like 300 something was actually the halfway point. It was really weird, man.
Mm-hmm. How close were you to first? Did you like, are you upset that you only got second, or like
No,
you didn't really
like,
care, eh?
I was only upset probably like the 2nd or 3rd day the leaderboard was out, because I had the first spot by like 60 levels for over a day. Like I was like, okay, I guess really I am the only crazy person doing this. Like it was like I thought there were a couple people crazier than me who had also been, you know, really feeling the chef grind. But then when he came out and Barra was like 30 levels above me already, I was like, okay, well, I mean, that's like I don't know, 3 days of full time playing that, and he's
Mm.
playing more hours a day than me. So literally, it's like, you know, like you're driving a car and a cheetah just runs past, and you just know you could never catch the cheetah. Whatever, I'll do my best.
How many
example.
hours? How many hours a day did you log in for? Did you change as you got closer to 500?
So it definitely changed. Originally, I'd say like, I normally game anywhere from like 8 to 10 hours because I'm just always here anyway, and it is a second monitor game. But it once the leaderboard came out, it was probably, I don't know, 14 plus every day. And then, God, Bacon Mountain, dude. I'm sorry, Kels, because you're heading to it slowly but surely. But Bacon Mountain is so from 3:45 to 4:38, it's all one recipe. And like
Yeah.
the recipe doesn't give you more every time. So like you're
Oof.
slowly climbing up this mountain, and I think level 410 was about the first time I actually was like, maybe I don't want to do this.
Yeah, it's
All the other
Too late to turn back
it's
now.
okay. Yeah. And
I've
then
heard the horror stories of Bacon Mountain, and I'm not looking forward to it. But number must go up.
I
definitely
love
do it. I
I
believe in
love
that.
that the chef community has come up with a name for like Bacon Mountain because it's not the first time I've heard that, and it wasn't from you. I heard it, so
No,
it's just
it is.
it's
As soon as
hilarious,
you
and it's
see how much you have to do, you're like, it's just a mountain of bacon because you get like a small glimpse of it earlier. I think it's like 170 to 217 or something.
Yep,
So there's
I
like a
just got over
jump.
that one.
Yeah, and that one kind of sucks because bacon sandwiches, let's face it, bacon sandwiches just kind of suck.
Yes.
It's a lot of running and a lot of clicking compared to just stew where you're mindless. And then to have to do almost 100 levels of, well, sorry, quote unquote, have to do 100 levels of it.
mhm.
Uh, Hopefully, when trading comes out, I assume people are going to be running fish and it'll change completely, and no one will suffer
Mm,
Bacon
The
Mountain quite
Bacon
the same
Mountain
way.
true
70,000,
that.
just over
Oh my
70,000
God.
bacon, right?
Yeah, I think, yeah,
It's
Shulk said
crazy.
it's like over 70,000 if you don't use bounties or KP, because those do cut it down, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's so many. Level 430 is the worst level in the chef game. I'm sorry, anyone that experiences it. It's a passive level, so you have to spend 4 KP on that, and it takes like almost 3 hours, I think, to do that one level. Never.
Um.
Far out.
Now, Bacon Mountain. Do your passives help at all with gaining the levels?
Absolutely. You want to do the passives. They every night, even if it was only like half a level, think about that. That's half a level of bacon that you don't have to climb
that's 2 hours of your
Start
life that
instead of
you're gonna
measuring
get back.
instead of measuring experience per hour, start measuring in like how much bacon reduction.
Exactly. That's the way to think
Yeah.
about it. Like just less bacon. And I'd say my biggest like advice to anyone is just, dude, ignore the game when you're playing Bacon Mountain. Like put on that movie you like
Mm,
and just watch that movie. That binge I watched. I think it was Only Murders in the Building. I watched the entire series. So
yeah.
just,
That's
like
awesome.
put on One Piece or whatever if you're into anime and just like go for
Nice.
it,
One Piece
man.
is good.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty brutal. Other than that
Mm,
though, it's not too bad. Like I've got 99s in old school RuneScape and I've got some of the like the crappier gathering ones. So like not agility though. That's just
mm.
let's not talk about agility.
Yeah, let's not talk about agility.
But I don't even feel like it was that bad. Especially the chefs.
Mm,
Like everybody's cool, you know. Shulk was my biggest competition, and he basically also helped push me to get second. And like I don't know, we just all just hang out. Sometimes there's not talking for like an hour or two while everybody's just sort of like, I hate bacon, I hate bacon, I hate bacon. But then
That
like it comes
is
back out and people talk.
that is really really cool. It sounds like you
mm.
had a lot of fun. As much as like the jokes about the miserableness of it, I think it sounds like it was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, it was absolutely fun. And I think a lot of it is just the culture that we try to promote in there. Like any time anybody got like too heated or too political or anything, which was only like once or twice in the God knows how many hundreds of hours I've actually spent on the game. it cooled down pretty fast. Like nobody got really mad. Everything just sort of settled down, and everybody started cooking again
The
for like
AI
an
kicked
hour.
in and started blocking messages.
Oh my God! Speaking of which, I kind of like it. Like it can be frustrating if you're trying to say like if you type shit and curse a lot like I do because it just comes out of you.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Yeah.
kind of like that. Man, I don't have to stand near anything like the old school RuneScape Grand Exchange and hear that type of bile. Like
Hmm.
That
I
is
got
a
to stand.
pretty refreshing
Amen to
opinion to
that.
hear. I like that. That's really cool. And someone in my Discord mentioned as well. It's I think that that filter helps create this kind of community when it comes with your your kitchen community and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, because it keeps anyone that's anyone that says something like, "Oh man, that chat filter, I had to type like 4 times to get around it." I'm like, "Yeah, you're just getting blocked." So like, especially in the chef community where all the top chefs are friends with each other, that effectively deletes you from the room when you leave. Because you'll get put like you'll leave the room and someone else will come in and take your slot before you come back because they're blocked you.
True that. True that.
I wanted.
I
Oh yeah, sorry.
sorry, I just had an invasive thought, but it wasn't the bacon sandwiches, but it was the friends we made along the way.
Yes.
Exactly.
Amen to that.
It
Exactly.
really was. I just wanted to quickly ask how you approached your bounties because I've heard a couple of different ways about the really competitive people. I think the average player should just jump in and do a couple of bounties just grab a swipe of bounties every 2 hours. But I wanted to know how the top players did it.
All right, so I think I'm gonna say the actually most efficient way to do it is to not do the bounties every time. You want to save up the ones that are worth the most, so stuff like the sentry and or things that are like in a line together work really well, like the dude at the hooked hand and the chick on Little Lucy. Those are
Mm-hmm.
two good ones because they're
Yeah.
decent XP also like right in a line or the scrapyard. If you get one that's all
Yeah.
three of those, you can hook it. If you can, the ideal thing to do would be to stack one KP up and then go grab a bunch of those, like do them all in a line. And before you turn them all in, you pound an XP potion. So you're getting all that extra XP at once. I, of course, am a completely lazy sack of shit and did like none of that. I'm not running around. I'm not sure. I wasn't
Still
juggling
second.
XP potions.
Still second.
Like, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
like,
I don't
yeah,
use
I did
potions
not
either.
bank the bacon first. I was never like I'm not a person that ran stuff back and forth because if you look at it just logically, and this is most of what I did for my run because nobody had any of this information when I started. It was like, okay, when you go grab your stack of bacon and you bring it to the bank and you bank it, you've taken like 2 or 3 steps out of the way, and then when you go to pick that stuff up and back to cook it, you're taking another like couple of steps. So ultimately, it just has to be slightly slower. Now, granted, if you're like banking up because you need to like go to the store and you're going to come back and cook like a bunch of bacon sandwiches, like, sure, man, absolutely. But if you just want to sit there and be a maniac and grind, you got to run to Kevin 11 every time, man. It's
Mm-hmm.
the fastest way.
The chat. What are you gonna do if like in Cal's situation, if they start trading Black Santa hats behind your back because you're not in the room to stop them? What's gonna happen?
See, I don't have that problem because my goal with the Santa hats wasn't to collect one type. It was to just see how many I can accumulate
Just
through the
collect them
season.
all.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
had like a couple days ago I counted I had almost 700, so I'm doing pretty well. I haven't broken 50 of one type yet. I'm closest at 47 yellow Christmas hats, but this is all just me grinding.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
thought is after the season, I figure anybody that wants to collect, I'll probably give them away because like I don't really care about anything except for the yellow one that helps me look like Homer Simpson. I just I just want like one of each, and I don't care about all these dupes, man. I'm not gonna be able to sell them or anything. And
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's cool. So what's your like just to settle this argument? Because like people have said it's somewhere between half a level to a level an hour after 200. Is that the case?
uh, I want to say the average for a level after 200 for chef is probably closer to like 1.5 or 2 hours for most of the time. except for Bacon Mountain, where it just gets, as we've discussed, it starts at like the normal, I would say like 1.5-ish, and slowly but surely goes up to just stop paying attention because you don't want to know how much you're playing the game and not getting a level.
True that. True that.
Karashta, I feel like you would like understand the pain, but something happened to me the other day where I set up my passive and I went to bed and then I went to work. I was gone for about 20 hours from the game and I logged back in and I found out that 8 hours into my passive, I ran out of crates.
Oh my God, crates? Are you like out of everything you could have run out of, you ran out of crates?
I ran out of crates and I told everyone in the kitchen it was my 13th reason why.
I honestly completely forgot crates even existed. I bought 999 of them like forever ago, and until you said anything, I forgot they were a thing in the game.
I immediately trauma bought 999 crates.
I would have absolutely done the same exact thing. One thing I don't like, and I wish they would change, is the garlic herring passive is absolute garbage. Like every other passive, you get somewhere between like 12 and 24 hours of just it giving you XP. The garlic herring is 6. The max you get is 6. So like if you want that, if you're gonna min max, you have to be up in 6 hours to get your garlic herring.
That is yeah. What?
I don't know. I
Yes,
feel like
because
it's
it's a
such
double
so
item
bad.
and double speed. So
I feel like there's
Oh.
like a decimal point somewhere that somebody messed up because like no other
Mm.
passive and anything else that I'm aware of really is like that, right? Like normally it's you fill the bag and you get at least 12 hours for stuff, right?
Well,
Yeah.
I actually rely on the one ingredient passives because I am away from my computer during the week for 20 hours at a time. And so that's something I'm actually like nervous about is as I unlock the later passives post 200, like I'm only going to be unlocking the 12-hour passives and I'm like, well that's going to be 12 hours of lost XP or
You're
10
still
hours of
gonna
lost XP.
you're still gonna want to do the highest level one, even if it
yeah,
seems like it's less because there's a I forget what the cutoff is. As soon as you get the higher passive or you're above a certain level, that lower passive gets cut off after like 4 hours and gives you like way less XP, and it's basically just a waste of your time.
it gives half experience, and then when you get even further past it, it gets like less, like 87% less experience. It's actually a problem which I want to raise eventually, but maybe after Christmas because I don't think they're gonna see it.
Mm.
Well, thanks.
Christmas break.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for coming on, Kreshta. It's been actually a really, really good joy to hear from you guys. Good luck on your future goals of playing the game normally. I assume that you're just going to play the game normally at this point.
Yeah, at this point, I figure I'm gonna just kind of walk around. I feel like there will be a lot of 200 capes in my future and a lot less 500 capes.
I agree.
Yeah,
Understandable.
find another one
I'm
that
not
just
even
is,
sure
like,
I'll ever
fits
get a
me.
500. It's actually crazy
don't
unless I
blame you.
fully passive
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Do not blame you at all. No, thank you very much for having me on.
No, it was
See you,
awesome.
Kreshta.
Any shout outs or anything like that you want to give out?
Shout outs to Shulk. Shulk is great.
Awesome.
Seriously, that's basically it. Shulk is great. Everybody, go into the kitchen and say hello. And he's 11 levels, I think, from getting the
Hey,
third 500.
nice.
That should be this weekend then. Really cool.
Yeah, keep an eye on that. It seems like the next day or so he should have it probably.
Yeah. Shulk's,
Yeah, he did predict Sunday, so
Shulk's been really awesome to chat to in Discord, and they've been flooding the chat as well. I've been watching it. It's been great. Really good chat. Well, thanks for coming on. I'm going to switch over to Sunhai now, who was our world first 500. Thanks, Kareshta.
Hey, Kreshta.
All right, take care, guys.
Bye.
bye.
Sanhai.
Hello.
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 Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. A bit tired from moving all day, but it's fine.
Yeah. You were literally... So we organized this. Sanhai was on a flight like an hour ago.
Yeah.
Live. While we were alive.
But I got home, so
Got home. No delays. Really awesome to have you on.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Tell us about merchant. In my opinion, the hardest skill in the game. I'd love to hear more about it.
Merchant thing. It's probably the funnest skill. Like,
Yeah.
if I'm being honest, it's like the one skill that's totally not AFK. I mean, you can AFK it, but it's pretty bad if you do. It's just like, I think the only skill that you can kind of speed up if you do it correctly, or if you apply like a really good tactic on it.
Yeah.
Which there are probably like tens of tactics that people can use, but I was able to get it to like the speed of combat. So it was like at the same level as combat, almost like 45 minutes per level ish, 45 minutes.
That's really fast.
So it went really
usually
quick.
It's about an hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got it. You got this like a week ago or something, didn't you? When did you hit 500?
15 days ago.
Wow. Okay.
It's been that long. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 15 days. I'm still walking into the merchant guild, by the way, every day.
just habitually, or?
Yeah, it's just muscle memory. Like every time I teleport to the market, I'll just, instead of selling my hides, I'll go to the board.
Yeah.
So what are you doing since getting 500 merchant? Like,
I just instantly dove into the 500 leatherworking grind.
Really?
Yeah. I have this goal for myself, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be the first, but I want to have a platinum. And looking at how people are making... No. I mean like a platinum in coins. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I want to be the first in that. That was kind of my goal that I set out for myself. I want to just make as much money as I can. And people said leatherworking was good money. So I went to look at it. And then I was like, but you need merchant. So I might as well do merchant first.
Oh, so this started ages ago. You're just like, I want to get a platinum day one. I'm like, I'm going to get a platinum. Now you just finished your merchant. So now it's back to, that's awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
So how much money did you get from doing 500 merchant without spending it?
I spent a lot on pots because I bought 6% pots because I really wanted to be the first one.
Gotcha.
And I was racing. So I had to like just go all out.
Yep.
I think I had like around 500 from merchanting alone.
500 gold?
But then I bought like 12,000 potions, so it's down to 300.
Not 1,200.
12,000.
12,000.
No, 12,000 6% pots, yeah.
What?
A little bit over 200 gold in potions. Oops.
How many do you have left?
I have 800 left.
Sorry, guys.
No
that was delayed.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's a podcast still.
Did you pop one every time you like traded?
Sorry,
something.
Every 2 minutes, kind of. Just every 2 minutes, I popped a pot. Yeah.
So
just every time it was available. Of course, like there's like runs in between where it's like 30 seconds of no potion, but probably every time.
Do you know how many you had at the end of your merchant grind? So because obviously you've been using it for leatherworker.
1, 2, 3.
I think I used like 9,500.
4 pages banked. 4 pages banked.
That's
I started using it really early on. Like as soon as I got to the point where, that was my tactic, right? I just ran with a pot in my inventory most of the time, and I only dropped it when I really needed 4 slots. For bounties.
So you spend the turnips,
always had a
the little earned currency at the bottom beside your bits, usually.
1.8
not your
billion
bits, but
XP. 5% or 6% of that is like going to be 10 levels at the end of the grind. So
you
I
can
might
spend
as well
300
popping potions,
or
and I'll have
a
10 levels of profit, which
subscription
like
buys 5 pages. And if anybody follows
it
or
sounds
we get
redundant
raids,
to
it's
say out loud, but it
another
basically saves you 6% of time. Which it like I said, it sounds redundant, but in a game where it's like it is literally 45 minutes per level,
I think
that is a very rigid and calculated amount. So that's really cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did the
oh yeah.
Sorry, I just did the math on 12,000 potions, and it's about 16.6 days worth of potions. Like literally, if
no
you do.
clue how old
like
this
2
one
minutes.
is.
Yeah,
It doesn't help that I haven't actually got
yeah,
the
it's
symbol
60
working
days
for
worth
it
of
yet.
potions.
from
So
0 to
underneath
like
your
500
little
is just popping
chat
potions
box,
all the time.
there'll
That's
be a
crazy.
little
ironically,
round
I don't
bubble.
use potions
And it's
for
called
potions I
turnips
find
right now.
frustrating to use,
If you
so
click on it
take us
and
through
you
the
have a little look
process, I
down,
think.
there'll
Like,
be
you've
an
obviously got this locked
option
in, so
for
The process.
um,
Yeah, so I used like the dropping tactic, which a lot of
to
people like. There's people that
book
dislike it,
reading
and there's
full
people that love it.
page.
And I think since the drop all, a lot
But it's
more
got a
people started
5-minute
using it.
delay. So
Like
Steady did one
you
3 minutes
buy
ago, so you'd have to wait
bounties,
another 2 minutes to
even if you don't have the
get another
bounty,
one in.
you'll still
Yeah.
buy the goods. So you drop it at the
And we're
merch guild.
reading
If you get the bounty,
1984
you like
currently.
deliver it
So
really
once
easily.
this podcast is over,
And then you plan routes and
I
you
will
plan ahead of time to make sure
read
that
out the
you have
pages.
everything like dropped almost, or at least like the really hard to get things. You'll make sure you have them on the ground so that you can instantly pick them up and then
but
just
what a
deliver
rush.
them
Oh my
easily.
goodness.
Like it saves a lot of time if you just
Big accident as well.
buy whenever you
Laura's
can.
not actually going to
It's like
work. We couldn't
overbuying
get
is
through.
what I called it.
Couldn't get
And
through. Couldn't get a bus to go
Yeah,
through.
we've heard of that.
So
And yeah, it does change it. I
she gets a day off
definitely
work.
would like to drop all
I think
instead.
she's upset
Do
about
you-
it.
What do you? Which recipes do you do? You do it with things like pumpkins and stuff, where you turn in.
I want to quickly get the previous
vendor is far,
bounties before
or
they
everything,
disappear
or-
as well.
Just I guess almost everything, but I did it for like the south route. You have like vases and purple clots. Those are like not vases, green wines and purple clots, and those are like easy to deliver in middle. So basically, whenever I went south, I would deliver everything and TP back to board because I don't want to miss a board. Missing a board is not done. Not in my like. I was really OCD. I had like a timer going
for that
every
little
2 minutes.
experience.
I really
That's
wanted to see the
quite a
board.
bit of silver. Does that
Is the
actually a profit
mindset
on the
of
lobster
a world
thermidor?
first 500 merchant, and this is exactly what I wanted to bring. I love every second of this. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have a timer, you have a board timer, and you're like, I'm not gonna miss this board, right?
Exactly. Like I'd rather miss a bounty than miss a board. That's something that I just told myself.
There you go,
every time.
DL.
Wow.
So we've got 5 pages banked
And like
for when
if you
the
pick up
podcast is
something
over.
south, you'll overbuy what you need middle or
Go.
north. So that every time you go to a route, like for me, south, middle, or north, I would already have it.
And I hope you'll enjoy
it's
it.
just easily
The reading.
like delivered
Um,
together with
a lot of
the
people have
easier
been
things that you
enjoying
pick
the
up. There's
readings, so-
postcards, there's burgers, there's beef joints, there's meats. Those things are like all in the same kind of routes that you're already running, so it makes it like really easy to pick them up and instantly deliver them. But if it was in a different route, I'd be having it dropped on the ground so that I can deliver it in a different route, basically.
That's
do
crazy.
some of the sandwiches
While the kitchen
now.
people dream of bacon sandwiches, you're dreaming of soap.
And bounties and the board. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Did you ever like lose any of the materials because you just didn't get lucky with the bounty?
Yeah, I think I must have lost like 10 gold worth of goods that I just had on the ground that constantly went away because I didn't do the redropping tactic. Like nowadays you have drop all, so you can pick all up and then drop all
Yes.
again, so it refreshes. And for me, like I started getting like carpal tunnel in my wrist just dropping my goods all the time. So and I think I lost around like I'm gonna say like 1,000 pots because I carried like stacks of 400, 500 potions and I would drop them sometimes and then I'd forget where I dropped them because I was just awake for 18 hours a day. And then like all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I don't have my potions. Where are they? And then I have to run around Chronopolis trying to find my potions. So I probably lost like 1,000 potions.
Yeah.
Which is also a lot of money.
Yeah, I came across a little bit of a tactic where it's like I would overbuy. Soap was a good example. I'd overbuy it, and then I'd go turn in 2 soap bounties, and I'd drop some soap by the soap vendor.
So
And
all
then
around,
buy
we
what I need
currently
by
have
him. Did you do
5
much of that, or were you literally
pages
just buying 5,
banked
dropping it at merchant?
after the podcast.
I'm always
5
dropping at
whole
merchant board. I
pages.
try to drop at the vendor, but then I'd forget that I have it dropped, go buy it anyway, and then come
5
on the
so
vendor
far.
and I'll see it on the ground and then
So
I'll be
follows
like,
get
fuck,
more.
that was a waste of time.
If we get raided
Okay, so
again,
you're
that
just
gets
kind of more
another one.
consistent
Yeah.
to do.
You
Like,
get
seeing
to
what you
300
have is, like,
redeem,
easier when you're on the board.
and
So
I've
how much
upped it. A
stuff on the ground do you
subscription
have stacked up?
unlocks 5.
Well, not over 100 because the drop cap is 100.
Well, there's a
So,
drop cap. There you go.
Yes. Yeah. So after 100 things, random like things will disappear from other stacks. So it
so
kind of
not-
gets
not
messy.
Bake them
100 in
after,
one
but we'll
stack,
get
it's
the
100
bacon first. We
in
did
any all of your
4,
items.
I
Yeah,
need 13,
and it's
so
everywhere.
9 more.
Like if you drop
Everywhere,
if you drop 50 pieces at the soap vendor and then you drop 60 pieces at the merchant guild, you will lose 10 pieces from the things you dropped at the soap vendor. They will disappear there as well.
That's
So
crazy.
it's not just
Damn.
per map. Yeah.
So it's just in general. So would that also work if things dropped from, say, like combat, and then you went and dropped things yourself? Would that also count for it? I mean,
I
obviously,
really don't know if I want to do
I
that
would think
lobster
so, that's
thermidor.
right.
That doesn't seem like
crazy.
it's worth it.
This
But it
is
doesn't
that's
work that way
For
with
just
pots.
1,000 experience.
You can drop a stack of 1,000 pots and it counts as one.
Is
Right.
that
it's
still
one
better
stack slot
than
rather than
Yeah.
doing them
stuff
regularly?
that I never would have even thought of. Like
No, I
a
know.
drop cap.
Yeah.
Like what?
It's doing 8
Um,
as
Oh,
well.
by the way,
love
Senhai
pain
found the
in
drop
your butt.
cap before we had drop all. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
and
Kels.
somehow I got
It's better to stick
500
to veggie
merchants
stews.
with 4
Yeah, I just mean for the
drop all. That's
bounties, though.
Crazy. That is
And
Like
before
the other
buy
bounties
6.
seem easy enough, but the
Exactly.
lobster thermidor
I had
bounty,
one-
is
my
that
last
worth it?
evening
If
when
it's
I had
8
buy
just to
6
go to
and
the
I started,
quartermaster
like,
for 1,000
was
experience?
it last evening? I think maybe
You
3
better
days.
just
And
drop
I
it.
started just misclicking. Instead of I pressed like 5-1 every time, and now like it was 10-1. So I constantly bought 11 things.
sorry, Kels, what were you saying?
No, I was just saying that I've noticed that all 3 of my favorite
So many
skills or
ingredients and
professions are
steps,
all
yeah.
ones that
I'm
have
happy
some
to
sort of
abandon
bounty
that one.
system. So 1 chef, 2 merchant.
Makes me feel
3
better if
detective
somebody
and
else agrees.
investigations.
Thank you, C
And
Potato.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if I just like it's almost like that old school, like, give me quest, I do quest, I come back.
The little mini side quests we get from bounties, including chef. It's why chef is one of my favorite professions, and merchant is. I just haven't had the time to lock into it like friggin' God King Samai here.
I'm not the only
love
one
the
anymore.
bounties. Yes.
There's multiple now.
There's multiple catching up, or let me just check.
No,
board now.
they're not on the leaderboard, but there are multiple.
Okay, so there are 500. Wait,
Yeah, there is. I was racing someone, and
Okay,
he got
but
500.
you know
For
there
sure.
was a ban wave, right?
Yeah, but those
don't-
guys
you
are
don't-
not banned.
Okay,
No,
okay.
no, they were 100%
Oh,
hidden.
yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. I was like, there's no way, right? So do you know why they might have opted out? Didn't get first?
C
Too bad.
I'm not gonna say their
Potato,
names, 'cause, like, I just
six
know
pages
them.
we've got
Yeah.
now.
One
6
guy's
pages.
a friend,
Thank
and he
you.
opted out because he
Okay.
just wanted to get like 500, and he felt
Oh.
like just hiding and just grinding it on his own and just being.
I got a
focused.
cookie
And then the other guy was
for failing to
racing
bring
me.
someone to work.
When the leaderboard came out, was it 27th of
Ah.
November, I think? I was like, I'm probably gonna be first. Like, there's no lunatic that has spent 18 hours a day marching right now. Like, there's no way. If
I
there's
baked these
someone ahead of me,
cookies
he
earlier
started
today. They're so
earlier.
good.
So I was skeptical, and everyone was saying like, yeah, you're first. Don't worry about it. You're gonna be first.
Sorry if I'm crunching
And
the
then a
microphone.
guy
Sorry.
opts in, and he's 15 levels ahead of me
Oh.
at 300. So I was 300, and he was like 318. So
Is this before
I was
or
like,
after your 18-hour days?
this was, I mean, I kind of
So
did my,
Hookman,
I didn't
Braniff's
really do
dining
8, I
room.
did like 14, 15-hour days.
Okay.
Rogers Warehouse.
It's pretty focused profession. So
yeah.
it makes sense.
Yes. So he opted in, and I was like, oh god, here we go. And my heart just sank, because like you just like you're so hardcore into the grind, and you really want to make it. And I was like, am I really going to sacrifice like my sleep and everything just to get this going now? And then he opted out, and that was like, okay, that's like my go signal. Not like it was like,
Oh.
you're getting
let you know.
beaten now.
He opted
like,
out, so you're just like, I'm gonna say opted in. I'm gonna beat your ass anyway.
he opted in for a minute, and
He
I was
let
just
you-
Oh.
I was
let
just
you
like,
see.
okay, yeah.
He let you
Teased you
know
with
that.
it.
Yeah, he let you know that he was on your ass. Is what
He
it
made a
is.
mistake, is what he
He
did.
was 15 levels ahead of me.
He was like, this guy was like, I want to check the merchant leaderboard. Meanwhile, Senhai was checking at the same time, and that was the biggest mistake he made.
All around lobster is a pain, but
I
you
mean,
do get a lot of
we don't
experience
know.
for
He
just
hasn't
crafting them.
opted
So the
in
bounty
since,
is 6
so-
or less.
It's
not horrible.
The patch might come out.
That one was
and
8.
You might be number 2.
That's why I didn't do it all
If
right.
it is
It
the
was
case,
8,
then
which
all
meant it's
respect to him.
pain
But
to fit
as
into
soon
the
as like the
inventory.
leaderboard dropped the day after that,
And it was
I
just for the
prepared,
quartermaster
and I
and
did 50
only
hours
1,000
of
experience
merching.
reward. I don't even know if it
Non-stop.
gave me enough silver to
40?
pay back for the
Yeah,
ingredients.
50.
50?
Yeah, I wanted to get ahead of him.
No sleep?
My mind was just no sleep, just 50 hours. I just
love
wanted to
this
get ahead of
guy.
him.
You know exactly what you want, and you just go for it. That's so good.
Yeah, I was just like, I'm just gonna. I have my food prepped. I have everything. I have water. I didn't drink caffeine because I knew that would just crash me.
Yeah.
And I just wanted it. And then like after that 50 hour, I just kept on doing like 18-hour days to get 20 levels a day. And then I crashed at 495. So when I got 495, I was like, I can't possibly make these last 5 levels because I'm just like I'm just dead. So I went to bed, slept for 5 hours, woke up, did like 3.5 more hours, finished it up, got 500, and it was over. And then I think 2 weeks later is when I saw that person that was hiding with a 500 cape. So I think he got it after me because I saw him like 3 days before I got it, and he was not ahead of me. And I know this because I was counting his total level. So I knew his total level when he was 318, and I saw his total level now, and I just knew that he was maximum like 470, 480. He could never be like 500. That might be a little bit try hard or stalky, but like I just wanted to like, and he was fully hidden as well. No name, but I knew it was him. Like you can just tell that he was grinding the same amount of hours as me, and I knew it was him.
I mean, you'd see each other at the merchant place,
yeah,
guild. You'd see each other all the time. Every time you walk past each other,
you
you lock eyes
this,
like,
"Hello."
I see you, motherfucker.
Hello? You ruined my sleep.
But like I actually wanted to chat with him. I would have loved to just talk and just have a race. That's what I really wanted. I told people that as well. Like I want to just like discuss tactics and share how fun merching is because I've made so many friends merching. We still talk like every day, and it's just like a really, really nice. I mean, it's not a community like it's one room, but it's just you meet people. Everyone
you see
asks
each other all the time, so you add each other. I imagine, right?
Yeah, and then you just start talking.
Every single person who has done a 500 that we have brought on has
good
had
cookie.
the same
If I do
experience
say so myself.
in the community aspect, and I fucking love that. I really do. And that is awesome. This whole story is so awesome. I'm glad that you shared it with us. Thank you for sharing it with us. I don't think I have any questions. Yeah.
I'm just glad that you're now found something that's not going to give you like any kind of RSI. I'm just happy that you can give your wrist a break. Because my goodness, that is some amazing effort. Well done.
Thank you.
Honestly, respect. I mean, I've seen you in my chat before, and I didn't realize how unhinged you were.
Whoops.
Just 50 hours.
That points to redeem a page, but
you're nuts. I mean, you're great, but you're nuts.
Yeah, well, I really needed it. You know, like I was not letting it slip. No,
same as 500.
The hustle.
See, Potato, yours did just come in.
Yeah. Not this
time.
2, 3, 4, 5,
That's
really great.
7. So yeah, we're up to 7. It did go in.
15 levels higher than you, and
5
it is
10. It might be you both just hit at the same time or something, and then the timer hit in, and it just wouldn't let you because there is a timer.
It's locking a clock, you know.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it might have been
on a treadmill.
Trying to catch up with itself, like who actually got this in first.
Standing desk and walk, so I could like keep myself moving while I grinded.
Yeah. Did you use it?
Yeah. Oh. Like 2-3 hours a day. Like I
was because it's like you'd say if I start taking notes.
I wonder if this could end up being 16 pages
for like
again.
20 hours.
That was actually quite fun though.
Like my body would just feel dead the next day.
7 pages in a oneer.
No, I mean, that's
got a lot of cooking to do. So
of like grass next to you, so you can touch.
Timer's a thing. It's like 5 minutes cooldown after someone redeems. Yeah, Olerain, I don't know if you were there.
Yes,
that counts.
Or Olerain. I don't know if I'm saying your name right when I say Olerain, but even though we've been live
like
together, and
thing, like because people can go
but
back and see what was
I
that.
took the timer off
How this guy
for
get world first 500 merchant. Well,
maybe 5-10 minutes yesterday,
did.
and I was
So,
punished for it. I
hopefully
remembered
first.
exactly why I
Yes,
put the
yeah,
timer in
we'll see.
place.
We'll see.
You're
Yeah.
first in
Because
our heart
it
now.
was there. I have
Absolutely.
some
Where are you, second
lovely friends
or
in
first?
chat
Come
that
out.
have watched me for many
You're
hours,
first
Right.
watching this,
and they've got.
Yeah.
We're
I
down.
think Steady said they had
Awesome.
150,000
Did anyone have any
turnips
questions?
or
I think
something
that
like that.
Kind of Senhai just smashed it.
That's a lot of pages that can be
Yeah.
spammed.
Yeah.
Just, no question, just deep
Just
awe and a little bit
respect.
of yeah, a little bit terrified as well.
Yeah. What else can he accomplish? Watch out,
At the
Yeah.
moment,
workers.
117,000.
sorry,
Maybe
are you
it
gonna go for
was.
crown number one then?
So you had
Or are you good, you think?
117.
I don't think I'll be like
was I lost,
I'm
wasn't it, who
definitely gonna
had,
get like
over
full
100,000 as well,
Grino, but
I think.
Okay.
I don't
So you're
think
gonna-
I'll
you
be
get
able
full
to
cran.
grind it.
Yeah.
I have like a week off now where I won't touch the game as much because it's like Christmas holidays and stuff.
Yeah.
And then like it's all
Mhm.
like you just kill yourself going for the grind, right? Like if I have to do this 3 more times, I don't know.
Podcast might
so
be
it's
I'm
close
just
to
gonna hit the platinum.
ending. It sounds like
just
they're winding
get the platinum
down
and
a
maybe
little
like
bit,
just
so
push cran and
stock
do
up
raids and just
that
naturally see
Yeah.
what
bank
place you
because
get, right?
Yeah.
we're gonna need
Yeah,
it.
that sounds awesome. Well, thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Any shout outs or anything like
Fun.
that?
I want to shout out to Feathers, who was like on the early grind of merchanting with me. She
Mhm.
was going crazy on the leaderboards. Like everyone always told me, like you need to like Feathers is ahead of you before the leaderboards came out. Like she's really high on merchanting. So I added her and we shared tactics, and it was like so fun. And I also want to shout out to the tannery because I'm a leatherworker now.
I did restrain myself. I only redeemed 10
Yeah,
pages.
security.
I
I
had
think
time
I
to
saw
redeem
some
double
tanner-
that until you
tanners in
noticed,
chat.
but I didn't.
Yeah.
They were like pogging.
Again, Steady.
I'm gonna be 300 today.
Thank
on
you
that
so
one,
much.
Wow, absolutely crazy. What's your total?
My total is 13 something, 1360. I think.
Look, I did it though.
I'm
Like I honored those
miserably
pages.
low.
I'm proud of that. I could have
Thank you so much
been
for coming
mean
on.
and been like, oh, guys,
thanks for
my
having me.
mistake. I can't
Yeah,
do that.
awesome.
But
It was nice meeting you and putting a
Yeah.
face to the username.
I
Absolutely.
will be in
Well,
Twitch chats.
Yeah, we will see you around. Absolutely. I saw you in my chat
Absolutely.
earlier too. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
We'll
of
see you
course.
around, buddy.
All right. Bye.
Sunday.
Bye.
All right, let's see what you guys are up to. You're
Still
cooking.
kicking doors.
Guess what happened to me? So I
Did you-
was doing scout, and I
Oh, did
leveled
you
up so
die?
much that the thieves that I was fighting, the bandits I was fighting, ranked up. And I didn't notice.
Oh no.
Instantly died. Went back. I was like, oh, I don't know. That's weird. Went back, fought them again. Died instantly. Wait a minute. What's going on here? So I'm not going to be locked in enough to be able to figure out what I need to fight next. So I'm just going to stand around town and maybe people can say hello.
Come join me cooking.
Very nice.
I'll go join kitchen chat.
Scale's cooking.
And
Crash kills.
yeah.
Hmm?
See, this is Den raids don't have.
Oh,
a
I didn't
community
check
now.
the,
There's no Den raid community. There's just
There
raid
is
there.
no, yeah.
Hell, we're not friends.
Ryan's very close
No,
as
we're
well.
not friends actually.
Top 10 anime betrayals.
Not
Wow.
me now.
Well, I have to wait until I'm done cooking, or else I'm
Mhm.
gonna XP waste here. Hold on.
Facts.
So, we do need to wrap up a little bit soon, but I think we're having a great time. So I'll quickly, and we also had a little bit of a technical difficulty earlier. Don't worry about that. I had some Q&A questions for you, Kels.
That's good.
Okay.
Still the same servers.
Kels the Mod, question for Kels the Mod.
And you
from
did say that you
Blackbane.
enjoyed it afterwards,
Noticed
so I
in a
don't feel
recent
so bad.
stream, she was
It was
almost
good.
200 chef.
It was
During
good.
this journey, do you check the bounty board every hour? And what's your opinion on bounties, efficiency or otherwise?
So, up until about 190, I did not do bounties.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So I did bounties from like levels 9 to 20 when you unlock it, and I did it for that span of time, and then I got sucked into the veggie stew cult and just did veggie stews nonstop until 50, and then I just kept going and going and going, and then I then realized, I forget who I was watching. Someone was doing cooking, and I saw that the bounties obviously scale the XP as you level up, and I'm like, crap, I'm missing out on a lot of XP. I'm such an idiot. And so then I did start doing the bounties every hour, trying to. I do lose track of time sometimes. And I'm still learning. So Shulk was actually helping me in my chat today with explaining like the best strats to do. And it's just a learning experience. I think they are efficient if you know how to do them the right way. Like Shulk was, and Karashta too was explaining, like, try and grab bounties, near Little Lucy, the scrapyard, the hooked hand, so you can just turn them all in at once. Rocky Road, if you have a Rocky Road bounty, grab those. Those are the highest XP. And I am on a Rocky Road drought. I haven't had a Rocky Road bounty in like 3 days now. I don't know if like Andrew Gower is just sabotaging me right now, but it feels like it.
Oh, I actually need to check the bounty board now that they're talking about it.
But yeah, bounties, I like them. And there is a strategy to doing them. You just kind of have to figure it out as far as what's the most efficient way. But yeah, I like them. So good question.
Cool. We had one more from Senhai. Did you experience the pineapple tour in Chronopolis yet?
Yeah, the pineapple tour.
I don't know what this means either. It's the second time I've been asked.
See, that's when they needed me in.
I have not experienced the pineapple tour. I've been told to look for someone named Twisty and request the pineapple tour, and I am scared.
That sounds exciting. All right, there you go. So find Kels in the kitchen. And
what's the pineapple tour? It's a tour in Chronopolis that starts in the tannery. And they're absolutely correct. You want to speak to someone called Twisty,
I'm just as lost
who
as you are.
frequently comes into my stream, Sweet Potato. You would have seen them yesterday. It is the Leather Workers tour of Chronopolis.
So
I actually know the pineapple tour. I have been on it.
Like, we know
Twisty doesn't. Well, Twisty has streamed music or something like that, but they are in the top.
But
they're not the top. Ryan is the top for the leatherworking.
I had a couple of other notes here.
So you've got Ryan, he, Baphomet, PM Twisty.
That I wanted to share.
So there you can find all of these Baddocks as well. She is there. Sanhai is there.
Winter Nights 2.
In the tannery quite a lot. Sanhai was the one who asked the question for the pineapple tour as well. But I have been on the pineapple tour.
Just putting the
I have done it.
world into Neverwinter Nights, and
it's beautiful. He's got everything you could dream a tour would be of Chronopolis.
Which is really funny to see.
Actually gorgeous.
Yeah. There's the kitchen. Kel's in there.
But the leatherworking, the tannery in Chronopolis is just
wow. The obelisk is like 1-to-1.
It's so good. It's so much fun.
That's really cool.
The people there are off the walls.
So impressive.
I didn't actually see all of it.
I would play that game.
The tanning fumes has done much to them.
Yeah.
I would play this
game.
The
town over there looks really cool. I really like the town over there.
Oh,
yeah.
You're joking.
Insane.
Yeah.
Look at me up you all
it's
up
literally
then.
Like everyone knows exactly where
I'm glad I was being very complimentary. I could have easily
And
went,
it
it
looks
was
like
a
the
nightmare.
walls
It's
are cool.
awful. It wasted my time.
These walls. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Those
There's your ladder, Kels. It's your favorite ladder.
Oh.
Yeah, it's your favorite thing.
I fucking hate that ladder.
Unfortunately, if anyone's listening to the stream, basically they won't see it. But yeah, they've remade it 3D in Neverwinter Nights 2. Water looks great. The ships look awesome too. Really cool. I love this kind of stuff.
I'd fish there.
Yeah, I'd fish there. Look at that water. I bet the fish tastes better in Neverwinter Nights than in.
Wait, are there lobster pots too? Go back.
No, I don't know.
Nah,
I'm not in control here. He's gone back here.
I like that they're wearing RuneScape armor as
Yeah.
well. And
Probably from
RuneScape
his
cape and everything.
RuneScape edit.
Yeah.
The pots
That's
on the right
so cool.
side. No. Oh, there's a little spot for them.
Yeah.
So he's done that. Adding there's a progress.
49. We're almost 50 cooking. I wonder how far the reading will get me in this. I wonder if it'll get me to the 61 today.
And I think
Yeah, that's
mostly
awesome.
just have
One lobster thermidor.
this
and
one
that
tells relates to you.
is far more reasonable.
So there was actually a situation. I don't know if you guys have seen him around in the Twitch community. His name is Zohan. And there was a day where a goblin started to aggro on me as I was going to deliver a bounty at the walls. And Zohan just jumped in and started attacking it. And I was just like, thank you.
That's 8. 8 pages now.
It was great. It's so true. Like, if you see people who do not have armor on running through the walls, save them, protect them, please.
Yeah. Unfortunately, with the banned bots, this happens more commonly now. Unfortunately, getting attacked by goblins. Bring back the bots.
Please, just for the zone.
Just for that zone.
There we go.
Here's more botting stuff. I was wrongly banned for macroing. Please reverse. Macros are important for people with disabilities.
Oh, I can get this whole now as well.
I'm macroed, but shouldn't be perm banned. Temp only, and macroing should be allowed. I have a life and jobs and kids now. This is really good. Obviously, it's satire. I'd like to touch on this part. There was actually a comment
go grab the lobster, then we can deliver all at once.
In the main Discord,
Just
where someone was
grab
like, "Hey, I have a specific disability."
Saves a bit of
gamepad,"
time.
and Sam reached out to them and made sure that their peripheral was not going to be affected. So if you do experience a disability that makes you have to use different types of peripherals that would be less common, just reach out to support and explain the situation, and they would be more than happy to make sure that it's considered. So, but yeah,
Communication is key.
yeah, and just you won't get in trouble if you macro. Like, you only get in trouble if you macro. But if it's 1-to-1, then it should be fine. I forgot what I had these. Yes, all praise vegetable stew.
Vegetable stew.
Hey, look, it's Luchi Kells with the Black Santa hat as well.
Oh god.
My avatar has blue hair.
Oh yeah. True. I love that though.
Getting a skill cape after you've KP'd since level 20. This is too real. For the den raiders, for the chefs. Look at Smarty. He's cracking up. He's done exactly this.
Me with my 100 blacksmithing.
I got this. I got 100 bone right. Same thing, dude. I haven't touched the damn thing since like level 25. Other to go in to make a weapon for myself, leave immediately.
That's beautiful.
Oh man.
The pink Santa hat got changed, and the description
Yeah.
changed.
Fuchsia Santa hat. My
with
Santa
a
hat.
costume color, which is
Yay.
definitely not pink. I thought it was worth mentioning this because everyone was so upset. This hat's not
Why?
pink. This hat's not pink.
It is
It's
pink.
like,
I'm
it's
sorry, but I
fine,
think it
shut
is.
up.
I see it as pink. And fuchsia is a shade of
Let's
pink.
have pink Santa hats, please. It's
I
fine.
thought it was
It's okay.
purple. Am I colorblind?
I mean, it is,
Uh,
but it's a lot more purple than it is pink.
Fuchsia is just purple.
It's not.
Yeah,
It's not more purple.
it's purple.
Fuchsia.
I think they didn't want to have two purple hats.
About 8
Yeah.
more levels for this.
But they were happy to have
character.
two pink
Ready
hats,
to move to
apparently.
Chronopolis.
And then the classic,
Ooh.
I'm not
Then
sorry, I
you have to
swear,
try and catch up with me
with the pro
steady.
players
Then comes your real
versus the new players.
grind. I think I've gotten
All
over
I'm saying is
200
Sennhei's
levels
room
in
did
total
look
of everything.
mint. He looked
Chronopolis.
mint.
Oh, I must have done because I
Not
got
like
everything to
just
50
that.
at
Take man,
least.
take
So
care of himself.
Man is elaborate with life.
226
This is- yeah,
levels
this
in
is- this is why
Chronopolis.
I'm low level,
Although
100%.
Chronopolis is a little quicker
Yeah.
to level than the other places.
Too much
Family
touching
time.
grass.
Yeah. Everyone better than me is a bot. Everyone worse than me is just bad at the game.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I count myself as like a casual like noob player, and like even I spend way too much time away from my loved ones where they made comments about it, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I gotta get to the next level.
So Enchantress Shop,
Lost in the shores.
Forger's Warehouse, and Little Lucy.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a nice, easy one.
Well, I think that's about everything. Actually, there's one more scene. Got to add. That's unfortunate.
Somehow said that his mess is behind his camera.
Oh, yes.
It's on the corner of the room.
All right. To quickly just change something here.
Okay. Did they want the
How's your
pies?
grind going?
Lovely.
It is going.
I'm nearly at the next raid, which is always the most annoying part because I actually have to pay attention to get gear and try not to die for the first like 5 to 10 levels of the raid.
Oops.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it should be all good. I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent.
I've gotten about 5 cooking levels today.
I don't even know what scale level I am. All I know is I can't do it anymore. So I have to do something, do a different mob. I wanted to let everyone know, absolutely, thank you for watching. This has been the Tales from the Shores podcast. This stream was brought to you completely ad-free by the community, the Tales Tribe community. Anyone who joins or pays a soft coffee subscription gets a shout out. As you can see, there's 2 of them.
No, rushing a bit so goalposts don't move too much.
And everyone tells the mod in Discord or in chat and say thanks for bringing this stream ad-free.
I've been playing a bit more steady with, like, when I'm in the house, like today, baking and stuff like that. I could just passively do it. So
mod a little bit more. Everyone thank you for watching. Kels and Sparty, do you want to sign off, please? Go ahead.
Go for it, Kels.
What am I supposed to say?
I'm Kels the mod. This is my stream. It's been great to have you all.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, hi, I'm Kels the mod. Thanks for watching, and you can find me on Twitch at Kels the mod, all one word. Yep. And I'll probably be streaming after this.
Yeah.
Yes.
I won't be. I don't do that.
You're about that life.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Not Kels the mod, Spotty MC on Twitch. I also want to just take a minute to thank Tel for the amount of work that he does to bring these podcasts and community together. The man the frog puts in quite a bit of effort that goes behind the scenes. So do give him the well-deserved respect and following.
I genuinely just love the community. I just want to highlight that I do it. I have so much fun doing this. That's more important to me. So it's like, I just want to, I like to bring it to the people ad free and that stuff. So it helps support. Yeah. But I just 100%. Do this. It's so fun. This is
start getting myself ready.
And I look forward to
pages
the next
do we end up with? 4,
Thanks for having me.
7,
Thank you so much.
8 pages.
Absolutely a pleasure.
And we are in the kitchen.
Yeah.
The bounties are done.
Everyone. Thank you all for
I hope you are all
have a
sitting
great rest of your
comfortably.
evening or day or night.
Oh, Wash is comfy on Mumsy's knee as well.
Awesome.
Oh, he's happy someone's staying home too. Lovely. There we go. Lovely. I said I'd do my part, and I hope people enjoyed the podcast a bit. I watched it last week. I wasn't streaming at the time of it, so I wasn't putting it on or anything. So I hope you're all well. I know it was quite a long little podcast, but I think I disappeared for nearly an hour of it. In the end, sorry about that. But yeah, big accident on the nearest main road to where I live. So a lot of it was shut down. Couldn't get through. So here we are. But you guys did build up pages. We've got 8 lovely pages of 1984 to read through. I haven't started recording the chapters yet that we've completed, that I said I would. I was doing many other things today, but I do still intend on doing that. Goldstein. How can you not know their name, Sea Potato? Are you a sympathizer? Are you not following the party? What's suspicious? Very suspicious. my. I think we have a sympathizer. Oh, they're always lurking in our midst. But yeah, thanks for hanging with me in there. But we've got a lot of pages to get through, and we've got a lot of stream to get through as well. So we have quite a lot of reading we can do. So when we start the next set of vegetable stews, we'll get cracking. Get yourselves comfortable. Find your little cozy place. And we will get to it in but a moment. Hello, head chef. Can you please take the stew off my hands? And we're stocked up on vegetables, so we don't have to do the long run between pages either. Here we go. Beautiful. So, 1984, George Orwell's Let's Catch Up with Winston, shall we? It was the lonely hour of 15. Winston could not now remember how he had come to be in the cafe at such a time. The place was almost empty. A tinny music was trickling from the telescreens. The three men sat in their corner, almost motionless, never speaking. Uncommanded, the waiter brought fresh glasses of gin. There was a chessboard on the table beside them, with the pieces set out, but no game started. And then, for perhaps half a minute in all, something happened to the telescreens. The tune that they were playing changed, and the tone of the music changed too. There came into it, but it was something hard to describe. It was a peculiar, cracked, braying, jeering note. In his mind, Winston called it a yellow note, and then a voice from the telescreen was ringing. Under the spreading chestnut tree, I sold you and you sold me. There lie they, and here lie we, under the spreading chestnut tree. The three men never stirred, but when Winston glanced again at Rutherford's ruinous face, he saw that his eyes were full of tears, and for the first time he noticed, with a kind of inward shudder, and yet not knowing at what he shuddered, that both Aronson and Rutherford had broken noses. A little later, all three were rearrested. It appeared that they had engaged in fresh conspiracies from the very moment of their release. At their second trial, they confessed to all their old crimes over again, with a whole string of new ones. They were executed, and their fate was recorded in the party histories, a warning to posterity. About 5 years after this, in 1973, Winston was unrolling a wad of documents which had just flopped out of the pneumatic tube onto his desk when he came on a fragment of paper which had evidently been slipped in among the others and then forgotten. The instant he had flattened it out, he saw its significance. It was a half-page torn out of the Times of about 10 years earlier. The top half of the page, so that included the date, and it contained a photograph of the delegates of some party function in New York. Prominent in the middle of the group were Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford. There was no mistaking them. In any case, their names were in the caption at the bottom. The point was that both trials, all three men had confessed that on that date they had been on Eurasian soil. They had flown from a secret airfield in Canada to a rendezvous somewhere in Siberia, and had conferred with members of the Eurasian General Staff to whom they had been betrayed important military secrets. The date had stuck in Winston's memory because it chanced to be Midsummer Day. But the whole story must be on record in countless other places as well. There was only one possible conclusion. The confessions were lies. Lovely, lovely. Duel, adding another. Okay, here we go. So, we're back up to 7 there. That was 2 pages. So 7 more. 7 more. I think that tickers quite nicely there, because I can just slightly keep ahead of the 5-minute ticker if it does get spammed on the 5 minutes as well. So All good. All good. Of course, this was not in itself a discovery. Even at that time, Winston had not imagined that the people who were wiped out in the purges had actually committed the crimes that they were accused of. But this was concrete evidence. It was a fragrant of the abolished past, like a fossil bone which turns up in the wrong stratum and destroys a geological theory. It was enough to blow the party to atoms, if in some way it could have been published to the world and its significance made known. He had gone straight on working. As soon as he saw the photograph was, and what it meant, he had covered it up with another sheet of paper. Luckily, when he unrolled it, it had been upside down from the point of view of the telescreen. He took his scribbling pad on his knee and pushed back his chair so as to get far away from the telescreen as possible. To keep your face expressionless was not difficult, and even your breathing could be controlled with an effort. But you could not control the beating of your heart, and the telescreen was quite delicate enough to pick it up. He let what he judged to be 10 minutes go by, tormented all the while by the fear that some accident, a sudden draft blowing across his desk, for instance, would betray him. Then, without uncovering it again, he dropped the photograph into the memory hole, along with some other waste papers. Within another minute, perhaps, it would have crumbled into ashes. That was 10, 11 years ago. Today, probably, he would have kept that photograph. It was curious that the fact of having held it in his fingers seemed to him to make a difference even now, when the photograph itself, as well as the event it recorded, was only a memory. Was the party's hold upon the past less strong, he wondered, because a piece of evidence which existed no longer had once existed? But today, supposing that it could be somehow resurrected from its ashes, the photograph might not even be evidence. Already, at the time when he made this discovery, Oceania was no longer at war with Eurasia, and it must have been to the agents of Eastasia that the 3 dead men had betrayed their country. Since then, there had been no other changes. 2, 3, he could not remember how many. Very likely, the confessions had been rewritten and rewritten until the original facts and dates no longer had the smallest significance. The past not only changed, but changed continuously. What most afflicted him with the sense of nightmare was that he had never clearly understood why the huge imposture had been undertaken. The immediate advantages of falsifying the past were obvious, but the ultimate motive was mysterious. He took up his pen again and wrote, "I understand how. I do not understand why." Go. Lovely, lovely. It's nice to get back into the groove. Almost feels like it's just a normal part of the process on the stream now as well. Hey, 50 chef. Look at me. Cooking. Marvelous. Okay, another round, folks. Settle back. Here we go. He wondered, as he had many times wondered before, whether he himself was a lunatic. Perhaps a lunatic was simply a minority of one. At one time, it had been a sign of madness to believe that the earth goes round the sun. Today, to believe that the past is unalterable. He might be alone in holding that belief, and if alone, then a lunatic. But the thought of being a lunatic did not greatly trouble him. The horror was what he might also be wrong. He picked up the children's history book and looked at the portrait of Big Brother which formed its frontispiece. The hypnotic eyes gazed onto his own. It was as though some huge force were pressing down upon you, something that penetrated inside your skull, battering against your brain, frightening you out of your beliefs, persuading you almost to deny the evidence of your senses. In the end, the party would announce that 2 and 2 made 5, and you would have to believe it. It was inevitable that they should make that claim sooner or later. The logic of their position demanded it. not merely the validity of the experience, but the very existence of external reality, was tacitly denied by their philosophy. The heresy of heresies was common sense, and what was terrifying was not that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. For after all, how do we know that 2 and 2 make 4? Or that the force of gravity works? Or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? But no. His courage seemed suddenly to stiffen of its own accord. The face of O'Brien, not called up by any obvious association, had floated into his mind. He knew, with more certainty than before, that O'Brien was on his side. He was writing the diary for O'Brien. To O'Brien. It was like an indeterminable letter, which no one would ever read, but which was addressed to a particular person and took its colour from that fact. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. His heart sank as he thought of the enormous power arrayed against him. The ease with which any party intellectual would overthrow him in debate and subtle arguments which he would not be able to understand, much less answer. And yet he was in the right. They were wrong, and he was right. The obvious, the silly, and the true had got to be defended. Truisms are true. Hold on to that. The solid world exists. Its laws do not change. Stones are hard. Water is wet. Objects unsupported fall towards the Earth's center. With a feeling that he was speaking to O'Brien, and also that he was setting forth on an important axiom, he wrote, "Freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 makes 4. If that is granted, all else follows." Okay, everybody, we are moving on to chapter 8. We've actually got through 7 chapters. Holy moly. Ooh, sea potato, another one. Okay. So we are back up to 5 then. Still 5. Alright, my only request is a very brief recap from time to time. It took me a moment to remember where the book we are. Oh, that is a good point, Olorin. That's a very good point. So where we are in the book, we had passed his conversation in the canteen, and he was mulling over how he was comparing himself to others and how he knew that himself and certain others were destined to die, and which that the party would like to linger is probably the best word to choose. And then he had a brief description of his role in the Ministry of Truth, where he altered the past. He was writing his stories. So this is just after that. It's talking about one of those stories and how he's reflected on those pieces of evidence that gets destroyed. Yes, we were introduced to Victory Gin. Although we were introduced to Victory Gin in the first chapter, he had one in his home, in his apartment. Let's talk about its sickly, oily nature of the Victory Gin as well. A recap after every chapter does sound like a good idea. It does. I suppose it might be an easier... Actually, I was wondering if I would be able to keep track of the book whilst doing it, whilst streaming and whilst playing, but I seem to be doing okay. But absolutely, after each chapter, I am happy to do a little recap. And then you guys can know if I'm taking it in as well. And I'm not just blurbing to you all. Okay. Chapter 8. From somewhere at the bottom of the passage, the smell of roasting coffee, real coffee, not Victory coffee, came floating out into the street. Winston paused involuntarily. For perhaps 2 seconds, he was back in the half-forgotten world of his childhood. Then a door banged, seeming to cut off the smell as abruptly as though it had been a sound. He had walked several kilometres over pavements, and his varicose ulcer was throbbing. This was the second time in 3 weeks that he had missed an evening at the community centre. A rash act, since you could be certain that the number of your attendances at the centre was carefully checked. In principle, a party member had no spare time, and was never alone except in bed. It was assumed that when he was not working, eating, or sleeping, he would be taking part in some kind of communal recreation. To do anything that suggested a taste for solitude, even to go for a walk by yourself, was always slightly dangerous. There was a word for it in Newspeak. Own life, it was called, meaning individualism and eccentricity. But this evening, as he came out of the ministry, the balminess of the April air had tempted him. The sky was a warmer blue than he had seen it that year, and suddenly the long, noisy evening at the centre, the boring, exhausting games, the lectures, the creaking camaraderie, oiled by gin, had seemed intolerable. On impulse, he had turned away from the bus stop and wandered off into the labyrinth of London. First south, then east, then north again, losing himself among the unknown streets and hardly bothering in which direction he was going. Not deposit. Open up. Sparty! I was watching yourselves. We all were. I had the podcast up, by the way. Lovely to see you. How are you doing? Or I'm assuming you're doing well because you said you were doing well on the podcast. So. There we go. Steady. Another page. Okay. That actually keeps us on 5 because I only got through 1 page there. So, yeah. Maybe things got bad since the podcast. Well, you never know. You never know. Yes, you were both good. I must admit, Sparty MC, I didn't know yourself was on. Kells had mentioned it, and I joined it, and I told her I would pop up on my stream so people could hear and stuff like that. But it was good to see you on as well, because I was chatting to yourself yesterday. So, very, very nice. Very nice to see you. And you're still doing well. That's good. That's good. Okay. Cozy up, people. A couple more pages. If there is hope, he had written in the diary, it lies in the prose. The words kept coming back to him, statement of a mystical truth and palpable absurdity. He was somewhere in the vague brown-coloured slums to the north and east of what had once been St. Pancras Station. He was walking up a cobbled street of little 2-storey houses with battered doorways which gave straight on the pavements and which were somehow curiously suggestive of rat holes. There were puddles of filthy water here and there among the cobbles, in and out of there among the dark doorways and down the narrow alleyways that branched off on either side. People swarmed in astonishing numbers, girls in full bloom with crudely lipsticked mouths and youths who chased the girls, and swollen, waddling women who showed you what the girls would be like in 10 years' time. And old bent creatures shuffling along on splayed feet, and ragged bare-footed children who played in the puddles and then scattered at angry yells from their mothers. Perhaps a quarter of the windows in the street were broken and boarded up. Most of the people paid no attention to Winston. A few eyed him with a sort of guarded curiosity. 2 monstrous women with brick-red forearms folded across their aprons were talking outside a doorway. Winston caught scraps of the conversation as he approached. "Yes," I say to her. "That's very well," I says. "But if you'd have been in my place, you'd have done the same as I'd done. It's easy to criticise," I says, "but you ain't got the same problems as I got," said one. "Ah," said the other. "That's just it. That's just it. Where it is." The strident voices stopped abruptly. The women studied him in hostile silence as he went past, but it was not hostility exactly, merely a kind of wariness, a momentary stiffening at the passing of the unfamiliar animal. The blue overalls of the party could not be a common sight in a street like this. Indeed, it was unwise to be seen in such places unless you had definite business there. The patrols might stop you if it happened to run into them. I see your papers, comrade. What are you doing here? What time did you leave work? Is this your usual way home? And so on and so forth. Not that there were any rules against walking home by an unusual route, but it was enough to draw attention to you if the thought police heard about it. Sparty, it was lovely to be invited. I have so many opinions about this game. Yeah, I think at the beginning of the podcast, Olarin was saying, where's the Olarin Turnip podcast? But I did have to admit, I know so little. Like, there's so many who know the ins and outs of this game. My opinions of it would be purely that of a casual gamer who knows very, very little. Like, today was kind of a specialized sort of thing. There was a lot on the cooking and stuff like that. I'd have nothing to offer. I'd just be like, well, some guys told me to make vegetable stews, so I did. But it was lovely to see you both on it. I had to put a little bit on whilst I was traveling in my car, getting stuck in traffic, so I had to listen in and out here and there as I disappeared for a bit. But yeah, a potato told me to make vegetable stews. There's an odd theme going on in the kitchens of Brighter Shores. Okay. 3 more pages to go, everybody. Cozy up. Here we are. Suddenly, the whole street was in commotion. There were yells of warning from all sides. People were shooting into the doorways like rabbits. A young woman leapt out of the doorway a little ahead of Winston, grabbed up a tiny child playing in a puddle, whipped her apron round it, and leapt back again, all in one movement. At the same instant, a man in a concertina-like black suit, who had emerged from a side alley, ran towards Winston, pointing excitedly to the sky. "Steamer!" he yelled. "Look out, governor! Bang overhead! Lay down quick!" Steamer was a nickname for which some reason the pros applied to rocket bombs. Winston promptly flung himself on his face. The pros were nearly always right when they gave you a warning of this kind. They seemed to possess some kind of instinct which told them several seconds in advance when a rocket was coming, although the rockets supposedly travelled faster than sound. Winston clasped his forearms around his head. There was a roar that seemed to make the pavement heave. A shower of light objects pattered onto his back, and when he stood up, he found that he was covered with fragments of glass from the nearest window. He walked on. The bomb had demolished a group of houses 200 meters up the street. A black plume of smoke hung in the sky, and below it a cloud of plastered dust in which a crowd was already forming around the ruins. There was a little pile of plaster lying on the pavement ahead of him, and in the middle of it he could see a bright red streak. When he got up to it, he saw that it was a human hand severed at the wrist. Apart from the bloody stump, the hand was so completely whitened as to resemble a plaster cast. He kicked the thing into the gutter, and then, to avoid the crowd, turned down a side street to the right. Within 3 or 4 minutes, he was out of the area which the bomb had affected, and the sordid, swarming life of the streets was going on as though nothing had happened. It was nearly 20 hours, and the drinking shops which the pros frequented, pubs they called them, were choked with customers. From their grimy swing doors, endlessly opening and shutting, there came forth a smell of urine, sawdust, and sour beer. In an angle formed by a projecting house front, 3 men were standing very close together. The middle one of them holding a folded-up newspaper, which the other 2 were studying over his shoulder. Even before he was near enough to make out the expression on their faces, Winston could see absorption in every line of their bodies. It was obviously some serious piece of news that they were reading. He was a few paces away from them when suddenly the group broke up and 2 of the men were in violent altercation. For a moment, they seemed almost on the point of blows. But I told you to leave the potatoes out. I think they just automatically go in, see potato. I can't help but cut up your brethren. Just love killing. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Another round of vegetables. Marvelous. Okay, cozy time again. Here we go. Can't you bleeding well listen to what I say? I tell you no number ending is 7 ain't one for over 14 months, harped one. Yes, it says then, came the reply. No, it says not. Back home, I got the whole lot of 'em for over 2 years wrote down on a piece of paper. I takes 'em down regular as the clock, and I tells you no number ending in 7. He was cut off. Yes, a 7 as 1. I could pretty near tell you the bleeding number. 407 it ended in. It were in February. 2nd week in February. February, your grandmother. I got it all down in black and white, and I tell you, no number. Oh, pack it in, said the third man. They were talking about the lottery. Winston looked back when he had gotten 30 meters. They were still arguing, with vivid, passionate faces. The lottery, with its weekly payouts of enormous prizes, was the one public event to which the proles paid serious attention. It was probable that there were some millions of proles whom the lottery was the principal, if not the only reason of remaining alive. It was their delight, their folly, their anodyne, their intellectual stimulant. Where the lottery was concerned, even people who could not barely read and even write seemed capable of intricate calculations and staggering feats of memory. There was a whole tribe of men who made a living simply by selling systems, forecasts, and lucky amulets. Winston had nothing to do with the running of the lottery, which was managed by the Ministry of Plenty, but he was aware, indeed everyone in the party was aware, that the prizes were largely imaginary. Only small sums were actually paid out, the winners of the big prizes being non-existent persons, in the absence of any real intercommunication between one part of Oceania and the other. This was not difficult to arrange. But if there was hope, it lay in the proles. You had to cling on to that. When you put it in words, it sounded reasonable. It was when you looked at the human beings passing you by on the pavement that it became an act of faith. The street into which he had turned ran downhill. He had a feeling that he had been in this neighbourhood before, and that there was a main thoroughfare not far away. From somewhere ahead came a din of shouting voices. The street took a sharp turn and then ended in a flight of steps which led down into a sunken alley where a few stall keepers were selling their tired-looking vegetables. At this moment, Winston remembered where he was. The alley led out into the main street, and down the next turning, not 5 minutes away, was the junk shop, where he had bought the blank book, which was now his diary. And in a small stationer's shop not far away, he had bought his pen holder and his bottle of ink. There we go. Have a little drinky poo. Keep ourselves going. Wonder if that stall is where Kevin gets his sad-looking vegetables for this. Alrighty, guys. It's one more page to go, but because I had you holding back so long, I'll make it 2 pages. We'll put 2 pages in this bit, a little bonus one, because I disappeared for a while and it was quite a wait to get them all. So here we go. He paused for a moment at the top of the steps. On the opposite side of the alley there was a dingy little pub whose windows appeared to be frosted over but in reality were merely coated with dust. A very old man, bent but active, with white moustaches and bristled forward like those of a prawn, pushed open the swing door and went in. As Winston stood watching, it occurred to him that the old man, who must be 80 at least, had already been middle-aged when the revolution happened. He, and a few others like him, were the last links that now existed with the vanished world of capitalism. In the party itself, there were not many people left whose ideas had been formed before the revolution. The older generation had mostly been wiped out in the great purges of the 50s and 60s, and the few who survived had long ago been terrified into complete intellectual surrender. If there was anyone still alive who could give you a truthful account of the conditions in the early part of the century, it could not be a pro. Suddenly, the passage from the history book that he had copied into his diary came back into Winston's mind, and a lunatic impulse took hold of him. He would go into the pub. He would scrape acquaintance with that old man and question him. He would say to him, "Tell me about your life when you were a boy. What was it like in those days? Were things better than they are now, or were they worse?" Oh, we've got an extra page from Steady as well, so we'll have another one page on beyond this one as well. Thank you, Prison, for being so steady for those pages. Ooh, nice pun. Elrin's got 5 stored in case as well. Okay. Hurriedly, lest he should have time to become frightened, he descended the steps and crossed the narrow street. It was madness, of course. As usual, there was no definite rule against talking to the proles and frequenting their pubs, but it was far too unusual an action to pass unnoticed. If the patrols appeared, he might plead an attack of faintness, but it was not likely that they would believe him, hit him in the face. As he entered, the din of voices dropped to about half its volume. Behind his back, he could feel everyone eyeing his blue overalls. A game of darts, which was going on at the corner end of the room, interrupted itself for perhaps as much as 30 seconds. The old man, whom he had followed, was standing at the bar, having some kind of altercation with the barman. A large, stout, hook-nosed young man with enormous forearms. A knot of others, standing round with the glasses in their hands, were watching the scene. "I arsed you civil enough, didn't I?" said the old man, straightening his shoulders pugnaciously. "You tell me you ain't got pint mug in the old bleeding boozer?" "And that's what in hell's name is a pint," said the barman, leaning forward with the tips of his fingers on the counter. "Hark at him, calls hisself a barman and don't know what a pint is. Why, a pint's half a quart, and there's 4 quarts to the gallon. I have to teach you ABC next," the old man retorted. "Never heard of him," said the barman shortly. "Litre and half litre. That's all we serve. There's the glasses on the shelf in front of you." The old man did not give in. "I likes a pint," he persisted. "You could have draught me off a pint easy enough. We didn't have these bleeding litres when I was a young man. When you were a young man, we were all living in the treetops," remarked the barman, with a glance of the other customers. There was a shout of laughter, and the uneasiness caught Winston's entry seemed to disappear. The old man's white-stubbled face had flushed pink. He turned away, muttering to himself, and bumped into Winston. Winston caught him gently by the arm. "May I offer you a drink?" said Winston. "You're a gent," said the other, straightening his shoulders again. He appeared not to have noticed Winston's blue overalls. "Pint?" he added, aggressively to the barman. "Pint a wallop?" The barman swished 2 half-litres of dark brown beer into thick glasses, which he had rinsed in a bucket under the counter. Beer was the only drink you could get in prole pubs. The proles were supposed not to get gin, though in practice they could get hold of it easily enough. The game of darts was in full swing again, and the knot of men at the bar had begun talking about the lottery tickets. Winston's presence was forgotten for a moment. There was a deal table under the window where he and the old man could talk without fear of being overheard. It was horribly dangerous, but at any rate there was no telescreen in the room, a point he had made sure as soon as he came in. "He could have draught me off a pint," grumbled the old man as he settled down behind the glass. "A half litre ain't enough. I don't satisfy, and an whole litre's too much. Starts my bladder running, let alone the price. You must have seen great changes since you were a young man, said Winston tentatively. The old man's pale blue eyes moved from the darts board to the bar, and from the bar to the door of the gents, as though it were in the bar room that he expected the changes to have occurred. The beer was better, he said finally, and cheaper. When I was a young man, mild beer, wallet, we used to call it, was 4p a pint. That was after the war, of course. Which war was that? Said Winston. It's all wars, said the old man vaguely. He took up his glass and his shoulders straightened again. Here's wishing you the very best of health. In his lean throat, the sharp-pointed Adam's apple made a surprisingly rapid up-and-down movement, and the beer vanished. Winston went to the bar and came back with 2 more half-litres. The old man appeared to have forgotten his prejudice against drinking a full litre. You are very much older than I am, said Winston. You must have been a grown man before I was born. You can remember what it was like in the old days, before the revolution. People of my age don't really know anything about those times. We can only read about them in books, and what it says in the books may not be true. I should like your opinion on that. The history books say that life before the revolution was completely different from what it is now. There was the most terrible oppression, injustice, poverty, worse than anything we can imagine. Here in London, the great mass of the people never had enough to eat from birth to death. Half of them hadn't even boots on their feet. They worked 12 hours a day, they left school at 9, they slept 10 in a room, and at the time, there were a few people around, only a few thousand, and capitalists, they were called, who were rich and powerful. They owned everything, and there was to own. They lived in great gorgeous houses and 30 servants. They rode about in motor cars, 4 horse-drawn carriages. They drank champagne. They wore top hats. The old man brightened suddenly. Top hats, he said. Funny you should mention them. Same thing came into my head only yesterday. I don't know why. I was just thinking, I ain't seen a top hat in years. Gone right out they have. Last time I wore one was my sister-in-law's funeral. And that was, well, couldn't give you a date, but I must have been 15 years ago. Of course, it was only eyed for the occasion. You understand. Lovely. There we go, guys. How you doing? Oh. I need to check the bounty board. Three lobsters, north walls. Okay. 3 is fine. We can do 3. Oh, make those bacon sandwiches first, and we'll get the other ingredients that we need. Winston's breaking the rules. I like when I'm reading it and he is actually breaking the rules and what he's doing, I actually start to feel tense. Go. Boo. Peak content, I'll fight anyone who says otherwise. I'm glad you enjoy it, Olerin. I'm glad you enjoy it. And I must admit, it does help me through the grind a bit as well. It's fun. It's not looking good for Winston. No, it's not looking good for Winston. Jaywalkers come in with the page now as well. Goodness, Jay. People will be singing your name with joy. Okay, I think we can fit in a page with the bacon sandwiches. So, the old man hired his top hat for an occasion, you understand. It isn't very important about the top hats, said Winston patiently. The point is, these capitalists, they and a few lawyers and priests and so forth who lived on them, were the lords of the earth. Everything existed for their benefit. You, the ordinary people, the workers, were their slaves. They could do what they liked with you. They could ship you off to Canada like cattle. They could sleep with your daughters if they chose. They could order you to be flogged with something called a cat o' nine tails. You had to take your cap off when you passed them. Every capitalist went about with a gang of lackeys who... The old man brightened again. Lackeys, he said. Now there's a word I ain't heard since a very long ago. Lackeys. That's regular takes me back, that does. I recollect, donkeys years ago. I used to sometimes go to the park of a Sunday afternoon, hear the blokes making speeches. Salvation Army, Roman Catholics, Jews, Indians, all sorts there was. And there was one bloke, well, I couldn't give you his name, but a real powerful speaker he was. He didn't half give it to him. Lackeys, he says. Lackeys are the bourgeois. Flunkies of the ruling class. Parasites, that was another of them. And hyenas. He definitely called them hyenas. Of course, he was referring to Labour Party, you understand. Winston had the feeling that they were talking at cross purposes. What I really want to know was this, he said. Do you feel that you have more freedom now than you had in those days? Are you treated more like a human being in the old days with the rich people, the people at the top? The House of Lords, put in the old man reminiscently. The House of Lords, if you like. What I'm asking is, were these people able to treat you as inferior, simply because they were rich and you were poor? Is it a fact, for instance, that you had to call them sir and take off your cap when you passed them? The old man appeared to think deeply. He drank off about a quarter of his beer before answering. Thank you, Jaywalker. Said with joy. So, we will deliver some of these sandwiches. Once the invincible. Yeah, we'll deliver the sandwiches and then... Actually, we don't have to do the invincible delivery. We should be able to make the others fine. And then we can do that as one run going to the... But at least this gets us a bit more room. So, one... We need the lobster and the 3 ingredients. That lobster thermidor, I'm telling you. Jeez, at least... So. And I should have room for the others. Yep, 3 lobsters. 1 of the bass. Perfect. Perfect. I'm waiting for Twisty to get back on so I can book a pineapple tour. I think Twisty only ever realizes I'm on when I walk into the tannery, which I've not actually done today. It just occurred to me. I need to keep an eye out on Ryan's levels as well. I don't know if they are getting closer. They're getting very close to 500. Maybe I'll need to do a little stop by. But I think 3 levels is still about 4.5 hours grind for them or something like that. I'm waiting for Twisty. Oh, so you can book the pineapple tour as well. Is Twisty not on right now? Because you'll probably find them in the tannery. Why am I not clicking the right thing? Oh no. Well, they might not be. How odd. Twisty is normally online. send a message to Ryan. Just in case it's not fully updated. I'm so curious. Boop, boop, boo. Within 3 hours. Oh man. Oh man, that's cool. So, North Walls, Invincible, and Rocky Road. I can put the music back on a bit. I was wondering why it felt a bit odd. There we are. Now I'm back in Hopeport. I really hate these North Walls. Diversus. Why is everyone doing cooking all of a sudden? I started doing cooking only a little while ago for doing the quest, but if it's happening right now, it might be because the podcast was talking about cooking quite a bit today. So maybe people are just a bit more excited about it. They want to see those that were involved. But myself, I just leapt in here. I need the 61 levels for the quest. That's why you'll find me here. I actually want to test this theory that teleporting back is actually quicker than running back. Let's see. So Invincible and Rocky Road. But welcome to the stream, Diversus. Welcome. I hope you're well. Okay, I figured. Promised Bacon Mountains, too steep for me. Yeah, I must admit, the vegetable stews and stuff, the only reason I'm getting through the stream is because we're doing the little book read while we're doing it. Everybody's been keeping me going by getting the pages for reading 1984, so it's made it go by a bit. Actually, it's made it fly by. We got so many levels yesterday. I only need 10 more levels today to get what I need, so it's been lovely. But yeah, chef is not my go-to skill. I like detective. Chronopolis is my favorite so far, but I do want to get the quests done, so... And before doing the Mines of Mantaban quests, you kind of want that extra space in your quartermaster inventory, so that's kind of why I'm doing the, what's it called again, Braniff Inheritance first. There we go. That isn't what you ordered. Did I not click on the bacon sandwiches? Oh no, I must not have done. There we go. So you're going for Braniff. Oh yeah, doing that one myself. Excellent. Are you aiming for the quest, Diversus? Or are you aiming for any particular grind in particular as well? I'm kind of doing the quest myself because I'm a bit more casual at this game. I'm not racing. Although I must admit I'm enjoying watching my number go up in the overall levels, like in the ranks. can't say I'm too upset about that dopamine hit every now and again. Los the Lion. Hi there, buddy. Twisty is just an employee of the Pineapple Tour Incorporated. The CEO is Graggle Simpson. Just give him credit where it's due. Graggle is mad because Twisty stole his business opportunities. Okay, guys, there's been some legal ramifications upon the Pineapple Tours. Turns out there was a contestant or a contest case made over ownership, and it turns out Graggle Simpson is the originator. I would like to point out, Los the Lion, that I only said I knew of the tour and I did not offer giving the tour myself. So if you'd like to let Graggle know that Ponder's Turnip has remained an outlier and does not need legal ramifications, thank you very, very much. Oh, that's an excellent point, Sea Potato. Has it been adjudicated by the Chronopolis Supreme Court? This might actually... The Pineapple Tour might have to go on hiatus whilst the dispute is... Maybe that's why Twisty's not on. Are they going anonymous whilst they're building their case? Deversus, yep, all the 5-starred ones. I think I've done all the 3-starred now ones, have I? 2 and 3. I think I have. Yes. So I'm with you on that. I've done the Chronopolis one because I just loved Chronopolis. It was easy for me to grind through that. So 3 more 5-star quests and we're good. Be golden. Deversus, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. You have purchased a page reading of 1984 with that as well, which we'll probably get right into. Back in the kitchen. Lost and Found takes a while. Brace yourself. I am already very aware of the Mines of Mantaban grind. For particularly these 3 grinds, the Bone Wright, Blacksmith, and Stonemason. I've heard they can be quite slow. I do remember Blacksmith being very slow, but we have our little reedy poos to get us through. We can read our way through it. I dare say I'm going to need some more books soon, guys. And I better get to work on reading those chapters for YouTube as well. Are you about to do the Iron Man way or buying the mats? I am not too fussy. I'm an easy OZ kind of player. If I end up having to buy materials, I do. So, I probably will. Mines of Mantaban, you kind of need the mining up as well and stuff. The only thing I'm worried about is Bone Wright, getting the materials for that, I suppose. Yeah. So, Diversus followed, everybody. You're going to get an extra page if you all want to get yourselves comfy again. Get your favourite type of relaxation on. And we'll see how Winston is doing. He's still talking to the old man, and the old man is deeping thinkly. Yes, he said. They liked you to touch your cap to him. It showed respect, like. I didn't agree with it myself, but I'd done it often enough. Had to say, as you might say. And was it usual? Asked Winston. I'm only quoting what I've read in the history books. Was it usual for these people and their servants to push you off the pavements and into the gutter? Well, one of them pushed me once, said the old man. I recollect it as if it were yesterday. It was a boat race night. Terribly rowdy, they used to get on the boat race night, and I bumps into a young bloke at Shaftesbury Avenue. Quite a gent he was. Dress shirt, top hat, black overcoat. He was a kind of zigzagging around across the pavement, and I bumps into him accidentally like he says, "Why can't you look where you're going?" he says. I say, "Do you think you've bought the bleeding pavement?" he says. "I'll twist your bloody head off if you get fresh with me." I says, "You're drunk. I'll give you in charge of half a minute," I says. And if you believe in me, and he puts his hand on mine on my chest and gives me a shove, as pretty near sent me under the wheels of a bus. Well, I was a young man them days, and I was going to have fetched him one, only... A sense of helplessness took hold of Winston. The old man's memory was nothing but a rubbish heap of details. One could question him all day without getting any real information. The party histories might still be true after a fashion. They might even be completely true. He made a last attempt. "Perhaps I've not made myself clear," he said. "What I'm trying to say is this. You have been alive a very long time. You lived half your life before the revolution. In 1925, for instance. You were already grown up. Would you say, from what you can remember, that life in 1925 was better than it is now? Or worse? If you could choose, would you prefer to live then or now?" The old man looked meditatively at the darts board. He finished up his beer more slowly than before. When he spoke, it was with a tolerant philosophical air, as though the beer had mellowed him. "I know you expect me to say," he said. "You expect me to say I'd sooner be young again. Most people would say they'd sooner be young if you asked them. You got your health, your strength, when you're young. When you get to my time of life, you ain't ever well. I suffer something wicked from my feet, and my bladder's just terrible. 6 and 7 times a night it's out me out of bed. On the other hand, there's a great advantages in being an old man. You ain't got the same worries, no truck with women, and that's the great thing. I ain't had a woman in nearly 30 years, if you credit it, nor wanted to, what's more." There we go. Thank you, Diversus. Lovely. Oh, you've redeemed a book page as well. Okay, we've got another one coming up. Well, there's more veggie stew to come up. Ooh. Oh, is this Graggle coming for legal action? Where are they? Before, I have no legal affiliation with Twisty or the rights of the Chronopolis Pineapple Tour. Please send all legal documentation to Twisty. Oh, what? If you're talking about legal things, well, I said put legal documents. Does that? The old man is deeping thinkly. Oh, is that what I said? I was getting quite excited by the old man. Was he deeping thinkly? Excellent. The old man... So we'll get back to it, where the old man was deeping thinkly. We're going to get slip-ups here and there, guys. I dare say that when I get to recording the chapters, which I'm not going to edit that much, you're going to get more of this. I do to say that. Okay, so the old man didn't want any more women in his life, and he was reflecting on the youth. Winston sat back against the windowsill. It was no use going on. He was about to buy some more beer when the old man suddenly got up and shuffled rapidly into the stinking urinal at the end of the room. The extra half-liter was already working on him. Winston sat for a minute or two, gazing at his empty glass, and hardly noticed when his feet carried him out to the street again. Within 20 years at the most, he reflected. The huge and simple question, was life better before the revolution than it is now? would have ceased once and for all to be answerable. But in effect, it was unanswerable even now, since the few scattered survivors from the ancient world were incapable of comparing one age with another. They remembered a million useless things: a quarrel with a workmate, a hunt for a lost bicycle pump, the expression on a long-dead sister's face, the swirls of dust on a windy morning 70 years ago. But all the relevant facts were outside the range of their vision. They were like the ant, which can see small objects but not large ones. And when memory failed and written records were falsified, when that happened, the claim of the party to have improved the conditions of human life had got to be accepted, because there did not exist, and never again could exist, any standard against which it could be tested. At this moment, his train of thought stopped abruptly. He halted and looked up. He was in a narrow street with a few dark little shops, interspersed with dwelling houses. Immediately above his head there hung 3 discoloured metal balls which looked as if they had once been gilded. He seemed to know the place. Of course, he was standing outside the junk shop, where he had bought the diary. Oh, and another one from Steady. Okay, we'll keep it going then. A twinge of fear went through him. It had been a sufficiently rash act to buy the book in the beginning, and he had sworn never to come near the place again. And yet the instant that he allowed his thoughts to wander, his feet had brought him back here of their own accord. It was precisely against suicidal impulses of this kind that he had hoped to guard himself by opening the diary. At the same time, he noticed that although it was nearly 21 hours, the shop was still open. With the feeling that he would be less conspicuous inside than hanging about on the pavement, he stepped through the doorway. If questioned, he could plausibly say that he was trying to buy razor blades. The proprietor had just lighted a candle oil lamp, which gave off an unclean but friendly smell. He was a man of perhaps 60, frail and bowed, with a long, benevolent nose and mild eyes distorted by thick spectacles. His hair was almost white, but his eyebrows were bushy and still black. His spectacles, his gentle, fussy movements, and the fact that he was wearing an aged jacket of black velvet gave him a vague air of intellectuality, as though he had been some kind of literary man, or perhaps a musician. His voice was soft as though faded, and his accent less debased than that of the majority of proles. There we go. Thank you very, very much, Deversis, and thank you, Steady. Thank you. I think I need to stock up on more vegetables soon. We're doing okay for now. Doing okay. Graggle Simpson, my lawyer, Loso Lion, informed me about the Twisty incident on your broadcast. As long as his name is not associated with the Pineapple Tours, no further legal action is required. It shall never be uttered again. And might I also add that I am still a top fan of the tours provided, and will furthermore only associate them with Graggle Simpson. Top fan of the tours and only associate them with Graggle Simpson tours. There we go. See potato, I object. we should be thanking you, gracing us with your voice and reading it for free. I mean, it's not for free. You guys are giving me your time. It's always appreciated. I'm enjoying it as well. It can be thanks from both. I'm really enjoying the engagement with it as well. I must admit, it's something more fun to do in the streams because I didn't really have a direction, so this kind of gives it one. I'm fumbling about with all my covers and blankets and stuff here. I'm trying to get cozy. There we go. How can you control who others associate the pineapple tours with? I think the transgression was my verbal spouting of saying it was from Twisty when it was actually from Graggle. That's where it went wrong. I can't prevent yourselves from talking about it in such manner. Rosaline. Use Turnip 10 for a price that has been discounted on the first tour by 10 silver. There you go, guys. You get a discount on the pineapple tours in Chronopolis if you use the voucher Turnip 10. Oh, I love that. That one's good. Rosaline. I really like that one. And it is a fantastic tour. I even got to tell them what the pineapples meant that you find in Chronopolis, because I actually know what the pineapples meant in Chronopolis. Because you get them all over Britain. They're all over this country, the pineapples and the stonework. You don't do bacon sandwiches? More hassle with them? I have just been told that it's kind of better to stick to the vegetable stew, especially if you're putting the knowledge points back into the cooking, because apparently it's better for the knowledge points and is less fuss, I must admit. It also gives me a little bit of a longer bit of time to read as well, so it adds that to it as well. It gives me that kind of gap, which I realize doesn't reflect on other people grinding in the game, but yeah. Oh no, you don't put KP into alchemy? I was, but I was kind of getting the cooking through quickly. I might start putting the KP into alchemy soon, because we are getting close, and that is going to be some time, so... yeah. Yeah. So, sea potato. Are you still smashing those turnips as soon as you hit 300 sea potato? It's pretty consistent. You're on the ball. Okay, so he just walked into the shop where he purchased his diary, and he's about to talk to the shopkeeper. I recognized you on the pavement, said the shopkeeper immediately. You're the gentleman that bought the young lady's keepsake album. It was a beautiful bit of paper, that was. Cream laid, it used to be called. There's been no paper like that made for, I dare say, 50 years. He peered at Winston over the top of his spectacles. Is there anything special I can do for you? Or did you just want to look around? I was passing, said Winston vaguely. I just looked in. I don't want anything in particular. It's just as well, said the shop owner, because I don't suppose I could have satisfied you. He had made an apologetic gesture with the soft palmed hand. You see how it is, an empty shop, you might say. Between you and me, the antiques trade's just about finished. No demand any longer, and no stock either. Furniture, china, glass, it's all been broken up by degrees. And of course, the metal stuff's mostly been melted down. I haven't seen a brass candlestick in years. Hey. I might actually take that advice for the alchemy dump now. The tiny interior of the shop was in fact uncomfortably full, but there was almost nothing in it for the slightest value. The floor space was very restricted because all round the walls were stacked innumerable dusty picture frames in the windows where the trays of nuts and bolts, worn out chisels, penknives with broken blades, tarnished watches that did not even pretend to be in going order, and other miscellaneous rubbish. Only on a small table in the corner was there a litter of odds and ends, lacquered snuff boxes, agate brooches, and the like, which looked as though they might include something interesting. As Winston wandered towards the table, his eye was caught by a round, smooth thing that gleamed softly in the lamplight, and he picked it up. There we go. It was a heavy lump of glass, curved on one side, flat on the other, making almost a hemisphere. There was a peculiar softness, as of rainwater, in both the colour and the texture of the glass. At the heart of it, magnified by the curved surface, there was a strange pink convoluted object that recalled a rose or a sea anemone. "What is it?" said Winston, fascinated. "That's coral, that is," said the old man. "It must have come from the Indian Ocean. They used to kind of embed it in the glass. It wasn't made less than 100 years ago. More, by the look of it." "It's a beautiful thing," said Winston. "It is a beautiful thing," said the other appreciatively. "But there's not many that'd say so nowadays." He coughed. "Now, if it happened that you wanted to buy it, that'd cost you $4. I can remember when a thing like that would have fetched £8, and £8 was, well, I can't work it out, but it was a lot of money. But who cares about the genuine antiques nowadays? Even the fews that's left." There we go. Yep, still right at 300. Nice. Good. Good. Gregor. Excellent. Since this problem was resolved, I think we can think of an affiliate role for you. Promoting the tours, my lawyer has informed me the promotion code Turnip10 for members of your community. You'll also receive a generous cut of the tours that bought using this code. You can ask for further details from my lawyer. There you go, guys. So if you're in the tannery in Chronopolis and you see Graggle Simpson, Loza Lion, or I'm assuming if he says the first tour by 10 silver, it might be 10 silver as well. Don't hold me to that, but Graggle Simpson or Loza Lion, you can get a super discount on the tours with just tell them Turnip 10. Just shout out Turnip 10 in the the tannery and see what happens. I wonder what happens if I go in and say it. Does it count for me? Can you use your own vouchers? Is that embezzlement? Boom, 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 boom. I want to... I don't know why, but I still keep fumbling on these friends lists, and I kind of wish the friends list was a bit apart from the leaderboards, like if it was a separated button. I think. Top players. Ooh, 498. Ryan's getting very close. It looks like it will be tonight. Oh, that's the line. Unfortunately, you and family have been excluded from using the discount code. Aww, family as well? You tell me if my cute little puggy dog, Wash, came up with a voucher and he wanted to tack tep, you would refuse it? Cute little Washy? But you'll be able to redeem the streamer tour. What can I expect from the streamer tour? Cute puggies are always free. Okay, so certain family members are. I have to. Oh, what's my. Oh, we're nearly the top 3,700. Look at that. Are we? No, we don't. I've not missed any bounties. Or have I missed bounties? It's kind of a blur, the hours, isn't it? I might just check the bounty board as we go by, just in case. But I don't think. I think I did the last round. It's so difficult to remember, though. And I need to find out what to do with the Rhombic Brimstone, because the last load I got, I just dropped. I didn't know what I was doing with it. The Pineapple Tour Incorporated is currently developing the streamer tour. Oh, right, okay. Okay. So it's a watch this space kind of affair. There's a room right next to the venture. You can make explosives and stash them for later. Okay. Did you not need a key to get in that room? Am I thinking of the wrong room? I wish I didn't drop all that stuff now, because it actually sounds like it might be useful. Do they do group tours? Oh, I don't know. We can ask. Are there group tours for patrons? I think it is possible, because I have been on the tour, Sea Potato, and it definitely feels like it could be a group thing. And it could be lots of fun done in that manner. For any legal matters, I am the one. Oh, you mean I've spoken to the wrong phone number? Do you have the phone number for whom I should speak to about asking about group tours? This actually feels as frustrating as talking on the phone to some companies. I hate that we've started this. It's too good. It's too real. Points at message above. Oh, please refer to Graggle regarding any questions regarding. Oh yeah, of course. There we go. Then who is Graggle going to tell me to speak to? There are questions regarding possibility of having group tours. If Graggle is unavailable, please contact our head of communications, Onesie. I don't think Onesie friended me. I don't think Onesie and I ever spoke to each other directly. It was more like yelling across the tannery because I think they were south side when I was north side. I think we're still bitter over the wars. Oh, we're out of veggies. Okay, let's stock up on veggies. Yeah, I don't think I did. I don't think Onesie and I ever shared details. I mean, I know of Onesie, of course. Like, I wouldn't dare. No. No friends with MN or O's after L's. Oh, they could be offline. No. No, I didn't. Automated message. I'm currently on a business trip, expected to return in 1 to 2 business days. Oh, it did occur to me, like, I could actually just send Onesie a friend request now. It's not like I have to have been in the same room with them immediately at this moment. It's too good. I like it. See, you can leave the tannery, but you just can't escape the tannery. That's what happens. Any dispute regarding the side wars and victorious outcome of the north side on top will not be collaborated on. I mean, I'm happy with that result, Losaline. But I won't sing any north side songs or anything. I'll admit that that peace was established, although behind my back. Elaborated for flying saucers. A lawyer making typos. I still like that for flying saucers instead of fifes. I'm not good at swearing, in case there's anybody new to my stream and wonders why I'm not saying FFS as it should be. I do understand what FFS means, but I frequently swap out swear words. Weirdly enough, though, now that we're reading books, it might come up in some books that we read that there is some cussing in it. And I don't mind reading cuss words, because it's important in literature. I understand, like, how freeing and relieving it is to use cuss words. I just don't. So, for flying saucers is FFS, if anybody's confused by what I'm doing. FFS. Buying vegetables. Buying all the vegetables. Am I going to have to buy all the ingredients for alchemy? It's either that or start foraging and stuff again, isn't it? Oh my goodness. I didn't actually think about that. Is alchemy profitable if you buy ingredients? Do the potions sell better than what you've spent? It's a huge money dump. Oh no. I really don't like giving up too much money. What level? Even if it's just up to 50 Alchemist? Maybe I should have actually been dropping the knowledge points a little more sooner. The vast majority of potions are not profitable. Some recipes do make profit if I understood right, but yeah, mainly money dump. Oh no. I don't like losing money, so I'll probably end up having to... Yeah. Has anybody tried the Turnip 10 voucher in Chronopolis yet? Any responses? Does the voucher work? Oh man. I can't believe we've got a sponsor for the channel. Want to find out if they do group tours first. I'll need to make friends with Onesie. I don't know if they'll accept the bitter rivalry of the wars past. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Shansu, what did I miss? There's been some in-game legal ramifications, actually, Shansu, I should point out. They're not real-life ones. I'm not under any legal threat. But I was advertising incorrectly whom the proprietor was of the Pineapple Tour of Chronopolis in-game. Some loose bargaining was done with myself and their lawyers, and subsequently I've somehow managed to become the sponsor of the Pineapple Tour in Chronopolis. So if you go to Chronopolis, to the tannery, and you offer the voucher Turnip 10, you get a discount on the Pineapple Tours. What that discount is, I'm not sure. I think it was 10%. Losaland, peace has returned to the tannery. We were preparing ourselves for a sad goodbye. Our great leaders are at Victorious Point. Will leave us soon. Ryan will be hitting 500 in a couple of hours. He is a bit after. Yes, I was talking to Ryan Losaline. I am probably going to make my way there soon. I don't actually want to miss that. I think I'd like to be there. For his 500. Steady's redeemed a page as well, so... yeah. Oh, interesting. Yes, it's amazing what you can... It's amazing what having a relationship with the tannery in Chronopolis can do for your your adventures in Brighter Shores. It's wonderful. It's just the fumes you need to get over. Like, your life expectancy is drastically reduced. But we will persevere and have our tours with our vouchers, and we will start making some vegetable stews, and we'll make good on Steady's little page of book reading. So here we go. So Winston was looking over the little glass ornament, which, as the way it was described, reminds me of one of those glass paperweights that you can frequently get. Winston immediately paid over the $4 and slid the coveted thing into his pocket. What appealed to him about it was not much its beauty, as the air it seemed to possess of belonging to an age quite different from the present one. The soft, rain-watery glass was not like any glass that he had ever seen. The thing was doubly attractive because of its apparent uselessness, though he could guess that it must have once been intended as a paperweight. Called it. It was very heavy in his pocket, but fortunately it did not make much of a bulge. It was a queer thing, even a compromising thing, for a party member to have in his possession. Anything old, and for that matter anything beautiful, was always vaguely suspect. The old man had grown noticeably more cheerful after receiving the $4. Winston realized that he would have accepted 3, or even 2. "There's another room upstairs that you might care to take a look at," he said. "There's not much in it, just a few pieces. We'll do with a light if we're going upstairs." He lit another lamp, and with a bowed back led the way slowly up the steep and worn stairs and along a tiny passage, into a room which did not give on the street, but looked out on a cobbled yard and forest of chimney pots. Winston noticed that the furniture was still arranged as though the room were meant to be lived in. There was a strip of carpet on the floor, a picture or two on the walls, and a deep, slatternly armed chair drawn up to the fireplace. An old-fashioned glass clock with a 12-hour face was ticking away on the mantelpiece. Under the window, and occupying nearly a quarter of the room, was an enormous bed with a mattress still on it. "We lived here till my wife died," said the old man, half apologetically. "I'm selling the furniture off little by little. Now that's a beautiful mahogany bed, or at least it would be if you could get the bugs out of it, but I dare say you'd find it a little bit cumbersome." He was holding the lamp high up so as to illuminate the whole room, and in the warm, dim light the place looked curiously inviting. The thought flitted through Winston's mind that it would probably be quite easy to rent the room for a few dollars a week, if he dared to take the risk. It was a wild, impossible notion to be abandoned as soon thought of, but the room had awakened in him a sort of nostalgia, of a sort of ancestral memory. It seemed to him that he knew exactly what it felt like to sit in a room like this, in an armchair besides an open fire, with your feet in the fender and a kettle on the hob, utterly alone, utterly secure, with nobody watching you, no voice pursuing you, no sound except the singing of the kettle and the friendly ticking of the clock. Wabba-wah. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. That'll unlock another page as well for everybody. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Turnip Fields. Grab yourself a little spot. Get yourself cozy. We're reading books and all sorts today. But your follow unlocks another page. Everybody gets a free page for the follows. I am waiting for the sexy turnip, by the way. It is coming, Shansu. I am working on it. It seems like I'm making my list of things to do for the channel greater and greater, but the sexy turnip is one being worked on. I know it seems like very far away that I got the 200 followers, but genuinely, recently the followers has just rocketed. I couldn't be happier. So I know 200 was a while ago, but in numbers, but it wasn't wasn't a while ago in my efforts, but it's still coming. It is still happening. It is not forgotten. So Wabawa, your lovely page. Yes, I could end up 300 soon, and then thousands, Shansu. The fame. I don't know how I'll ever manage. So he was enjoying the friendly ticking of the clock. "There's no telescreen," he could not help murmuring. "Ah," said the old man, "I never had one of those things. Too expensive, and I never seemed to feel the need of it, somehow. Now, that's a nice gate leg table in the corner there, though, of course, you'd have to put new hinges on it if you wanted to use the flaps." There was a small bookcase in the other corner, and Winston had already gravitated towards it. It contained nothing but rubbish. The hunting down and destruction of books had been done with the same thoroughness in the pro quarters as everywhere else. It was very unlikely that there existed anywhere in Oceania a copy of a book printed earlier than 1960. The old man, still carrying the lamp, was standing in front of a picture in a rosewood frame which hung on the other side of the fireplace, opposite the bed. "Now, if you happen to be interested in old prints at all," he began delicately. Winston came across to examine the picture. It was a steel engraving of an oval building with rectangular windows and a small tower in front. There was a railing running round the building, and at the rear end there was what appeared to be a statue. Winston gazed at it for some moments. It seemed vaguely familiar. No, he did not remember the statue. "The frame's fixed to the wall," said the old man, "but I could unscrew it for you, I dare say." "I know that building," said Winston finally. "It's a ruin now. It's in the middle of the street outside the Palace of Justice." "That's right, outside the law courts. It was bombed in, many years ago. It was a church at one time. St. Clement Danes, its name was." He smiled apologetically, as though conscious of saying something slightly ridiculous, and added, "Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's." "What's that?" said Winston. "Oh," said the old man. "Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. That was a rhyme we said when I was a little boy. How it goes on I don't remember, but I do know how it ended up. Here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here a chopper to chop off your head. It was a kind of dance. They held out their arms for you to pass under, and when they came to, here comes a chopper to chop off your head. They brought their arms down and caught you. It was just the names of the churches. All the London churches were in it. All the principal ones, that is." Lovely. The last one was your 270 goal too. Oh yes, thank you, Wabowa. That was the 270 goal. Those goals are ringing in. I wonder if I should have to adjust the goals as well, because I think it just keeps going up in increments of 10, but still, thank you. 270th follower. Lovely. It doesn't seem like 300 would be far away, Shansu. I must admit, I've been having a wonderful time. It's been wonderful. Right, I do have to check. I don't want to miss out, so leather worker 498. Hi! 498. Duyal followed. You never followed? Really? Oh wait, no, you were you watched me on YouTube. That does yeah. My goodness. Duyal had a free page of the book that they managed to preordainedly hold on to. I wish I didn't follow him before so I could get a page. Well, see, Duyal there was thinking ahead, had the foresight. Oh, wow. Cool. Okay, well, Duyal, thank you very much. That's another free page for everybody. So, just spoke about the rhyme of the churches. Winston wondered vaguely to what century the church belonged. It was always difficult to determine the age of a London building. Anything large and impressive, if it was reasonably new in appearance, was automatically claimed as having been built since the Revolution, while anything that was obviously of earlier date was ascribed to some dim period called the Middle Ages. The centuries of capitalism were held to have produced nothing of any value. One could not learn history from architecture any more than one could learn it from books. Statues, inscriptions, memorial stones, the names of streets, anything that might throw light upon the past had been systematically altered. "I never knew it had been a church," said Winston. "There's a lot of them left, really," said the old man, "though they've been put to other uses. Now, how did that rhyme go? Ah, I've got it. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. There. Now, that's as far as I can get. A farthing. That was a small copper coin. Looked something like a cent." "Where's St. Martin's?" said Winston. "St. Martin's? That's still standing. It's in Victory Square, alongside the picture gallery," said the old man. "A building with a kind of triangular porch and pillars in front, and a big flight of steps." Winston knew the place well. It was a museum used for propaganda displays of various kinds. Scale models of rocket bombs and floating fortresses, waxwork tableau illustrating enemy atrocities and the like. St. Martin's in the Fields, it used to be called, supplemented the old man, though I don't recollect any fields anywhere in those parts. Winston did not buy the picture. It would have been an even more incongruous possession than the glass paperweight, and impossible to carry home unless it were taken out of its frame. But he lingered for some minutes more, talking to the old man, whose name, we discovered, was not Weeks, as one might have gathered from the inscription over the shop front, but Charrington. Mr. Charrington, it seemed, was a widower aged 63 and had inhabited this shop for 30 years. Throughout that time, he had been intending to alter the name over the window, but had never quite got to the point of doing it. All the while that they were talking, the half-remembered rhyme kept running through Winston's head. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. You owe me 3 farthings, says the bells of St. Martin's. It was curious, but when you said it to yourself, you had the illusion of actually hearing the bells. The bells of a lost London that still existed, somewhere or other, disguised and forgotten. From one ghostly steeple after another, he seemed to hear them pealing forth, yet so far as he could remember, he had never in real life heard church bells ringing. Lovely. Well, thank you very much for the follow, DL. Thank you. Okay, there must be a round of... Actually, before I sell these, in case vegetable stews are asked for in the bounties. Nope. A lot of bacon sandwiches, though. Here we are. Ba-ba-ba-ba. How are we doing, folks? We might actually be through that book a lot more quickly than I thought. Why did I buy vegetables? Fudge. Well, we'll store it and we will grab what we need for the bacon sandwiches. It's the moment you stop actually concentrating on the game, the automation, the muscle memory just takes over. No, I nearly did it again. I absolutely nearly did it again. Okay, need 15. I can't make 15 at once, so we'll do 12 just now. And then we'll have to grab the other 3. But some of the bacon is going to Rocky Road, so once we made the bacon sandwiches, we might as well buy the Placid Grill. And then the Placid Bess and grill it. Can save a sandwich for the teleport back. And the Thieves' Den is easy enough to add in. Marvellous. Lovely. Okay. Leaderboards, leather worker, still 498. I think when Ryan goes to 499, I might actually just go to the tannery and just be there. Oh, did the friend request go through? I thought I heard a ping. Did we get onesie? I did not check. We did. I have been informed that I should forward questions regarding the application of groups to the pineapple tours with yourself. See how this goes. And this is where I find out that neither Graggle nor Losolion have spoken to Onesie about this at all. And I just get a WTF, what you want to... Oh no, yo, groups. Okay. Apparently groups are probably feasible. So we did 12, we need 3 more. And we'll get the 2 bass as well. I mean, sure. What's the matter? Graggle is out of office, apparently. And I was instructed to ask yourself about group tours. What am I getting from here? Oh, bass. Yep. 2. Only got 6 there. Don't need 6. Here we go. Doop doop doo. Okay. Bacon. Get the last 3 sandwiches. Get the fish. Then it's the den. The den, Rocky Road. 2 to Rocky Road and 1. That's actually quite a nice little bonus. That's lovely. It's really nice. Be right back for a bit. Enjoy the pages, everyone. I'll see you in a bit. See potato. Unrelated to Brighter Shores, but did you play previously Wildermyth? No. It's not something that's... It's not a game I've actually come across myself. Steady. Wildermyth. To be honest, like, I have I've kind of fell into avoiding any kind of... I don't know if Wildermyth is one. Oh, it's a storytelling RPG. Okay. I don't know if it was going to be another MMO or something like that. I was about to say I've kind of disappeared from MMOs for a very, very long time. I think the last MMO I tried to get into, for instance... Oh, it must have been when Guild Wars 2 released. That really must be the last one. I haven't been on any since. Same with RuneScape when people ask if I have been on old school RuneScape or intend to. I have not. Not for some time. There we go. But RPGs are always fun. It looks very cute. I like the artwork. It's very Celtic looking. Actually, it kind of reminds me a bit like the art from Root. The board game Root. It just came to mind after hearing you do these story readings. Is it got a narrator? Or is it a written story and just like the idea of hearing somebody read it out? Because I have found out recently that a lot of people that watch me play Temtem, they enjoyed watching it for listening to me read out the speech in that game. Oh, Traveller. Oh, this is going to be a hoot. Yes! Hello, Traveller. How are you? Welcome, welcome. If you aren't, I'm instantly talking to you. I'm starting to lose the grasp on what is Twitch chat and what is game chat. I'm just assuming now, rather rather vainly, that they must be in my stream. Why else? Hey, Traveller. Good to see you. How are you doing? Oh, they don't need 2 sets of bacon sandwiches. It's just some fish. Steady. Basically, before each encounter, there is a short cutscene form of readable comic based on your characters that will evolve them over time. Oh! Okay. I do like ready games. I do like games that I have to read. Which is a little bit why I was actually a little bit disappointed about Path of Exile 2. Like, don't get me wrong, their voice actors are great, but it just feels detached from the game. I don't know why. It didn't work for me, and I was kind of hoping to just turn the voices off and read it myself. I'm not streaming Path of Exile 2, but even if I was playing the game in my own time, to do that. Maybe it gets better. I'm still only in Act 1 and speaking to those characters. Maybe I'm just treating it a bit harshly, a bit cruelly, but I don't know. It just felt awkward. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. DL, Wild Myth is awesome. I might need to have a look at it and see. Traveller, pretty good. Today was Christmas with the in-laws day. Oh! Behaving family? Or was it a stereotypical Christmas family feud? Steady, one moment, I'll try to find something for it. Yeah, if you want to bring up something for it, Steady, I'll read it out. I mean, seems like fun. Haven't played it in a while. I really should. Is it a particularly long game? Long game? Traveller, no, it was all good. Families behaved. I haven't made full plans yet. I need to see my brothers over the holidays. It's probably going to be the New Year, because my birthday is between Christmas and the New Year as well, and we've got things going on for that, so it's Christmas is quite busy. But Laura and I, we're getting our first quiet Christmas, just the 2 of us this year, so we're going family free. Although I should be streaming Christmas Eve into the morning of Christmas Day to wish you all happiness in the holidays of it. Oh, it's just a little blip. But yeah, I need to sort that out. Lots of food. Watched some football. Is that football as I think of football, or are you from across the Atlantic, Traveller? Is it American football. American football. Okay, just so I don't ask about certain teams and such, and it's a completely different sport. It's an odd thing, Traveller, and I don't know if this is common practice, but because I've started doing tours in Scotland, I, of course, get many visitors from across the Atlantic, both from the United States and Canada and all sorts, and football is always a prime subject among those that are in states that are typically opposing each other, or they have a rivalry with each other. But there's this odd fervor to try and get me on board with their team, as if I know anything about the sport at all. Like, it's just like both sides, both of the rivals are trying their best to convince me to just verbally say I support one of the teams. And it's in camaraderie, it's in fun, like it's not aggressive in any way, but it is funny. And I'm just like, I don't even know where these teams are based. Like, I sent you an example of one of my characters in game on Discord. Okay. Yona Emberoos. Would you like me to read out this character, Steady? I don't want to read it out to chat if that's not what you intended, but yeah, it always tickles me, especially like we do some tours that come off cruise ships, and almost all, or not all of them, but quite a number of the times the bus has just been filled with just people from the United States, and they're all, it becomes the whole day the focus. But they're always saying it in a manner of like, oh, the Scotsmen must support this team, like their heritage goes back to it and stuff like that. I was like, the Scots are all over America. You can't say my heritage is more based in one place than the other. Like, we were sent all over. Scotland's history is replete with emigration. It's up to you. Oh, I'd like to read it. I just didn't want to read it if that wasn't your intent. Oh, I can actually see it because it has tiny writing. But I actually have glasses. So. I'll scroll it up here so it's actually in the front of the microphone. But yeah. So, Yona Emberhughes. So this is a character from the Wildermyth, or one of Steady's characters, actually. The tale unveiled all who heard it. The woodcarver emerged from the witchling forest in the starlight holding an infant daughter. No explanation but the girl's name, Iona. There was a time then that she went on a journey to a mountain cave and by the pink glowing pool of reckoning faced the truth of her origin. A pair of loving parents slain by a malevolent lostling. Set free by her own unwitting hand, Iona destroyed the evil thing there and carried the good memories along with the bad ever after. That's quite nice. And is that randomly generated, or is each character's story, do you have to write out yourself, or does it generate it for you? Did many Scots emigrate during the potato famine? Absolutely, Traveller. So, the biggest emigration would be the Highland clearances. This would have been around, you're talking the about 1746 to 1850. It's more accurately said about 80 years, but people actually just extend it by more. And then you have the potato famine as well. The Highland clearances was kind of Scotland being sold off to English textile industries and woolen mills and such. It was rather nasty business, and it's kind of where the bitterness between Scotland towards England comes from. But an incredible population drop in Scotland. And shortly after that, you had the potato famine, which heavily affected Ireland and Scotland both. It was more noticeable to the Irish because their population was still quite high, although a lot of Irish population was sent to Scotland to make up for the workforces that were lost due to Scottish emigration. So both Ireland and Scotland fell hard on the times post 1750. You'll actually find some regions of Ireland who do not like the Scottish very much, because the dispute in that is that many of the Irish military advisors told Bonnie Prince Charlie to carry on, press on to get the crown of Britain, whereas was mostly Scottish military advisors that said that they should hold Scotland, that they should never have went into England, and that they should return. And they eventually did return, and that's where Bonnie Prince Charlie was defeated. So there's actually quite a bit of bitterness from some of the Irish towards the Scots on that front as well. But unanimously, we both have one single hatred, which kind of unites us a little. But the bitterness is from the Highland clearances. A lot of people think it's from the wars between Scotland and England, and whilst it does boil the blood, Scotland picked on some of those wars just as much as England did. So you can't really cast that stone to be only England's to have been thrown. Scotland did it itself as well. It's more character study. Nice. I might read a couple of those when I've stopped yarning about Scotland. And damn, that's so heartbreaking. History is fascinating. Scotland, I'm very lucky for the country that I live in, Traveller. Scotland's history is absolutely incredible. And it is often complimented that it is unique that Scotland has managed to maintain its identity throughout it all. Because that is normally something that disappears with countries that come under this kind of subjugation, although it's not really... It became a unification, is more accurate. With iffy politics, which is often spoken about by many historians. But, Scotland never lost its independence due to a war or anything like that. It was politics that did it. It was just bloodlines. And that's where people think Scotland is most angry about, but it wasn't. The Highland clearances is the big one. It's the big one and the hardest one that the Scots really don't want to forgive, especially because similar things started happening around the 1950s. Like, even as close as recent history, this stuff was still happening. A lot of people were forced out due to emigration. For a great thing to read up on if you like some... Because everybody always looks to the First World as saying, oh, it's this beacon of progression and the good triumphing over the bad. But if you want to look up a bit of the bad, as it were, look up about the building of the dams in Scotland and see how the Scots and the Irish were treated during those years. And we're only talking, it's less than 100 years from today. It ain't much time. And I see these dams frequently as I move around Scotland. And you'll notice that the reservoirs they build that they have storing the water are deathly quiet. You won't find any Scots people enjoying water sports or anything on these man-made lochs or lakes, as many would call them. We tend to leave them alone, and you kind of shed a tear over them. It's It's quite upsetting for many. Sent you another character from the same game, but with longer history, so 3 parts. Cool. I have a little read of that steady. Good news then. There's a promo code Turnip10 which can be used for you and your viewers. So I guess the group tours is allowed. People. So if people want to go to the tannery in Chronopolis and they see Onesie, Graggle Simpson, or Losu Lion, shout out Turnip10 and you get a discount on the Pineapple Tour in Chronopolis. If anybody is curious what was happening, what people were asking about in the podcast. And none of them had the idea. I must admit, when that came up in the podcast and none of them had an idea what it was, I was like, I should have been there. I know exactly what it is. After just saying, they don't need me on that podcast. I have really nothing to add. But when it comes to the nonsense parts, I suppose, I'm all over it. Although, I would never hint at the Pineapple Tour's nonsense. It's rich with culture, history, and tactep. No shame. No. I'm happy to plug it. You know, they are my first ever sponsor for this channel. So, Pineapple Tours of Chronopolis. And here we go. Okay. Where were we? Do. The pictures get smaller. Why is Discord making them such small pictures? So Zardium Bark. So this is another Wildermyth character that Steady has sent to us. People are looking up the game. And there was no memory of childhood in Zardium's mind. The writing is so small. That's where I'm struggling with that. And I've tried making the Discord page bigger, but it doesn't increase the size of the picture. Here we go. Let's try again. There was no memory of childhood in Zardium's mind. One day he was standing in front of a cold mirror in a room he hadn't paid for. That's all he could say. He grew fond of the wheezing has-beens who frequented the saloons of Roan Meadow. Their stories of heroism only got better as empty cups slammed tabletops, ever flowing full again. He just wanted to live a long life and make a difference for someone. He became the home of a tortured black spirit. When the Witchstone's appetite went unsatiated, a strange creature's call was met, and Zardium was ever after bedecked in glossy black feathers of the crow. Grasped by a dying gorgon in an old Merlinian distillery barn, he was made to know its thoughts, and was left disfigured. He would forever wonder whether a trace of the gorgon's insidious mind still lingered inside her. The foul presence inhabiting Zardium's body was banished, thanks to the bold actions of one of his stalwart companions in the party. There was a time when he went on a journey to a mountain cave, and by the blue glowing pool of revisions, faced some of the old pain that tortured his memories. He emerged wiser, and afterwards was more able to smile. Zardium is a local legend. I might need to look this game up a little bit. Okay, let's have another quick look. The worker. Oh, Ryan must be getting close to 499. Yes, thank you, Steady. I saw that. Although there was a trailer on the Steam page where I found it as well. So, thank you, though. Thank you. Saying that, Steam's player is sometimes absolutely dreadful. Or is most times absolutely dreadful. One has found. Oh. There, make an adjustment. Lovely. Comfy. Okay. And now tax for my diversion from the main story. Okay. Page on the book read. Thank you, Steady. It's not tax to pay if I enjoy it, is it? So. Winston was reflecting on whether or not he could remember ever hearing church bells. He got away from Mr. Carrington and went down the stairs alone, so as to not let the old man see him reconnoitering the street before stepping out of the door. He had already made up his mind that after a suitable interval, a month, say, he would take the risk of visiting the shop again. It was perhaps not more dangerous than shrinking an evening at the centre. The serious piece of folly had been to come back here in the first place. After buying the diary and without knowing whether the proprietor of the shop could be trusted. However, yes, he thought again. He would come back. He would buy further scraps of beautiful rubbish. He would buy the engraving of St. Clement Danes, take it out of its frame and carry it home concealed under the jacket of his overalls. He would drag the rest of that poem out of Mr. Charrington's memory, even if the lunatic project of renting the room upstairs flashed momentarily through his mind again. For perhaps 5 seconds' exaltation made him careless. And he stepped out onto the pavement without so much as a preliminary glance through the window. He had even started humming to an improvised tune. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. You owe me 3 farthings, say the... Suddenly his heart seemed to turn to ice and his bowels to water. A figure in blue overalls was coming down the pavement not 10 meters away. It was a girl from the fiction department, the girl with the dark hair. The light was failing, but there was no difficulty in recognizing her. She looked him straight in the face, then walked quickly on as though she had not seen him. For a few seconds, Winston was too paralyzed to move. Then he turned to the right and walked heavily away, not noticing for the moment that he was going in the wrong direction. At any rate, one question was settled. There was no doubting any longer that the girl was spying on him. She must have followed him here, because it was not credible that by pure chance she should have happened to be walking on the same evening, up the same obscure back street, kilometers distance from any quarter where party members lived. It was too great a coincidence. Whether she was really an agent of the thought police or simply an amateur spy actuated by officiousness hardly mattered. It was enough that she was watching him. probably she had seen him go into the pub as well. It was an effort to walk. The lump of glass in his pocket banged against his thigh at each step, and he was half-minded to take it out and throw it away. The worst thing was the pain in his belly. For a couple of minutes he had the feeling that he would die if he did not reach a lavatory soon. But there would be no public lavatories in a quarter like this. Then the spasm passed, leaving a dull ache behind. Thank you, Steady. It was tax for me to take a bit of your good voice to read some personal things. I like reading. It's fun. It's not that bad. You don't need to tax yourselves to get me to read things. We're good. You only need turnips or follows for the actual book. Or subscriptions for that matter, if people wished for more. But, yeah. Little personal things like that is a bit of fun. Now, if somebody ends up writing out their own novel and then says, oh, he said it's okay if I just get him to read some other things like that, that's stretching it a bit. Like a 500-page novel that someone's working through themselves. That's asking a bit much. Okay. Bum ba da ba da 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 da. Are we doing? Did I do the last? It's always at this kind of time that I start to lose track of what bounties I have actually done or not done. I'm gonna have to check them once I finish these stews. I just know it. Oh, we are nearly in the top 3,700 as well. Look at us. Whoosh. Flying. What level am I actually? 634. Ah, I remember looking at people that were closing in on level 700 and thinking, that'll never be me. No, I did the bounties. That's good. That's good. Okay. Hello, boy. How you doing? Oh, you want to play? Is now a really good time to want to play? It's going to annoy his mumsy. There we go. Good dog. Okay. Right, we must be getting close. I wonder if I should head to the tannery soon. Because I'm also worried, I can't remember if there was still a problem with the leaderboards where it didn't always update. Still over an hour left. Okay. Well, an hour left. It's worth being there for the last hour. Cool. I think we'll start heading over to Tannery. I can still read at the Tannery as well. Many of the tasks of the Tannery still require a good bit of AFK time. So you can still cash in your pages for the turnips. Delicious. Steady, I wish there would be a way to see how much you have stored in the bank of certain material without actually needing to go bank. There might be something like that when the player-to-player trading comes out, Steady, because they're planning on trading from bank to bank is the idea. So I'm assuming there must be a way you could then access that when you're at those trading points. Whether or not that requires that you are in Chronopolis at the time of trading, though, I couldn't say. But, yeah, I know what you mean. Like, not knowing what's in the bank when you are, maybe, like, say I wanted to put more in vegetables in the ingredients bank, and I'm at Kevin, I was like, do I actually need to buy more? I wish I knew how much I had. Yeah, it would be nice. Okay. 35 alchemy. Sweet. Oh, we can make the healing potions that I can actually use. Lovely. Or, it's cheap to make and use. So, I think we will head over to the tannery. And any bonus KP we can start putting into alchemy as well. From there. It's always fun to return to Chronopolis. Let's do it. Boop, 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 boop. Let's go home. Let's go back home. Do do. Bum. Ba da da da. Ah, the familiar streets, the architecture, the beauty, the crime. Ah, wonderful. I'd be satisfied even if only shown in Storage Rift when you deposit something there. Yeah. I get it is still early access. These little things might still I think Hail Beast is what I was on. Might still be coming. You never know. There's still lots of things that are kept kind of tight-lipped that we do not know what there would be. Good day, fellow leather workers. Oh, I typed it in the wrong room. Too busy talking to Lozaline. There you go. Oh. So this is where you'd shout out Turnip 10. This is where you could start your heading desires to enjoy the... Oh, there's a hello from Baddocks to Twitch there as well. Oh, it's good to be home. Lovely. And you could start your pineapple tour. This is where it begins. You will need to be in the server where all these lovely people are, but that's easy to achieve most times. I wonder if I should put in my Twitch stream title Pineapple Tour vouchers. You know what people say is like, oh, Steam keys, free Steam keys. It'd be like free pineapple tours. Do. Grego, Turnip, I got a banner ad you could put on stream. Where can I send that? Genuinely? Oh. I mean, I don't want to say it on stream because you go there. I can give you a contact. So I don't want to just post it all over the internet and then suddenly get inundated. Oh, come on. Really? What about that was... oh, did I say... Can you not say Discord? Is that what it is? I don't know how to tell them then. You can't say join. Okay. If you partake on my Discord, or if you partake on Wondrous Turnips Discord, in case it just automatically hates my and Discord as if I'm selling something as well. I can do details there. Hey! My goodness, navigating the... I sent it to the wrong person. Sorry. Sorry. Wrong chat. Graggle. Okay, well at least we know that if you partake on Wondrous Turnips Discord, I can get details there. I just don't want to post on stream, that's all. Okay, so let's... You guys are VIPs though. Up to especially Turnip. Oh! I can be there. Yay! Do. Sure thing. Oh man, if this is actually a banner, because I don't really have a banner on my Twitch just now. Just a temporary one that I scribbled super quick, because otherwise it was a default thing. So Ryan's probably, what, about an hour? If it was just over an hour a little while ago, it's probably an hour-ish. Now we've got another first 500. Ooh. We're going to a rocky road. Is that where we're going? Okay. XP waste. Oh, cool. They want a KP, the last one. I like that. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be an end of an era in the tannery. So many are close to their maximum as well. Hey, Gregor, I see you. And I have no idea how to send you a direct message. Ah, I'm so terrible at Discord as well. How do I do this? How do I do this? Oh. Ah, okay. I found the button. Okay. Okay. Found the button. Perfect. So... There we go. To post it on stream. Sorry guys, just... Oh, this would be... Oh my goodness, it's so good. Oh, that is fantastic. That is just the best thing ever seen. Sorry, guys. Okay, I will get this banner up, and then you'd be able to see if I can actually figure out how to get it. Do. Oh, I think I've got it. Okay. Do. I'm actually going to do it right now if it lets me. Where is it? Where? It's so long since I've done it. Brand, feature content, stream events. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Where is... I think... Do I have to be in my actual channel? Hold on. You might get a little repeat of my voice if it... Hold on. You might get... Yeah. Apologize. I'm just trying to find where the edit is. Oh my goodness, I need to update this. I've not been on it in ages. Sorry, I'm a little... Where do I edit my banner? What is wrong with this? Twitch. Brand. Oh, it's the brand. Okay. Do. Okay. I think that's it. I think it's up. Now, how do I see it? How do we get my banner while I'm streaming? Does it only show when I'm not streaming? Oh, you're adding it as your channel banner. I was thinking just having it in the corner of the screen or something. I'm having it as a channel banner as well, if you don't mind. My channel banner is awful, and then I'm going to pop this up on the screen as well. We'll do both. It's brilliant. Genuinely, it's so good. Did you see what my last banner was? It was awful. I realized I didn't ask. Oh, I kind of assumed it was that banner. But, okay. And... Let's go. Because I've got the perfect spot for as well. Perfect spot. Sorry guys, I'm just genuinely excited about this. It's so lovely. So let's add image. Pineapple tours. Oh. Oh, it's so good. It is so good. Man, that is fantastic. I think I'll just leave it there. There we go. Thank you. I was gonna see if I can like it. I don't want to make it too shrunken and too small. 'Cause can people still read it if it's like? I know it hides some of the. I end up reading some of the chat down there anyway. Can people still see this? Okay. You'll just have to keep your messages to me very short if you're typing in the actual chat. Overlay on the map. Oh yeah, people don't need to see the map, do they? That's a good idea, Slothmoth. I'll just put it over my face. Is it too small when you put it down there? Okay. Just... I mean, it was fine where it was, like this, wasn't it? I mean, what in the game have you seen me doing that you haven't seen me do 1,000 times before? Most people are just listening to me read, so... It's so good. Ah, Graggle, I love it. I've actually made it my channel banner. I'm sorry if that's not what you intended, but it's there. Just too good. At least until I come up with something better, but that could be a while. Beautiful. So, for those that can't see what I'm doing right now, I just sold the leather. I'm off to buy some hide. Did I mention there was a promotion on the Pineapple Tours? Just shout out Turnip 10 in the Chronopolis Tannery to receive your discount on Pineapple Tours. For yourselves, friends, loved ones, we have confirmed that groups can take part on the Pineapple Tours. So that's Turnip 10. The first sponsor for this channel. Thank you so much. I love this. Okay, I should get it off the screen, shouldn't I? Because it... Like, was it too small down here? Was it really? Is it... You're glad I like it. It's fantastic, Graggle. It's just the best. Oh, people don't need to see my inventory. But they couldn't. Well, I say who I'm talking to if we're covering people's names. I can put it like here. It could be a bit bigger. How's that? Is that a bit better? It's okay. It's okay. There, that'll do. Okay, I mean, if I've got that, we do actually need to change the stream title. We'll keep the book reading in. People can still pay for the book reading, but so discount. Or we'll put in Pineapple Tour. Pineapple Tours discount. To all followers. That's so bad. That's so dirty. It makes me feel a little dirty, but it's too good. It's too good. I can take Tales of the Shore out. Finished that. There we go. Excellent. Yeah, make us incognito. Who said that? Except I think it still says your name beside your text, Losa Lion. Like it covers up the little switches I have between the rooms, but I'm pretty sure if I go on Losa Lion, it says Losa Lion. I don't know how incognito you want it to be, but no face, no case. Ah, there we go. Gotta add in the title. Do I? Let's do it. Why not? I mean, it's all for a laugh, isn't it? Hashtag ad. Can I do that though? It's not like I'm actually giving away something. Brilliant. I'm never taking it off. That's it. It's so good. Like genuinely when it popped up, it's like it's just I love bright colors. It was everything I could have hoped. And beyond what I could have imagined, I must admit. That was fantastic. It's especially good because when somebody shouted out the Pineapple Tours in the podcast, like all three of them were like, "What?" It's like nobody knows. Brilliant. This has made my day. Oh, I love a good laugh. Man, it's fantastic. There. That sits there just fine. You don't see the bottom parts of my inventory, I suppose, so. Guerrilla marketing at its finest. It was brilliant. And I was genuinely wishing I was there. You know, you have those moments you're like, ooh, I know what it is. Like trying to give your teacher an answer in school and they just won't pick you. You're like stretching your arm out so hard, your shoulder is pulling out of its socket. I actually had that moment in the podcast. I was like, oh, make me there. Oh, I need to refresh the... Oh! You can actually see the emblem on the Brighter Shores. Like, if you check the Brighter Shores Twitch, you can see us... Oh, I'm actually in the top 3. Look at that. And you can actually see the voucher. You can see Pineapple Tours above the viewers. Brilliant. Even better. That's so exciting. I mean, if it actually starts getting people to do the Pineapple Tours, I hope you guys have got your A game. They're going to be expecting something equal to, or if not greater than, the banner. just so you know, like, because it's not my tour. I'm just the face right now. I'm just the face. Boom, boom, boom. Hillbeast. Am I on Hillbeast? I haven't actually checked what I'm supposed to be on. It is Hillbeast, okay. Until 66, so okay. No worries. I've laughed so hard. The tears that have gotten stuck in my eyes have gone itchy. Beautiful. Ooh. And I need to see if I can get Sanhai in the friends list as well, because I do somehow manage to get... Boo-doo-boo-doo. Whew. Here we are, guys, in the tannery. Don't forget, and before I forget as well, we are still doing the book reading as well. I know it's been a little bit while, but if anybody's new or joined us, it is still 300 turnips a follow for 1 page, and you get 5 pages for sub. And if anybody happens to rate us, you get a free page as well. So. And we're still reading George Orwell's 1984. Lots of fun. But yes, I must admit I got caught up in all the excitement of that banner. I had no idea Graggle was getting up to that. But the promo code Turnip10 is so good. It's too good. Oh, I should actually work the leather. Here we go. Boo, 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 boo. Ah. Whew. Oh, they got 499. Oh. Leaderboards. Nope, I never did send it. Leaderboards. Keep going. Keep working. 499. Oh my goodness. Where am I in the leather working? 522. Look at me. Oh, I'm in the top 3,700 now as well, though. Overall. I'm still climbing. Still climbing. Do. Just want to check. Okay, we're good. We're good. Lovely. First character's ready. On to next one. So your first character's in Chronopolis now? Yeah? Or they're ready to go to Chronopolis? I can't believe you're still doing the 3. I genuinely didn't know if I... I didn't expect you to actually carry on with it steady. I really don't know how you've managed to keep on with the 3 characters. 391. Oh, I'm extending the gap though, steady. I think this is the first time I've looked at it and the gap is not closing. Although that will jump a bit when you get those 20 level 20s in Chronopolis, because that's 80 free levels right up there to catch up with. Ready to go. I've been slowed binding together materials for crafting skills. Yes. Yeah, because you would have been doing the Mines of Mantaban as well, and that does slow down quite a bit. No, I'm not buying from you. Sell. Sell. Sell, sell, sell. Do. Boo-da-boo-boo. Do. Okay. Hey gamers, is it still faster for me to telly if I'm banking the leather? We sell or drop the leather. What is this banking? I better not spoil their empty replies. I just don't have the heart to join in. Oh, Po King! Love the name. Do. Hey! Sanhai accepted. Nice. So I think Sanhai is going for the riches, isn't it? There's no way for me to see, but I think they got the 500 merchant. Yeah. Yeah. My goodness. Do. I will explain everything in my next message. It was well coordinated. Do. Oh, there'll be people getting rid fee for all the Christmas as well. Boom, boom, boom. Do. Ba, 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 ba. I can't stop looking at the Brighter Shores channels. I just love it how the banner shows up so bright on it. Can you thumbnail the page? Because I wondered if I could have had it from when I had it filling the entire screen as well. It's just so bright and colorful. I love it. I want a real one. I want a real voucher. I'd have loved to have a nice long sleep after this. I can't fight. Oh, gotta get up early for karting. That sounds fun. Is karting not fun? Or am I thinking of like go-karting and this is something else and I really shouldn't open my mouth and sound stupid? Like when somebody says karting, I'm thinking of race carts and zipping around a track. Does it mean something else elsewhere? Because everybody seems to be like, oof. Yeah, a bit more. Okay. Pardon me, it's undressing time again, folks. You have to bear me in my nightie again. Wonderful. Hmm. Do. Okay. More leather. Tech tip. Here we go. Thank you, friends. Oh, it's all coming back to me. The only thing that I've forgotten to do is I could have been doing some of the merchant skills again. But then I might actually miss what's going on if Ryan reaches the goal, so. Was somebody going for the tour? Use the promo code. Don't pay full price. Do you have the promo code? Oh, it's Kells. Ah ha ha ha. That beautiful Turnip streamer for promo code. It was a legal dispute to get it, but turned surprisingly friendly. Boo-doo-doo, Oh, I have to join in the tour. We have to go. I have to see Kel's. They missed the first part. Tech tip. Next, we talk to the guy. I hope you have a splendid day. You too. Ah, the beautiful pineapple tour. I remember taking part. Ah, no onesie. Only refunds. No refunds. Oh. Oh, a new part to the tour. Is this going to be the streamer tour? Back, did I miss a lot of pages? To be honest, there's not been many pages. Sea Potato things got... I got distracted and very excited. Wait, nobody's actually paid for any pages in a little while. We're on the pineapple tour right now, and Graggle made me a fantastic banner to put on the stream for anybody wanting the discount. on the pineapple tours. I am dainty, no one. On their lap. We're going to get to see you taking the pineapple tour. We've done most of it. I am sure I had to do the hopscotch. No, I missed it. Well, you'll have to come back for it, Sea Potato, and it'll probably happen again. This is why you go to the tannery. Oh, I loved the tannery. I missed it. It's so good to come back to it. The fumes really do get you. Gutted. I'm gutted. We just ran straight past the hopscotch. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Sea Potato! We've got a page. Which is quite good, because we'll probably be back in the tannery soon. Oh, are they extending the tour? Oh, we're going to the bar. Excellent. What were the highlights of the pineapple tour? I think Turnip is the highlight of the pineapple tour. It's one of the early parts of the tour. It's called Turnip. Oh, I do like pina coladas. Ooh, I love pina coladas. Pina colada, add a look and ip. The brass buttons for investigations don't look brass to me at all. Yeah, I found the brass buttons sometimes a little bit tricky as well. The toggle buttons was something I was confused with for a little while as well. But once I knew what they were easy to spot out. But yeah, the brass ones, a little tricky. Salut! We better be doing that hopscotch. Man, I rocked that hopscotch. If we miss that hopscotch out this time... Tack tip. Here is tack tip. Sea potato. This is tack tip. That's highlight. Tack tip. Oh, we better be doing what I think we're gonna do. Yes! Line up. They're actually lining up. Oh, it's so good! Yeah, you got to dance. You got to dance on the doubles. Oh, that's what I did. Beautiful. Do the hickle pad. That's so good, I might do it again. Boom. Boom. Do 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 do. Fantastic. Traveller, okay, Turnip, what in the seven hells is happening? It was the pineapple tour, Traveller. What do you mean? Everybody knows of the pineapple tours. That's... I have to say, they're not of my creation. I am merely a face of for the pineapple tours. You can use Turnip 10 for a discount on getting your pineapple tour. So you come into the tannery, you shout Turnip 10, and hopefully somebody will take you on the pineapple tour. It was brilliant. Did you not enjoy it? Were you watching it from Kel's side? How did she like it? I know you're often on Kel's stream. Did she love it? There is group tours, Sea Potato. Group tours are allowed. And they're allowed to use the voucher as well. The only person who's not allowed to use the voucher is me and my family. But apparently there's going to be a streamer tour at some point. Which might have been what we saw. I think we had Pina Coladas wasn't in my previous tour, so I think that might have been part of the streamer tour. Wait, that was a group tour just now. Did you not see us line up all pretty for the hopscotch? Yeah. I told you Sanhai should have used the voucher. Well, we were having a good time. I'm glad. Do you like the discount banner? Graggle made it. Graggle made it, and let me put it up on my stream. It's even the banner for my channel now as well. I think it's so good. I love it. Ooh, you just can't use the discount code. You and your family can do the tours. Oh, it's just me. So that doesn't. So I can't use it, but I can do the tours. But that means I pay full price. Or is this my payment? Is that what I get paid? Is free tours? I can go on the Turnip tour whenever I want. Okay. Don't worry, Sea Potato. I haven't forgotten about your page, by the way. We're almost done through a whole lot of leather, and when we start the next one, I will do the page reading. Just so that's not forgotten. I have marked up that I've got a page to read. Oh, that's so sweet, Sanhai. Rich with friends and loved ones. What if I try Turnip 50? I think if you try Turnip 50, it just won't be a recognized voucher. The voucher clearly states Turnip 10. I don't want to talk on their behalf. They might have a program in place or a routine in place to work around these kinds of things, but a Turnip 50 voucher sounds like a fake to me. So good though. I love doing the tour again. Why did I ever leave the tannery? To do quests, mostly, but... Okay. We'll sell these. We'll fill up on the hides that we need, and I will get a little more progress with Winston. It has been a little bit though. Generally, the Sea Potato, I think the page that you heard last time, maybe, although I don't know if you were here when Duyal discovered they had a follow they never used. I think you were actually, because I think you mentioned you wished you'd saved it. So. Lion. Oh, here we go. There's an update on the Turnip 50 question. Fraudulent usage of the Turnip discount will be reported to the authorities. Ooh. Now that could be dangerous because there's a lot of authorities in Chronopolis. And, oh, Tactep. And I've heard they're quite a wild bunch. They have to fight crime and inhale the fumes of the tannery. Wow, I didn't miss any pages. To be honest, the pages fell a little bit quiet, and then the whole Pineapple Tours banner thing got me quite excited. And when I get excited, I get quite engrossed in things. So it took up a bit of my everything. But we're about to start a new tanning process, so we'll get your page in. Thank you. Okay, so he was finding it uncomfortable walking with the paperweight. The street was a blind alley. Winston halted, stood for several seconds wondering vaguely what to do, then turned round and began to retrace his steps. As he turned, it occurred to him that the girl had only passed him 3 minutes ago, and that by running he could probably catch up with her. He could keep on her track till they were in some quiet place, and then smash her skull in with the cobblestone. A piece of glass in his pocket would be heavy enough to do the job, but he abandoned the idea immediately, because even the thought of making any physical effort was unbearable. He could not run. He could not strike a blow. Besides, she was young and lusty and would defend herself. He thought also of hurryingly to the community centre and staying there till the place closed, so as to establish a partial alibi for the evening. But that too was impossible. A deadly lassitude had taken hold of him. All he wanted was to get home quickly and then sit down and be quiet. It was after 22 hours when he got back to the flat. The light would be switched off at the main at 23:30. He went into the kitchen and swallowed nearly a teacupful of Victory gin. Then he went to the table in the alcove, sat down, and took the diary out of the drawer. But he did not open it at once. From the telescreen, a brassy female voice was squalling a patriotic song. He sat staring at the marbled cover of the book, trying without success to shut the voice out of his consciousness. It was at night that they came for you. Always at night. The proper thing was to kill yourself before they got you. Undoubtedly, some people did so. Many of the disappearances were actually suicides. But it needed desperate courage to kill yourself in a world where firearms or any quick and certain poison were completely unprocurable. He thought with a kind of astonishment of the biological uselessness of pain and fear, the treachery of the human body which always freezes into inertia at exactly the moment when a special effort is needed. He might have silenced the dark-haired girl if only he had acted quickly enough, but precisely because of the extremity of his danger, he had lost the power to act. It struck him that in moments of crisis, one is never fighting against an external enemy, but always against one's own body. Even now, in spite of the gin, the dull ache in his belly made consecutive thoughts impossible. And it is the same, he perceived, in all seemingly heroic or tragic situations, on the battlefield, in the torture chamber, on a sinking ship. The issues that you are fighting for are always forgotten, because the body swells up until it's filled the universe. And even when you are not paralyzed by fright or screaming with pain, life is a moment-to-moment struggle against hunger or cold or sleeplessness, against a sour stomach or an aching tooth. Thank you, Sea Potato. Oh, you got another one in. Okay. Oh, we've still got more of the tang to do, so here we go. We'll keep on going. Stay comfy. He opened the diary. It was important to write something down. The woman on the telescreen had started a new song. Her voice seemed to stick into his brain like jagged splinters of glass. He tried to think of O'Brien, for whom or to whom the diary was written. But instead, he began thinking of the things that would happen to him after the thought police took him away. It would not matter if they killed you at once. To be killed was what you expected. But before death, nobody spoke of such things, yet everybody knew of them. There was the routine of confession that had to be gone through, the grovelling on the floor and screaming for mercy, the crack of broken bones, the smashed teeth, and bloody clots of hair. Why did you have to endure it, since the end was always the same? Why was it not possible to cut a few days or weeks out of your life? Nobody ever escaped detection, and nobody ever failed to confess. When once you had succumbed to thought crime, it was certain that by a given date you would be dead. Why then did that horror, which altered nothing, have to lie embedded in future time? He tried with a little more success than before to summon up the image of O'Brien. We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness, O'Brien had said to him. He knew what it meant, or though he knew, the place where there is no darkness was the imagined future, which one would never see, but which, by foreknowledge, one could mystically share in. But with the voice from the telescreen nagging at his ears, he could not follow the train of thought further. He put a cigarette in his mouth Half the tobacco promptly fell out onto his tongue, a bitter dust which was difficult to spit out again. The face of Big Brother swam into his mind, displacing that of O'Brien. Just as he had done a few days earlier, he slid a coin out of his pocket and looked at it. The face gazed up at him, heavy, calm, protecting. What kind of smile was hidden beneath the dark mustache? Like a leaden knell, the words came back at him. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. We are going to be moving on to part 2, chapter 1 next time. Thank you very much, Sea Potato, for the turnips. Thank you. Lovely, lovely. Okay. I was just making sure it wasn't mentioned whether I didn't miss Ryan hitting 500 or anything. Ooh, friendly request. Friendly request. Oh, Dusty! Hello! Oh, you're the 50th friend, old Dusty. Only 150 more to go. Oh, it's King. Tack tip. Thank you, Franz. Did you see Sanhai in the podcast? He's so hot. Okay, whilst it's working for this, I am going to stand up and stretch out, and I'm going to go visit the bathroom as well. I'll be back in just a few moments. I have returned. Has that happened? Has he leveled? Oh! I went to the bathroom. Did it happen? I realise that phrasing is bad. Okay, I don't think it's happened yet. Whew. Steady present, considering quests, in what order are you planning to do ones you have not done yet? I am... That's a good question. Well, Braniff Inheritance is the first one because it will make the Lost and Found a bit better because you get the extra Quartermaster space so you can hold more of the untuned stuff to sell. So there's that. I don't know what the reward is for Forgotten Things, and I must admit I keep forgetting about Forgotten Things, ironically. I keep forgetting it's a 5-star quest I still have to do. I keep talking about the Hopeport and the Mines of Mantavan one, and then I completely forget. Quite fittingly, yes, it's rather fitting to forget Forgotten Things. It's good. So I'll probably end up doing Forgotten Things last because I forgot about them. But it looks like... It might log at 49. I would forgive you. I have said I would stop short many times. HTG out of nowhere. I need to ask who HTG is. I genuinely don't know. Oh, thank you, Stunner. Oh, Hoktua Girl, I forgot about that. Yes. Oh, yeah, no, that would drive them mad. I remember about that. I mean, I wasn't there for it, but I remember them telling me about it. My goodness. Sanhai, hello. Honestly thought you were a female. I'm pleasantly surprised. It's probably the Pokemon motifs, the lovely blue eyes, and my thick head of hair. Yeah, I mean, I'm a fairly campish gentleman. But yeah, I'm glad you're pleasantly surprised, Sanhai. Welcome. Welcome to the turnip fields. You can make yourself comfy. We're doing book readings, by the way. So if you get 300 turnips, I'll read a page. We're reading 1984 by George Orwell right now. And follows get a page, and subscribes get 5 pages. That's the idea. And Wabble Bow. got it in. I have no idea how to say your name, so it's probably going to be different every time it comes up. So don't correct me. I'm enjoying it. I like this better. Ooh, fancy. Oh, and Sanhai fouled as well, so we'll get 2 pages. We'll get 2 pages. You can just call me Graggle, but I like my attempts at saying wabble wabble. And, oh yes, if you're playing the game Sanhai, don't forget you can use Turnip 10 in the Tannery of Chronopolis for a discount on the Pineapple Tours. And please don't ask why he would do that, because I don't have an answer. So we'll gather some leather, and we'll read out 2 pages of 1984. We're quite a bit in. We're starting part 2, chapter 1. Sanhai, so you've probably come at quite a good moment. You're the tour funding. Oh, Sanhai! I just realized who you are. I'm an idiot. Sorry. I'm just automatically in sales mode. Well, you've got the money. You don't need the discount code, I suppose, but... I forgot. I'm sorry. You know what it is the people that are friends with me in game, as you may have noticed, often speak to me through the game. And I sometimes forget. Well, I say that. The people of the Tannery, the majority of these, apart from Traveller, in fact, I think every one of these, apart from Traveller, is from the Tannery. Home, I call it now. I think I said I was actually going home. But yeah, okay. 2 pages. 2 pages, guys. Here we go. Get yourselves comfortable. It was the middle of the morning, and Winston had left the cubicle to go to the lavatory. A solitary figure was coming towards him from the other end of the long, brightly lit corridor. It was a girl with dark hair. 4 days had gone past since the evening when he had run into her outside the junk shop. As she came near, he saw that her right arm was in a sling. Not noticeable at a distance because it was of the same colour as her overalls. Probably she had crushed her hand while swinging round one of the big kaleidoscopes on which the plots of novels were roughed in. It was common for an accident in the fiction department. They were perhaps 4 meters apart when the girl stumbled and fell almost flat on her face. A sharp cry of pain was wrung out of her. She must have fallen right onto the injured arm. Winston stopped short. The girl had risen to her knees, her face had turned a milky yellow colour against which her mouth stood out redder than ever. Her eyes were fixed on his, with an appealing expression that looked more like fear than pain. Curious emotion stirred in Winston's heart. In front of him was an enemy who was trying to kill him. In front of him also was a human creature, in pain and perhaps with a broken bone. Already he had instinctively started forward to help her. In the moment when he had seen her fall on the bandaged arm, it had been as though he felt the pain in his own body. "You're hurt," he said. "It's nothing. My arm. It'll be all right in a second." She spoke as though her heart were fluttering. She had certainly turned very pale. "You haven't broken anything?" "No, I'm all right. It hurt for a moment, that's all." She held out her free hand to him, and he helped her up. She had regained some of her colour and appeared very much better. "It's nothing," she repeated shortly. "I only gave my wrist a bit of a bang. Thanks, comrade." And with that, she walked on, in the direction in which she had been going, as briskly as though it had been really nothing. The whole incident could not have taken much as half a minute. Not to let one's feelings appear in one's face was a habit that had acquired the status of an instinct, and in any case they had been standing straight in front of a telescreen when the thing happened. Nevertheless, it had been very difficult not to betray a momentary surprise, for in the 2 or 3 seconds while he was helping her up, the girl had slipped something into his hand. There was no question that she had done it intentionally. It was something small and flat. As he passed through the lavatory door, he transferred it to his pocket and felt it with the tips of his fingers. It was a scrap of paper, folded into a square. While he stood at the urinal, he managed, with a little more fingering, to get it unfolded. Obviously, there was much to be a message of some kind written on it. For a moment, he was tempted to take it into one of the water closets and read it at once, but that would be shockingly folly. As he well knew, there was no place where you could be more certain that the telescreens were watching continuously. He went back to his cubicle, sat down, threw the fragment of paper casually among the other papers on the desk, put on his spectacles, and hitched the speakwrite towards him. 5 minutes, he told himself. 5 minutes at the very least. His heart bumped into his breast with frightening loudness. Fortunately, the pieces of work he was engaged on were mere routine, the rectification of a long list of figures not needing close attention. Whatever was written on the paper, it must have some kind of political meaning. So far as he could see, there were two possibilities. 1. Much the more likely was that the girl was an agent of the Thought Police, just as he had feared. He did not know why the Thought Police should choose to deliver their messages in such a fashion, but perhaps they had their reasons. The thing that was written on the paper might be a threat, a summons, an order to commit suicide, a trap of some description. But there was another, wilder possibility that kept raising in his head, though he tried vainly to suppress it. This was that the message did not come from the Thought Police at all, but from some kind of underground organization. Perhaps the Brotherhood existed after all. Perhaps the girl was part of it. No doubt the idea was absurd, but it had sprung into his mind in very instant of the feeling of scrap paper in his hand. It was not till a couple of minutes later that the other, more probable explanation had occurred to him. And even now, though his intellect told him that the message probably meant death, still, that was not what he believed. And the unreasonable hope persisted, and his heart banged, and it was with difficulty that he kept his voice from trembling as he murmured his figures into the speakwrite. Thank you, Sanhai, and thank you, Graggle. I'll say Grabble. Wababow. Wababow. Lovely. Thank you, Sanhai. I get it now when you said I thought you were a female. You probably thought I was a female from the game. Because, yeah, I probably sounded quite a bit. And probably because everybody was saying I was hot over and over again. So, yeah. Yeah, I can absolutely imagine why. For a minute, I was actually thinking you saw my picture in the Brighter Shores pages, like the streams. And it might have caught me standing up in my nightie. It probably looked womanly, with my big bald head. You sounded lovely and are lovely. Well, you are hot. Show feet. I could show Wash's feet. Dog paws. He's got cute little toe beans. Cute little boy, although he is sleeping now. That's a bit unfair. A little baby pug. Your reading is very relaxing. I've been getting that quite a lot, and I appreciate it. Wow. I'm enjoying it. We've only started the reading this week. I mean, I've always played games that kind of had a lot of reading, but this game gives me space to read more, so we all came up with the idea to maybe read some books on stream. So it's been fun. The last 2 days have been great with it, so I've kept it going. I think I'll keep it going for quite some time. What I was thinking of doing, and well, what I promised I would do, is every time we complete a chapter, I will do a full recording of it and actually just put it on my YouTube if people have missed part of the book and would like to hear me reading it. It's in public domain, so I should be able to do that, no problem. But that will take time. Steady, but have to be public domain books just to be safe. Yes. because I don't want to get. I've already had a lot of legal purpose to get through today with Pineapple Tours. There was some false claims made on my part, so I did have to negotiate. Oh, yeah, Twisty isn't here. Oh my goodness, is it really close? That is actually, yeah, it is a shame Twisty isn't here. Onesie! Amazing head, amazing voice. Thank you! And before I make the same mistake that I did with the Sanhai, are you the onesie from the tannery? Before... And am I saying it wrong if I'm saying onesie? Was it supposed to be Onezers or Onez or something like that? I just instantly think of a fluffy onesie when I saw your name, that's all. Oh, the end is near. And so, the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. I can read, I can't necessarily sing, I will say that. The onesie and only. Nice! Welcome! Welcome, welcome to the turnip field. It's my name backwards. Oh, right, okay. I mean, onesie sounds cozy to me, so if you don't mind, I'll probably keep saying onesie. That, and I'll forget if you do correct me, but... I like cozy things, so... we celebrate at Rocky Road. Are we heading to Rocky Road now? Is this now? Oh, it's going to put the cape on at Rocky Road. Sounds good. You want the moment clipped? I could clip the moment for Ryan as well, if they want, like if I'm there. Boop, 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 boop. Need to remember to do that. Yes, please. Okay. Need to remember to do that. Please remind me to do that. Although it's not difficult to do retrospectively. Or retroactively, rather. Oh, what inventory? Oh my god. Should be a global... Yes! Or a little global announcement or something. You know, it just pings up. Ryan has achieved... Or first... Ryan has achieved first leather working 500. I am actually silent. I'm just looking at the screen as if there's something that's gonna ping up on mine to tell me it's happened. I actually wonder, does oh, so there's one more inventory after this. Okay. I might just start dancing. I don't want to sell my last load. Just start dancing. I should have said last inventory rather than last load phrasing. Oh, well, I'm sure it's fine. Oh, Coffee Forever followed. Sorry, Coffee Forever. I missed that. I owe you all a page. For the book as well. Oh, I can read that whilst Ryan's on the last inventory. Okay. So, his voice was trembling. He murmured his figures into the speakwrite. He rolled up the completed bundle of work and slid it into the pneumatic tube. 8 minutes had gone by. He readjusted his spectacles on his nose, sighed, and drew the next batch of work towards him, with the scrap of paper on top of it. He flattened it out. On it was written in large, unformed handwriting, "I love you." For several seconds, he was too stunned even to throw the incriminating thing into the memory hole. When he did so, although he knew very well the danger of showing too much interest, he could not resist reading it once again, just to make sure that the words were really there. For the rest of the morning, it was very difficult to work. What was even worse than having to focus his mind on a series of niggling jobs was the need to conceal his agitation from the telescreen. He felt as though a fire was burning in his belly. Lunch in the hot, crowded, noise-filled canteen was torment. He had hoped to be alone for a little while during his lunch hour, but as bad luck would have it, the imbecile Parsons flopped down beside him, the tang of his sweat almost defeating the tinny smell of stew, and kept up a stream of talk about the preparations for Hate Week. He was particularly enthusiastic about a papier-mâché model of Big Brother's head, 2 meters wide, which was being made for the occasion by his daughter's troop of spies. The irritating thing was that in the racket of voices, Winston could hardly hear what Parsons was saying, and was constantly having to ask for some fatuous remark to be repeated. Just once he caught a glimpse of the girl at a table with 2 other girls at the far end of the room. She appeared not to have seen him, and he did not look in that direction again. Ooh, it's happened. Do. Oh! Boom. Oh, that was just in time. Oh boy. Woo. Okay. They said they were putting the cape on at Rocky Road, was it? I'll just follow. No, it was going to Rocky Road, wasn't it? I was too busy following Graggle. Yeah, Rocky Road. Thank you, Ryan. You would know. Sorry, I just started following the crowd. Oh, there's a lot of us going. So good. We do need a bus. That would be a great idea, Baphomet. Tack tap. Tack tap. Oh, and Graggle, it'd be beautiful because if we clip it, it'll have the pineapple tours on it as well. This is long. And that happened so much more quickly than I thought. Hey, there he is. I'm looking the wrong way. Oh, so good. Well done, Ryan. Congratulations. That is incredible. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Whoever said Rocky Road is no forest, I hate you. uh, Yeah, I just started following the crowd. I heard everybody teleporting away, and then I looked up. I was still kind of reading at the time. And then I just panicked and followed Graggle. That was... You'd have thought the tour guide would know the way. I mean... Yeah, I've got all the time. Is the tannery in Chronopolis just empty now? Is there like there'll be nobody there? Or like people that walk in there will be just shocked at how empty it is. Try and get it. If I... There. If I take everything out the sides there, it zooms in a little bit more. There we go. Where is Onesie? To be honest, I actually picked a decent place to stand. It kind of puts you dead center of the screen as well. Lovely. Ooh. Do. Yay! Nice. Boo, 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 boo. Heyo. Congratulations, Ryan. Congratulations. Oh boy. I can't imagine how you must be feeling. So good. Well done. Tack tip. Boo, 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 boo. Oh, we're going for the before and after shot. Nice. San, I had to give him 9 gold. OJ Allen, hello. What is going on here? Ryan has done 500 leatherworking, the first. And there we go. There we go. Yeah, absolutely massive. It's huge. So good. So if you want to see the cape reveal, that's what we're here for. It's going to be quite a walk from the shop out to Rocky Road, though. So we'll wait a little bit. But no, good. It's Ontorius. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. How are you doing? I think I remember how to do this. Ontorius. Please tell me I got that right. Oh, it worked. Thank you. And a raid gets us another page to read out as well. Thank you, Ontorius. We will wait a bitty for more page reading, I think, though. Oh, here it goes. Here we are. Here we are. He's here. Hey! There it is! Congratulations! Well done! That does look good. I must admit the leatherworking one looks good. Somebody please clip that for Ryan. They did ask if it could be done. What can I do? I might be able to do it. I think I got it. If not, we can look back at it. Not gonna lie, really wish that cape gap between 200 to 500 was more visual on all capes. I don't know, it's a nice fine point on this one. Look at it. Yeah, Ryan, you deserve some sleep. Congratulations. Boop, 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 boop. after party in the tannery. But Ontorius, you came in at a good time. We got first level 500 leatherworking. Not me, Ryan. Ryan got it. It's quite visible on merch. Yeah, it's bright gold, isn't it? It's like a big gold pile, somebody was telling me, or something. Beautiful. That was just my money falling out of my pockets. Yeah, what's the next goal, Ryan? And are you starting it right now? Starting it right now. It's so cool. I do like these, the way they've done these capes, I must admit. Yeah, what the... I've got 499 leatherwork stuck at the top of my screen. Really? Is there like a fanfare when you get your 500th level? Is there... Oh, it doesn't tick to 500. Oh. Stays there until you do something else. Alright. So there's no like big fireworks thing even for yourself or anything like that when you get to 500. There's nothing. It's very disappointing. Oh, wow. Okay. Back to the grind. Congratulations. Okay. Yeah, Ryan got the leatherworking. They got it Crimson. Well timed. We'll be heading back. I don't know if we got it clipped, but I can always go back. We're 7 hours in my stream, so I don't know if anybody else managed to clip it, but if not, I know where to find it. Bum bum ba da 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 do 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 bum bum dun dun. It's less dopamine than an actual level. Yeah, I can imagine, especially without any fanfare or anything like that. That's a little yeah, that is a little rough. Let's head in. So good. So good. Very underwhelming. Yeah, I think the celebration for the crowd is probably a bit better than the game actually gives you, but awesome. And a book reading from Steady. That's 2 pages we've got banked when we start going back on the leather working again. I just realized I ran back with a full inventory of done leather. I didn't sell the leather. Something like it's rule. I think it was Walk of Shame #1. Okay. We'll quickly dash. We will be right back. We'll be right back. Are you interested in a tour? Has Ryan been on the tour? Did Ryan have the time? Well, congrats, Ryan. They might still be in this chat, Crimson, as well, so they might still get that. It's Falcon. Do. It all happened so fast. I was panicking when everybody started teleporting away. Oh my goodness. Ryan used the promo code. It's working. Oh my goodness. Is that the first one? I don't think Kel's actually used it. I think somebody tell her what it was. But still, we'll have to see if it spreads, the promo code. If you don't mind, Graggle, I might leave this up whenever I'm streaming Brighter Shores, which is pretty much what I'm only streaming right now. I'll just send them all this way. Or I'll lead them here myself if I have to. Until the devs put the plaque on the wall with the poster advertising the Pineapple Tours. Sure thing. Excellent. Oh, yeah, when Twisty's back. Pretend it happened here to get even. Oh, and I will be streaming again tomorrow, so I'll be up for that party again. Always love to party. Wait, will he have there as well tomorrow? Or even tonight? Is that what they're talking about? Yeah. Oh. I'll be very asleep. Hey. Thank you, he. Oh, are we going on the pineapple tour? Don't worry, I've not forgotten about the 2 pages that we need to read, but Potato was curious about the pineapple tour as well. It's wonderful. It's everything you could dream it would be. Oh, it's the special Ryan tour as well. There's a tour. Yeah, the tour is happening. Are you friends with me? I think everybody can join Potato. If you're friends with... Did you friend me in game? Join my server and make your way to the tannery. And then just check Turnip 10. I'm sure they'll slot you in. More, some are joining from chat as well. Vouchers ready. Tour leaving in 1 minute. That's the time. 1 minute. Turnip 10. Oh, it's so good. There we go, so you can talk to Kitty. What brings you to our smelly little corner of Chronopolis today? And then you always talk back to them, yes. Very interesting. You like the ocean, right? Perfect. I just realized I could be reading this all out as well. Oh, it is a different tour. It is a special tour for Ryan. Gorgeous. And it's Sea Potato's home. Oh man. Such beauty so close, but I never knew. Oh, I'm gonna miss Tannery when all these big numbers start to leave. Oh, civilian, what are you doing blocking Ryan? It's his moment. Okay, I'll time a minute's silence. Wasn't quite a minute, but okay. Oh, I was getting ahead of myself. I thought we were going to attack Tep. Thank you, friends. It always does it. There we go. Sorry if it puts you in an advert, guys. Sorry if it puts up ad. Do. Attack Tep. Don't tan its hides, Ryan. You have a splendid day. You too. Whoa, secret detour. Oh! It's amazing how little leatherworking we've done in here. Oh! Brian banked. Oh, I banked passives. Jack Wellis. Never knew their name. Welcome to my leather workshop. How can I help you? Don't mind me. I know what I'm doing here. Don't mind me. Oh, read the leather goods book. Truly the book that I have never read before, now that I think about this. Oh, Ryan will have all of this. And more. My goodness. Okay. Steady, you've been putting up the book readings. We've got 4 pages banked after all this. 4 beautiful, warming pages. Oh, too far, Ryan. Too far! The excitement is too much. Finally free of the tannery, just wants to run free. There we go. 5 pages. Thank you, Steady. Oh, I know why. Ooh. Ooh. I know. Eugene's Blue Jeans, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the turnip fields. Welcome, welcome. Find yourself a plot. Get yourself nice and warm. Ooh. Oh. From colonial Britain. Pineapples were a rare import. So having one was a sign of wealth. People would rent them and make statues of them. And that is true, everybody. That is why when you go to Britain and you see our architecture and you see pineapples on the gates, pineapples on the walls. Oh, sorry. Colonial Chronopolis. Sorry, Colonial Chronopolis. That's why whenever you go around the Britain of Chronopolis, there's pineapples everywhere. So you looked rich. Do a bench skip. You have to only do it quickly though. Don't sit down too long. Oh! Perfect. And Eugene's Blue Jeans, you give us another page as well. So we'll have 6 pages of 1984 to read once we get ourselves comfy in the grind again. Pina coladas! Sadao. Aneep. If you like pina coladas. Did we do the kitchen? Was a kitchen in the tour? What I like about the pineapple tour is it changes so often. Which means if you want to do the tour again, you'll always get something new. Boo, 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 boo. Oh, pineapple tour. Here we go. Steady, you're really banking in on those pages. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 if you include Eugene's Blue Jeans follow. Thank you guys. We'll get a good bit of reading done. I promise. But we've got to do... Ryan deserves their pineapple tour. They've worked so hard. Tack tap. Hinkle Pat. Line up. See if it works again. It does. I like it. This is definitely my favorite part. We're lining up on the other side as well. Yay! Ah, hours of fun. Best tour ever. And I'm a tour guide. That definitely was. Yes! There you go, Sea Potato. I hope you enjoyed your pineapple tour. Even better with 10% off. Oh yeah! Oh. Nice. That was an amazing experience. I'm sure Grago would love to hear that you enjoyed the tour immensely. Leave any no complaints to Onesie. And all legal motions to Loso Lion as well. What the fuck device passive? Do you actually have anything else up to level 20, right? Well, you must have done to get to Chronopolis, but it would be a funny notion that if you didn't have anything. So good. it's not me that's level 500, but it's actually quite emotional. Like, what do you do afterwards? I'd be kind of lost. I get kind of lost just when I complete a quest. Okay. Well, we'll see how things still go down for lovely Ryan and their grand efforts. And on our next load of leather, we will start reading those pages because we have a lot to go through now. Oh, sweet potato with another one as well. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess I have 8 banked. 8 banked. He needs to go do merch now so he can make gold for leatherworking. Yeah. I think Ryan did say they were going to do Chronopolis. Still do Chronopolis, so detective merch. So. Ah. And the tannery never stops. Lovely work, Ryan. Enjoy your sleeps. Oh man, they've earned it. Oh. I actually found the teleport was a nice touch. I was actually feeling a little heartfelt. Oh. Man. Well done. Well done, Ryan. Incredible. Perfect exit. Any tips on merchant? I'm grinding that now for the 5-star quest. Glad he's gone. Oh yeah, he was. He was from the south. Doesn't stink nearly as bad now that he's gone. Incredible. Okay, we will start our book reading, shall we? We are quite a bit behind the pages. I'm going to stay in the tannery for a bit, though. I can dump the KPs into alchemy. We can worry about the quest stuff later. It's just too nice. The tannery does feel like home, even though I'm probably the shortest lived entry into that home. It's too good. Too good to leave. They welcomed the small fry leather worker. So happy to be there. If I see Ryan running around merchanting right now and not getting some sleep. Okay. He will be having theirs coming up soon as well. Bestest home. Okay, guys. You have banked a lot of pages. And thank you so much for your patience, but I did want to be there for the capes and the pineapple tours and stuff. It was an incredible effort. Good night, Ryan. If it wasn't clipped, I will clip it for you. I'll let you know. I can even put it on things like YouTube or something like that for you, or send you it if you want to put it on your own YouTube. I won't hog it or anything like that if you want it. I'm sure you had other people there, but just in case, it will definitely be recorded. So, thanks for having me. Like, genuinely, I'm 61 leatherworking. Look at me go. I'm glad I met you all when I did. So good. Get yourself some good rest. And I'll see you at 500 Merchant. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. But, yeah. Take care, Falcon. I'll see you later. Be good. I hope I bump into you in Chronopolis, because I am here frequently. I do like it, so... Be good. Sleep well. You've earned it. Congratulations again. And absolutely cracking job. Lots of fun. And I'm glad I could do the pineapple tour with you as well. Lovely. Double whammy. Oh, it's quite emotional. I'll start reading. It'll get me back into focus. Here we go. How many pages is it now? Oh my goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9 pages. Okay. 9 pages. Here we are. Maybe it can help Ryan sleep. So, Winston had just noticed a black-haired girl who sent him the message, "I love you," is across the canteen. The afternoon was more bearable. Immediately after lunch, there arrived a delicate, difficult piece of work which would take several hours and necessitated putting everything else aside. It consisted in falsifying a series of production reports of 2 years ago, in such a way as to cast discredit on a prominent member of the inner party, who was now under a cloud. This was the kind of thing that Winston was good at, and for more than 2 hours he succeeded in shutting the girl out of his mind altogether. Then the memory of her face came back, and with it a raging, intolerable desire to be alone. Until he could be alone, it was impossible to think this new development out. Tonight was one of his nights at the community centre. He wolfed another tasteless meal in the canteen, hurried off to the centre, took part in the solemn foolery of a discussion group, played 2 games of table tennis, swallowed several glasses of gin, and sat for half an hour through a lecture entitled Ingsoc in Relation to Chess. His soul writhed with boredom. But for once, he had no impulse to shirk his evening at the centre. At the sight of the words, "I love you," the desire to stay alive had welled up in him, and the taking of minor risks suddenly seemed stupid. It was not till 23 hours when he was home and in bed, in the darkness where you were safe, even from the telescreen, so long as you kept silent, that he was able to think continuously. It was a physical problem that had been solved. How to get in touch with a girl and arrange a meeting. He did not consider any longer the possibility that she might be laying some kind of trap for him. He knew that it was not so, because of her unmistakable agitation when she handed him the note. Obviously, she had been frightened out of her wits, as well she might be, nor did the idea of refusing her advances even cross his mind. Only 5 nights ago, he had contemplated smashing her skull with a cobblestone, but that was no importance. He thought of her naked, youthful body as he had seen it in his dream. He had imagined her a fool, like all the rest of them, her head stuffed with lies and hatred, her belly full of ice. A kind of fever seized him at the thought that he might lose her. The white, youthful body might slip away from him. What he feared more than anything else was that she would simply change her mind if he did not get in touch with her quickly. But the physical difficulty of meeting was enormous. It was like trying to make a move at chess when you were already mated. Whichever way you turned, the telescreen faced you. Actually, all the possible ways of communicating with her had occurred to him within 5 minutes of reading the note. But now, with time to think, he went over them one by one, as though laying out a row of instruments on a table. Okay. I'll restock up on the leather and we'll continue on with the other pages as well, whilst adding another one on top. Thank you, Steady. Thank you, thank you. Oh, just scrolls. Sorry, I've missed your messages. It's been a busy night. You love the Snorlax shirt. Thank you. This is 1984. So, people in the Twitch chat, I know you're in the YouTube one there. If they follow, donate turnips, or subscribe, or I get raids, we add pages of 1984 for me to read out. George Orwell's 1984, just to be clear. Tac-tep. Tac-tep. I have never read it before. This is my first time reading it, so if there's some hiccups here and there, I do apologize. But every chapter we complete, I am probably going to record and put up on YouTube as well, just in case people missed a bunch of it. We'd like to catch up on it a bit or something like that. I can do that. I can manage that. Sounds pretty interesting. Well, we've got a few pages gathered up, so if you're ready to hear more, we've got more to come along. So get yourselves comfy, and we will continue. Obviously, the kind of encounter that had happened this morning could not be repeated. If she had worked in the records department, it might have been comparatively simple, but he had only a very dim idea of whereabouts in the building the fiction department lay, and he had no pretext for going there. If he had known where she lived and at what time she left work, he could have contrived to meet her somewhere on her way home. But to try to follow her home was not safe, because it would mean loitering about outside the ministry, which was bound to be noticed. As for sending a letter through the mails, it was out of the question. By a routine that was not even secret, all letters were opened in transit. Actually, few people ever wrote letters. For the messages that it was occasionally necessary to send, there were printed postcards with long lists of phrases, and you struck out the ones that were inapplicable. In any case, he did not know the girl's name, let alone her address. Finally, he decided that the safest place was the canteen. If he could get her at the table by herself, somewhere in the middle of the room, not too near the telescreens, and with a sufficient buzz of conversation all around. There's conditions endured for, say, 30 seconds. It might be possible to exchange a few words. For a week after this, life was like a restless dream. On the next day, she did not appear in the canteen until he was leaving it, the whistle having already been blown. Presumably, she had been changed on to a later shift. They passed each other without a glance. On the day after that, she was in the canteen at the usual time, but with 3 other girls and immediately under a telescreen. Then, for 3 dreadful days, she did not appear at all. His whole mind and body seemed to be afflicted with an unbearable sensitivity, a sort of transparency which made every movement, every sound, every contact, every word that he had to speak or listen to an agony. Even in sleep, he could not altogether escape from her image. He did not touch the diary during those days. If there was any relief, it was in his work, in which he could sometimes forget himself for 10 minutes at a stretch. He had absolutely no clue as to what had happened to her. There was no inquiry he could make. She might have been vaporized. She might have committed suicide. She might have been transferred to the other end of Oceania. Worst, and likeliest of all, she might simply have changed her mind and decided to avoid him. The next day, she reappeared. Her arm was out of the sling and she had a band of sticking plasters around her wrist. The relief of seeing her was so great that he could not resist staring directly at her for several seconds. On the following day, he very nearly succeeded in speaking to her. When he came into the canteen, she was sitting at a table well out from the wall, and was quite alone. It was early, and the place was not very full. The queue edged forward till Winston was almost at the counter. Then was held up for 2 minutes because someone in front was complaining that he had not received his tablet of saccharine. But the girl was still alone when Winston secured his tray and began to make for her table. He walked casually towards her, his eyes searching for a place at some table beyond her. She was perhaps 3 meters away from him. Another 2 seconds would do it. Then a voice behind him called, "Smith!" He pretended not to hear. "Smith!" repeated the voice more loudly. It was no use. He turned round. A blonde-headed, silly-faced young man named Wilshire, whom he barely knew, was inviting him with a smile to a vacant place at his table. It was not safe to refuse, after having been recognized. He could not go and sit at a table with an unattended girl. It was too noticeable. He sat down with a friendly smile. The silly blonde face beamed into his. Winston had a hallucination of himself smashing a pickaxe right into the middle of it. The girl's table filled up a few minutes later. But she must have seen him coming towards her, and perhaps she would take the hint. Next day he took care to arrive early. Surely enough, she was at a table in about the same place, and again alone. The person immediately ahead of him in the queue was a small, swiftly moving beetle-like man with a flat face and tiny, suspicious eyes. As Winston turned away from the counter with his tray, he saw that the little man was making straight for the girl's table. His hopes sank again. There was a vacant place at a table further away, but something in the little man's appearance suggested that he would be sufficiently attentive to his own comfort to choose the emptiest table. With ice at his heart, Winston followed. It was no use unless he could get the girl alone. At this moment, there was a tremendous crash. The little man was sprawling on all fours. His trays had gone flying. 2 screams of soup and coffee were flowing across the floor. He started to his feet with a malignant glance at Winston, whom he evidently suspected of having tripped him up. But it was all right. 5 seconds later, with a thundering heart, Winston was sitting at the girl's table. Lovely. Ooh. Okay. So I was just doing a little count of where I was at on the pages there. We're still good. We've still got plenty. We've still got lots. Ah. And you're keeping the bidding up. Nice. We did have a bit of a quiet spell, so why not ramp it up a bit? There we go. Coffee forever. These older stories sound so desperate. It's the story's tone is unflinching. And I'm saying that with as high a praise as I can try to emit, because it's not stopped. The tone of this book, like, I don't know how George Orwell did it. It's absolutely incredible, and it's never stumbled. It's you can feel the hammer beating down on every single paragraph. It's incredible. I can't believe I've never read this book before, to be honest. It's wonderful. I'm really enjoying reading it. Despite the depressing world that is created in it. It's magnificent. It's an incredible piece of writing. I'm actually looking forward to reading it out again to record. It's a good story. I'm enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Coffee. Really am. It just feels like I'm listening to something wrong. It has that. It does. And it is wrong. The world he's created in it is very, very wrong. So, keep being cozy. Here comes some more. He did not look at her. He unpacked his tray and promptly began eating. It was all important to speak at once, before anyone else came. But now a terrible fear had taken possession of him. A week had gone by since she had first approached him. She would have changed her mind. She must have changed her mind. It was impossible that this affair should end successfully. Such things did not happen in real life. He might have flinched altogether from speaking if at this moment he had not seen Ampleforth, the hairy-eared poet, wandering limply round the room with a tray, looking for a place to sit down. In his vague way, Ampleforth was attached to Winston, and would certainly sit down at his table if he caught sight of him. There was perhaps a minute in which to act. Both Winston and the girl were eating steadily. The stuff they were eating was a thin stew, actually a soup of haricot beans. In a low murmur, Winston began speaking. Neither of them looked up. Steadily, they spooned the watery stuff into their mouths, and between spoonfuls exchanged a few necessary words in low, expressionless voices. What time do you leave work? 18:30. Where can we meet? Victory Square, near the monument. It's full of telescreens. It doesn't matter if there's a crowd. Any signal? No. Don't come up to me until you see me among a lot of people. And don't look at me. Just keep somewhere near me. What time? 19 hours. All right. Ampleforth failed to see Winston and sat down at another table. They did not speak again, and, so far as it was possible for two people sitting on opposite sides of the same table, they did not look at one another. The girl finished her lunch quickly and made off, while Winston stayed to smoke a cigarette. Winston was in Victory Square before the appointed time. He wandered round the base of the enormous fluted column at the top of which Big Brother's statue gazed southward towards the skies where he had vanquished the Eurasian aeroplanes. East Asian aeroplanes it had been a few years ago, in the Battle of Airstrip 1. In the street in front of it, there was a statue of a man on horseback which was supposed to represent Oliver Cromwell. At 5 minutes past the hour, the girl had still not appeared. Again, the terrible fear seized upon Winston. She was not coming. She had changed her mind. He walked slowly up to the north side of the square and got a sort of pale-coloured pleasure from identifying St. Martin's Church, whose bells, when it had bells, had chimed, "You owe me 3 farthings." Then he saw the girl standing at the base of the monument, reading or pretending to read a poster which ran spirally up the column. It was not safe to go near her until some people had accumulated. There were telescreens all around the pediment. But at this moment, there was a din of shouting and a zoom of heavy vehicles from somewhere to the left. Suddenly, everyone seemed to be running across the square. The girl nipped nimbly round the lions at the base of the monument and joined in the rush. Winston followed. As he ran, he gathered from some of the shouted remarks that the convoy of Eurasian prisoners was passing. Already, a dense mass of people was blocking the south side of the square. Winston, at normal times the kind of person who gravitates to the outer edge of any kind of scrimmage, shoved, butted, squirmed his way forward into the heart of the crowd. Soon he was within arm's length of the girl, but the way was blocked by an enormous prole and an almost equally enormous woman, presumably his wife, who seemed to form an impenetrable wall of flesh. Winston wriggled himself sideways, and with a violent lunge managed to drive his shoulder between them. For a moment, it felt as though his entrails were being ground to a pulp between two muscular hips. Then he had broken through. Sweating a little, he was next to the girl. They were shoulder to shoulder, both staring fixedly in front of them. A long line of trucks with wooden-faced guards armed with submachine guns standing upright in each corner was passing slowly down the street. In the trucks, little yellow men in shabby greenish uniforms were squatting, jammed close together. Their sad Mongolian faces gazed out over the sides of the trucks, utterly incurious. Occasionally, when a truck jolted, there was a clank-clank of metal. All the prisoners were wearing leg irons. Truckload after truckload of the sad faces passed. Winston knew they were there, but he saw them only intermittently. The girl's shoulder and her arm right down to the elbow were pressed against his. Her cheek was almost near enough for him to feel its warmth. She had immediately taken charge of the situation, just as she had done in the canteen. She began speaking in the same expressionless voice as before, with lips barely moving, a mere murmur easily drowned by the din of voices and the rumbling of trucks. Lovely. Okay. Perfect. We're getting through the pages, guys. We're getting through. Thank you for another redeem steady. I will add it to the bunch. Hope you're all still with me. Not sent anyone to sleep yet. It's quite a lot of reading. Okay, we'll grab ourselves another inventory of leather. Tack tep. Thank you, friends. Pardon me. It is really quiet in the town right now. Here we go. So, the black-haired girl was taking command. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you get Sunday afternoon off? Yes. Then listen carefully. You'll have to remember this. Go to Paddington Station. With a sort of military precision that astonished him, she outlined the route that he was to follow. A half-hour railway journey, turn left outside the station, 2 kilometers along the road, a gate with the top bar missing. A path across a field, a grass-grown lane, a track between bushes, a dead tree with moss on it. It was as though she had a map inside her head. Can you remember all that? She murmured finally. Yes. You turn left, then right, then left again, and the gate's got no top bar. Yes. What time? About 15. You may have to wait. I'll get there by another way. Are you sure you remember everything? Yes. Then get away from me as quick as you can. She need not have told him that. but for the moment they could not extricate themselves from the crowd. The trucks were still filing past, the people still insatiably gaping. At the start, there had been few boos and hisses, but it was only from the party members among the crowd, and had soon stopped. The prevailing emotion was simply curiosity. Foreigners, whether from Eurasia or East Asia, were a kind of strange animal. One literally never saw them except in the guise of prisoners, and even as prisoners, one never got more than a momentary glimpse of them. Nor did one know what became of them. Apart from the few who were hanged as war criminals, the others simply vanished, presumably into forced labor camps. The round, Mogul faces had given way to faces of a more European type, dirty, bearded, and exhausted. From over scrubby cheekbones, eyes looked into Winston's, sometimes with a strange intensity, and flashed away again. The convoy was drawing to an end. In the last truck he could see an aged man, his face a mass of grizzled hair, standing upright with wrists crossed in front of him, as though he were used to having them bound together. It was almost time for Winston and the girl to part, but at the last moment, while the crowd still hemmed them, her hand felt for his and gave it a fleeting squeeze. It could not have been 10 seconds, and yet it seemed a long time that their hands were clasped together. He had time to learn every detail of her hand. He explored the long fingers, the shapely nails, the work-hardened palm with its row of calluses, the smooth flesh under the wrist. Merely from feeling it, he would have known it by sight. In the same instant, it occurred to him that he did not know what color the girl's eyes were. They were probably brown, but people with dark hair sometimes had blue eyes. To turn his head and look at her would have been inconceivably folly. With hands locked together, invisible among the press of bodies, they stared steadily in front of them, and instead of the eyes of the girl, the eyes of the aged prisoner gazed mournfully at Winston out of nests of hair. Okay, guys, we are moving on to part 2, chapter 2. I know people were asking for me to recap a chapter, but I think we actually just read that complete chapter in that moment there. That's quite a bit. So here we go, 1984, part 2, chapter 2. Winston picked his way up the lane through dappled light and shade, stepping out into pools of gold wherever the boughs parted. Under the trees to the left of him, the ground was misty with bluebells. The air seemed to kiss one's skin. It was the 2nd of May. From somewhere deeper in the heart of the wood came the droning of ringdoves. It was a bit early. There had been no difficulties about the journey, and the girl was so evidently experienced that he was less frightened than he would normally have been. Presumably, she could be trusted to find a safe place. In general, you could not assume that you were much safer in the country than in London. There were no telescreens, of course, but there was always the danger of concealed microphones by which your voice might be picked up and recognized. Besides, it was not easy to make a journey by yourself without attracting attention. For distances of less than 100 kilometers, it was not necessary to get your passport endorsed, but sometimes there were patrols hanging about the railway stations who examined the papers of any party members they found there and asked awkward questions. However, no patrols had appeared, and on the walk from the station he had made sure by cautious backward glances that he was not being followed. The train was full of proles, in holiday mood because of the summery weather. The wooden-seated carriage in which he travelled was filled to overflowing by a single enormous family, ranging from a toothless great-grandmother to a month-old baby, going out to spend an afternoon with in-laws in the country, and, as they freely explained to Winston, to get hold of a little black market butter. Sea potato. I don't like merchant. Are you low level merchant right now, sea potato? Because through the lower levels, what I did was I did detective and leatherworking. Probably better to do detective first because the merchant skills actually make leatherworking cheaper. I am doing this terribly badly. You're 28. If you prefer something like detective, you can do the investigations. So if you get up to investigations of detective, when you're going to get your clues, if you use the marketplace teleport as a little kind of base way of getting your way around to those, you can start stacking 4 of a kind from the merchant board, the merchant guilds board. Gather a full inventory of one merchant thing and sell it all at the same time. That's what I did to get through the lower levels. Now, at the level I am in merchant, trying to stack 4 of a kind is almost impossible. But for the earlier levels, I found it was a good way to get through it, and you got to learn the map a bit more instinctively. So when you do start getting to the higher levels where you need to plan the routes more, you kind of already know the place, especially because detective, if you're doing the investigations, it kind of sends you around the city anyway. So I don't know if that might help or it might make it a bit better, but that's how I did it. But if you're racing the levels or you're trying to grind them, then by all means don't listen to me. The way I did it certainly wasn't the quickest, not by a long shot. So the lane widened, and in a minute he came to the footpath she had told him of. A mere cattle track which plunged between the bushes. He had no watch, but it could not be 15 yet. The bluebells were so thick underfoot that it was impossible not to tread on them. He knelt down and began picking some, partly to pass the time away, but also from a vague idea that he would like to have a bunch of flowers to offer to the girl when they met. He had got together a big bunch and was smelling their faint, sickly scent when a sound at his back froze him. The unmistakable crackle of a foot on twigs. He went on picking bluebells. It was the best thing to do. It might be the girl, or he might have been followed, after all. To look round was now to show guilt. He picked another and another. A hand fell lightly on his shoulder. He looked up. It was the girl. She shook her head, evidently as a warning that he must keep silent, then parted the bushes and quickly led the way along the narrow track into the wood. Obviously, she had been that way before, for she dodged the boggy bits as though by habit. Winston followed, still clasping his bunch of flowers. His first feeling was relief. But as he watched the strong, slender body moving in front of him with the scarlet sash that was just tight enough to bring out the curve of her hips, the sense of his own inferiority was heavy upon him. Even now it seemed quite likely that when she turned round and looked at him, she would draw back after all. The sweetness of the air and the greenness of the leaves daunted him. Already on the walk from the station, the May sunshine had made him feel dirty and etiolated. The creature of indoors, with the sooty dust from London in the pores of his skin. It occurred to him that till now she was probably never seen him in broad daylight in the open. They came to the fallen tree that she had spoken of. The girl hopped over and forced apart the bushes, in which there did not seem to be an opening. When Winston followed her, he found that they were in the natural clearing, a tiny grassy knoll surrounded by tall saplings that shut it in completely. The girl stopped and turned. "Here we are," she said. He was facing her at several paces' distance. As yet, he did not dare move nearer to her. "I didn't want to say anything in the lane," she went on, "in case there's a mic hidden there. I don't suppose there is, but there could be. There's always the chance of one of those swine recognizing your voice. We're all right here." He still had not the courage to approach her. "We're all right here?" he repeated stupidly. "Yes. Look at the trees." They were small ashes, which at some time had been cut down and had sprouted up again into a forest of poles, none of them thicker than one's wrist. "There's nothing big enough to hide a mic in. Besides, I've been here before," she reassured him. They were only making conversation. He had managed to move closer to her now. She stood before him very upright, with a smile on her face that looked faintly ironical, as though she was wondering why he was too slow to act. The bluebells had cascaded onto the ground. They seemed to have fallen of their own accord. He took her hand. "Would you believe," he said, "that till this moment I didn't know what colour your eyes were?" They were brown, he noted. A rather light shade of brown with dark lashes. "Now that you've seen what I'm really like, can you still bear to look at me?" he says. "Yes, easily. I'm 39 years old. I've got a wife that I can't get rid of," he explained. "I've got varicose veins. I've got false teeth." "I couldn't care less," said the girl. The next moment, it was hard to say by whose act, she was in his arms. At the beginning, he had no feeling except sheer incredulity. The youthful body was stained against his own. The mass of dark hair was against his face. And yes, actually, she had turned her face up. And he was kissing the wide red mouth. She had clasped her arms around his neck. She was calling him darling, precious one, loved one. He had pulled her down onto the ground. He was utterly unresisting. He could do what he liked with her. But the truth was that he had no physical sensation, except that of mere contact. All he felt was incredulity and pride. He was glad that this was happening, but he had no physical desire. It was too soon. Her youth and prettiness had frightened him. He was too much used to living without women. He did not know the reason. The girl picked herself up and pulled a bluebell out of her hair. She sat against him, putting her arm around his waist. "Never mind, dear. There's no hurry. We've got the whole afternoon. Isn't this a splendid hideout? I found it when I got lost once on a community hike. If anything was coming, you could hear them from hundreds of miles away," she explained. Wababo. Oh, Graggle. I'm getting worse at saying Wababo. Also, the Crime Den raid shortcuts are very helpful for March. Yes! Getting the detective to do the raids gives you some really good shortcuts. And doing it that way is another... It actually can get you quite quickly up to 55 merchant, which gets you the shortcut out onto the Fortune Hold farm. I nearly ran past the leathers. In fact, I did run past the leathers without selling them. There we go. Here we go. Okay, we still have a few pages to go, guys. It's not over yet, so... Boom, boom. And another one added by Steady. Okay. Hello, Sea Potato. I see you. Careful when you say it. Yeah, I should be more careful. I think Merchant will be the passive I train every night law. Like, something I've done with Merchant Passive is just stewed at the bounty board until I got my stack of 4 and did it like if I was playing another game or something like that. I've done that as well to get, or at least get stacks that led you on a trail that all worked with each other very well. Okay, here we are. What is your name? Said Winston. Julia. I know yours. It's Winston. Winston Smith. How did you find that out? I expect I'm better at finding things out than you are, dear. Tell me, what did you think of me before that day I gave you the note? She asked. He did not feel any temptation to tell lies to her. It was even a sort of love offering to start off by telling the worst. I hated the sight of you, he said. I wanted to rape you and then murder you afterwards. 2 weeks ago, I thought seriously of smashing your head in with a cobblestone, if you really want to know. I imagined that you had something to do with the thought police. The girl laughed delightedly, evidently taking this as a tribute to the excellence of her disguise. Not the thought police? You didn't honestly think that? Well, perhaps not exactly that, he explained. But from your general appearance, merely because you were young and fresh and healthy, you understand. I thought that probably... She stopped him. You thought I was a good party member, pure in word and deed. Banners, processions, slogans, games, community hikes, all that stuff. And you thought if I had a quarter of a chance, I'd denounce you as a thought criminal and get you killed off? Yes, something like that. A great many young girls are like that, you know. It's this bloody thing that does it, she said, ripping off the scarlet sash of the Junior Anti-Sex League and flinging it onto the bow. Then, as though touching her waist had reminded her of something, she felt in the pocket of her overalls and produced a small slab of chocolate. She broke it in half and gave one of the pieces to Winston. Even before he had taken it, he knew by the smell that it was very unusual chocolate. It was dark and shiny, and was wrapped in silver paper. Chocolate normally was dull brown, crumbly stuff that tasted, as nearly as one could describe it, like the smoke of a rubbish fire. But at some time or another he had tasted chocolate like the pieces she had just given him. The first whiff of its scent had stirred up some memory which he could not pin down, but which was powerful and troubling. Where did you get this stuff? He said. Black market, she said indifferently. Actually, I am that sort of girl to look at. I'm good at games. I was a troop leader in the Spies. I do voluntary work 3 evenings a week for the Junior Anti-Sex League. Hours and hours I've spent pasting their bloody rot all over London. I always carry one end of a banner in the processions. I always look cheerful and I never shirk anything. Always yell with the crowd, that's what I say. It's the only way to be safe. The first fragment of chocolate had melted on Winston's tongue. The taste was delightful, but there was still that memory moving round the edges of his consciousness. Something... Okay, let me know when you can see me, guys, again. I won't finish off. You are back? Okay. I'll start at the beginning of the last paragraph, because I don't know exactly when... I'll talk about the chocolate again, because I was enjoying that. I don't know if you missed it or not. Okay. Well, we've nearly finished this leather as well, so we'll get fresh batch of leather, then we will get to it. Oh my goodness. 641. Jeez, I have gotten a lot of levels. Levels? Every time I'm in the tannery, I can no longer... Everything sounds like it should be leather. Even though I haven't been talking about the leather too much right now. Scooch. Okay, sell the leather. Tack tip, purchase the hides, and we'll pop back in. Thank you, friends. But the next time I'm streaming, I do have to get into the kitchen again. Do have to get those levels. But it's comfortable in the tannery. It feels good. Right. So I'll restart at his eating the chocolate, because I'm not sure when OBS disconnected. Here we go. It's a little bit extra again, I suppose. The first fragment of chocolate had melted on Winston's tongue. The taste was delightful. But there was still that memory moving around the edges of his consciousness. Something strongly felt, but not reducible to definite shape. Like an object seen out of the corner of one's eye. He pushed it away from him, aware only that it was the memory of some action which he would have liked to undo, but could not. "You are very young," he said. "You are 10 or 15 years younger than I am. What could you see to attract you in a man like me?" "It was something in your face. I thought I'd like to take a chance. I'm good at spotting people who don't belong. As soon as I saw you, I knew you were against them." Them, it appeared, meant the party, and above all the inner party, about whom she talked with an open, jeering hatred which made Winston feel uneasy. Although he knew that they were safe here, if they could be safe anywhere. A thing that astonished him about her was the coarseness of her language. Party members were supposed not to swear, and Winston himself very seldom did swear. Aloud, at any rate. Julia, however, seemed unable to mention the party, and especially the inner party, without using the kind of words that you saw chalked up in dripping alleyways. He did not dislike it. It was merely one symptom of her revolt against the party and all its ways, and somehow it seemed natural and healthy, like the sneeze of a horse that smells bad hay. They had left the clearing and were wandering again through the checkered shade, with their arms round each other's waists, whenever it was wide enough to walk two abreast. He noticed how much softer her waist seemed to feel now that the sash was gone. They did not speak above a whisper. Outside the clearing, Julia said it was better to go quietly. Presently, they had reached the edge of the little wood. She stopped him. "Don't go out into the open. There might be someone watching. We're all right if we keep behind the boughs," she explained. They were standing in the shade of hazel bushes. The sunlight, filtering through innumerable leaves, was still hot on their faces. Winston looked out into the field beyond and underwent a curious, slow shock of recognition. He knew it by sight. An old, close-bitten pasture, with a footpath wandering across it and a molehill here and there. In the ragged hedge on the opposite side, the boughs of the elm trees swayed just perceptibly in the breeze, and their leaves stirred faintly in dense masses like women's hair. Surely, somewhere nearby, but out of sight, there must be a stream with green pools where dace were swimming. "Isn't there a stream somewhere near here?" he whispered. "That's right, there is a stream. It's at the edge of the next field, actually. There are fish in it. Great big ones. You can watch them lying in the pools under the willow trees, waving their tails, she explained. It's the Golden Country. Almost, he murmured. The Golden Country? She asked. It's nothing, really. A landscape I've sometimes seen in a dream. Luke, whispered Julia. A thrush had alighted on a bough not 5 meters away, almost at the level of their faces. Perhaps it had not seen them. It was in the sun. They were in the shade. It spread out its wings, fitted them carefully into place again, ducked its head for a moment, as though making a sort of obeisance to the sun, and then began to pour forth a torrent of song. In the afternoon, hush, the volume of sound was startling. Winston and Julia clung together, fascinated. The music went on and on, minute after minute. Pause there while I think OBS was misbehaving a little. Winston and Julian clung together, fascinated. Oh boy. Just check that nothing's downloading. There we go. Okay, Winston and Julia clung together, fascinated. The music went on, minute after minute, with astonishing variations, never once repeating itself, almost as though the bird were deliberately showing off its virtuosity. Sometimes it stopped for a few seconds, spread out and resettled its wings, then swelled its speckled breast and again burst into song. Winston watched it with a sort of vague reverence. For whom, for what, was that bird singing? No mate, no rival was watching it. What made it sit at the edge of the lonely wood and pour its music into the nothingness? He wondered whether after all there was a microphone hidden somewhere near. He and Julia had spoken only in low whispers, and it would not pick up what they had said, but it would pick up the thrush. Perhaps at the other end of the instrument some small beetle-like man was listening intently. Listening to that. But by degrees the flood of music drove all speculations out of his mind. It was as though there was some kind of liquid stuff that poured all over him and got mixed up with the sunlight that filtered through the leaves. He stopped thinking and merely felt. The girl's waist in the bend of his arm was soft and warm. He pulled her round so that they were breast to breast. Her body seemed to melt into his. Wherever his hands moved, it was all as yielding as water. Their mouths clung together. It was quite different from the hard kisses they had exchanged earlier. When they moved, their faces apart again, both of them sighed deeply. The bird took flight and fled with a clatter of wings. Winston put his lips against her ear. Now, he whispered. Not here, she whispered back. Come back to the hideout. It's safer. Okay. That is the pages caught up, everyone. And it is also getting quite late in the morning for myself. So I am going to have to start doing a little bit of a wind down. We will probably raid somebody else. I don't know, forcing it. 13 people. Thank you very much for sticking around, guys. Thank you. And like yesterday, I'll do all my thank yous and such for those that followed this stuff. But I will sign off with a bonus page as well. I did that yesterday. We got a few extra pages in yesterday as well. But I will do a few extra little pages before I disappear from you all. So you don't have to dash off immediately if they think there's nothing else to hang about for. There'll be a little bit more before we do. Thank you for the stream. You're very welcome, Steady. Thanks to everybody involved in the stream today. Thanks to Graggle for the lovely banner as well. I love it. I don't want to get rid of it. It's so good. So it's been a lovely day. Lovely day. So we get thank yous. Oh my goodness, there's a few to get through today. It's been wow. Yeah. So thank you to Two Lil Windex, who raided earlier, and Umber Glue, whom followed through that. Thank you, Deversis. Thank you, Wabobao, which is Graggle, to make it easier. Duyal, thank you for following, even though we thought you had followed all this time. Sanhai, Coffee Forever, thank you very much for following. Ontorius raided ourselves again. It's always nice to hear from Ontorius. Eugene's and Blue Jeans, or Eugene's Blue Jeans. Thank you so much for the follows. I will find somebody else to raid cruise. I will get myself ready for it. And have I ever raided Vorpal? Maybe we'll join Vorpal. Vorpal was lovely when I was speaking to him another time. But before we raid or anything, I promised you a page. It might be two. The leather working takes a lot longer than the cooking, so we might get a few extra pages before we actually sign off. So settle yourselves in for a couple more pages, and then we'll finish off. Can't stay as long as today on tomorrow, but it's been enjoyable listening to the reading. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Steady. We've got some more to go down before we go, so here we go. So not here, she whispered back. Come back to the hideout. It's safer. Quickly, with an occasional crackle of twigs, they threaded their way back to the clearing. When they were once inside the ring of saplings, she turned and faced him. They were both breathing fast, but the smile had reappeared round the corners of her mouth. She stood looking at him for an instant, then felt at the zipper of her overalls. And yes, it was almost as in his dreams. Almost as swiftly as he had imagined it, she had torn her clothes off, and when she flung them aside, it was with that same magnificent gesture by which a whole civilization seemed to be enough. But for a moment he did not look at her body. His eyes were anchored by the freckled face with its faint, bold smile. He knelt down before her and took her hands in. Have you done this before? Of course. Hundreds of times. Well, scores of times anyway. With party members? Yes, always with party members, she says. With members of the inner party? He asks. Not with those swine, no. But there's plenty that would, if they got half a chance. There's not so holy as they make out. His heart leapt. Scores of times she had done it. He wished it had been hundreds, thousands. Anything that hinted at the corruption always filled him with a wild hope. Who knew? Perhaps the party was rotten under the surface, its cult of strenuousness and self-denial simply a sham concealing iniquity. If he could have infected the whole lot of them with leprosy or syphilis, how gladly he would have done so. Anything to rot, to weaken, to undermine. He pulled her down so that they were kneeling face to face. Listen, the more men you've had, the more I love you. Do you understand that? Yes, perfectly. I hate purity. I hate goodness, he exclaimed. I don't want any virtue to exist anywhere. I want everyone to be corrupt to the bones. Well then, I ought to suit you, dear. I'm corrupt to the bones. You like doing this. I don't mean simply me. I mean the thing in itself, he asked. I adore it, she replied. That was above all what he wanted to hear. Not merely the love of one person, but the animal instinct, the simple, undifferentiated desire. That was the force that would tear the party to pieces. He pressed her down upon the grass among the fallen bluebells. This time there was no difficulty. Presently, the rising and falling of their breasts slowed to normal speed, and in a sort of pleasant helplessness, they fell apart. The sun seemed to have grown hotter. They were both sleepy. He reached out for the discarded overalls and pulled them partly over her. Almost immediately they fell asleep and slept for about half an hour. Winston woke first. He sat up and watched the freckled face, still peacefully asleep, pillowed on the palm of her hand. Except for her mouth, could not call her beautiful. There was a line or two around the eyes, if you looked closely. The short, dark hair was extraordinarily thick and soft. It occurred to him that he still did not know her surname or where she lived. The young, strong body, now helpless in sleep, awoke in him a pitying, protecting feeling. But the mindless tenderness that he had felt under the hazel tree while the thrush was singing had not quite come back. He pulled the overalls aside and studied her, smooth, white flank. In the old days, he thought a man looked at girls' bodies and saw that it was desirable. And that was the end of the story. But you could have not put pure love or pure lust nowadays. No emotion was pure, because everything was mixed up with fear and hatred. Their embrace had been a battle, the climax, a victory. It was a blow struck against the party. It was a political act. That will leave us ending with chapter 3 to go. Thank you so much for joining me today, guys. I will do a little raidy poos, and I think it will probably Vorpal's still there, so we'll probably head over to Vorpal. We've not raided themselves, so if I can find them. There we go. Perfect. So again, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been an absolute blast. Lots of fun. I will be back on again tomorrow night, and I will probably be doing the Christmas Eve one as well. So be good. I love you all, and I'll see you again soon, hopefully. Toodles! And I've done it again. I hit the raid button and there's time to spare. Oh, I've missed your message about the more people she's had, the more she likes Just Scrolls. I'm sorry. And yeah, this game is super addictive. Sorry. I missed your messages there. I was getting caught up in the reading. But thank you again, guys. It is actually ready to raid now, so I will be signing off. Hope to see you all again soon. Toodaloo.
Open a Twitch stream and